in maths, and it's not the distortion of space-time, which again was superseded by quantum mechanics.
Yeah, that's why they're called theories. It's not the
No, no,
truth.
no, 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 no. These are not scientific theories. To have scientific theories, you must have scientific hypotheses that can be validated through experimentation. If we're going to look at Einstein and his mathematics, we understand there's no science in.
There is science by
Is there?
experimentation, by validations using your theories and results.
Really? Okay,
How
let's
is
go
this not
for it.
science?
Can you give me a viable hypothesis for Einstein's general or special relativity, please?
Give you what?
A viable hypothesis, that means a hypothesis that can be tested through experimentation for Einstein's general or special relativity, please.
I mean, I believe there were some experiments regarding
Let's
the red shifting lights, how some frequencies change in the light, how light bends because of the theory of relativity. There are many experiments that were done.
Okay, so be more specific. Just give me the hypothesis.
I'm not an expert in this field. I can just give you one. But there are other researchers that have done this.
Okay, can you point to one?
I'm not well informed in the general theory of relativity, so I can't right now.
Sorry, my friend. Have we got so long down a path that you realise that you're lost? Should we go back a few
How
steps?
did I lose?
So you haven't provided any evidence. You're just making baseless claims. You do not know. You're not scientist. You think somebody else has done it. But when I ask you, still kind of ambiguous about what's going on. We're asking you if you
can just look it up yourself. You can look at research papers on the theory of relativity if you want.
No,
and see what they've done.
I don't want the papers. I want the hypothesis that's been tested for repeated experimentation, the science bit. If you say that's in the papers, go and get the papers, circle the experiment and give it to me. If you think it exists, have you seen it before? Do you know what I'm asking for?
I mean, it does exist, but I don't have it right now.
So you must have seen it then, yes?
I've heard of it, yes.
You've heard of it. What did you hear of? That there's a paper? Was there a hypothesis?
I mean, just tell me, if we're able to make a rocket that launches successfully, doesn't that mean that the theories are correct?
No.
At least they allow it to fly.
So fucking hell, dude.
Look, what's the point of making a theory?
What's the point of making a theory? Well, if it's a scientific theory, it'll be an understanding based on cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. A scientific theory.
Yeah, but what's the end goal of a theory? Why do we make a theory?
Indeed. This and this and this happens, and when we put them together, we can have a better understanding of the world. This is our theory on, say, thermo. I don't mean to be harsh with you, dude, but sometimes people start talking, they think that they know what they're talking about, and a very short few questions later, we understand that you don't. That's fine. It's not a problem. We are all ignorant at some stage in our lives. This is a very complicated story when we're talking about gravity. It needs picking apart, but what it needs you to do is have an open mind and have critical thought and not just defend a position that you don't understand. Maybe try to understand the position better and look at it from the inside instead of the outside.
Yes, but what you're doing is claiming a whole theory is wrong. But I'm telling you that we have used it to make things that work.
There is no scientific theory for gravity. If there was, there would be repeated hypotheses that have been tested through experimentation, which there are not, as we've just elucidated.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that it works practically.
Sorry, which one? Do they both work sometimes?
The theory of relativity.
Okay, it works. That's a useful tool. Do you understand what a reification?
I can't hear you. Your mic is cutting.
Do you understand what a reification fallacy is?
What is it?
It's when you take a concept that has no physical bearing, like love, hate, space, a coordinate system, height, width, length, and give it physical properties, like a model. You're saying that this model is an accurate physical representation of reality, when Einstein will even turn around and tell you that it isn't.
It is accurate if the calculations actually hold.
No. Don't reify this mathematical model into physical existence. Einstein didn't. He just understands that it's a useful tool.
Yeah, but it appears that it actually works practically when we test it out.
No. I'm sorry, my friend earlier pointed out that quantum mechanics spits all over general and special relativity. Do you understand?
Yeah, but that doesn't invalidate the calculations we did with. What?
Do you understand what dark matter is?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay, so these are the dark things, matter, and that spring into existence when mathematical formulas don't give the right answers. So no,
just because our theory is complete.
Sorry, let me put it like this. No, the mathematical model doesn't work. Every so often you have to come along and put a band-aid on it, like dark energy or dark matter, to make the mathematics work by springing something else into physical existence from a application of a possible idea you had in your head.
Yeah, that's because our theory is not perfect. Nobody claimed it is. It might change in a second.
It has no scientific bearing. So if I'm going to be strict on the definition, not a scientific theory. It's a nice idea, but it's not a scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, mate, we'd all be jumping up and down and celebrating that we'd scientifically validated gravity. But we haven't.
But can you really do that? Will we ever be able to do that? I mean, you can't be sure that something works because of a theory. It's our best understanding. That's all it is.
No.
I get it, it's your best understanding, but if you haven't got, and I keep saying this, I hope it's going in, if you haven't got scientific hypotheses, that's a prediction of the cause and effect relationship that you can test in an experiment where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not, you have no science. Just saying the word theory doesn't mean you've got empirical evidence.
Exactly. I mean, I could take all the values that you use, right, that you're saying works, okay, for making predictions or whatever, right? And I could attribute to those values some other attributes, some other characteristics. I could even attribute like them to some sort of supernatural beings, okay? Saying that's responsible for all the values that you're going to use in your equations. Does that mean I'm correct? Does your equation then prove my idea of what's behind the values?
I mean, no, because it's not scientific.
No. Right.
But you're not comparing fairly here. You're changing the whole thing.
No, I've kept the values the same. I've just attributed different reasons why you've got those values.
I mean, sure, if your calculations work in all cases, then it might be the theory. Who knows? I mean, if you came up with a better theory,
right? It's not scientific.
It is scientific if you experimented with and it holds in every single aspect of physics, as we know it.
So if we've got two models, let's say we've got Newton and we've got Einstein, that can make predictions, which one has been scientifically validated through experimentation to be demonstrated to be the correct one?
I mean, when Newton invented his theory,
oh my God,
it worked for the experiments in his time.
Where's the experiment?
But currently, we found out that it doesn't work in some situations.
Almost getting there.
Something reaches
experiments. Vault, breathe for a second. What experiment?
Yeah, what one? Newton, that came up with the theory, experiments. What experiments did Newton do?
I mean, you can just pick any physical situation and try to predict.
That's what
the
we
path
want you
of
to
the
do.
wall, for example.
Vault, stop.
I do it.
We
I
don't
study
want
physics.
you.
That's
Vault,
what we do.
stop. We don't care
Yeah.
if you studied physics. 10 of you can study physics for all I care. Physics has nothing to do with shapes. So, you're making a claim about this so-called gravity, Newtonian gravity. What experiment? Don't tell us to go and look it up. It's your claim. You provide it, please.
I mean, I can give you a physics exercise and show you that it works. It holds.
Newtonian
Use
gravity.
Newtonian gravity.
Experiment.
Throw a ball
What
above you.
experiment? Listen carefully.
Yeah.
What experiment was done to prove Newtonian gravity? To verify it, to validate it. What was done? Observation. Yeah? To start off with.
Yeah.
Go through the whole lot of the scientific method and break it down. What experiment was done? You show us, please.
I mean, he observed that objects tend to fall with the same acceleration, and he thus assigned a variable g to the acceleration of the Earth. And then he started to think of a model where this would be explained. That's what.
So the
he
effect
did.
is gravity. Excellent. So what is the causational mechanism?
I mean, Newton. His goal wasn't to explain.
I didn't ask what
I'm
his
not
goal
sure.
was. You're not sure. Excellent. So that's interesting that you've been going round and round in circles for the last half an hour, and now all of a sudden you're not sure. Well,
no,
I'm
look, I
glad
get
you
what
said
you're
you're not
saying.
sure. Vault, stop. I'm glad you said you're not sure. Because when you find out in the very near future that science today does not know what the causational mechanism of things going down is. How's that for a little bit of info?
No, I do get what you're saying. We don't know why gravity works, but we can predict how it works. That's what we can
All
do.
you know is things go down. So what's the causational mechanism? It's not a mathematical formula by Newton or Einstein. I can tell you that for free. Because mathematical formulas
I agree
do
with you on
nothing.
this, yeah. Yeah,
Excellent. So we both agree that gravity is not a mathematical formula. Do we both agree that science today does not know what the causational mechanism of down is?
Yeah, we don't know why, but we have a practical theory that
Excellent.
works, that allows us to do practical things for
Also,
society.
you don't know what it is, but yet you're still going to go back to a theory. That is amazing.
Based.
Yeah, if you don't know what something is, you can still try to predict how it behaves.
If you don't know what something is, you at least be honest and say, I don't know. You don't double down.
Yeah, so how do you explain the formulas? Sure, we
How do
don't
I explain
discuss
formulas?
this, but you can
Formulas
observe
are
it.
just
You can-
mathematics. Vault, as I said to a gentleman earlier on, any numpty can make up a formula. Superman can fly. There's actually a formula that backs that up, believe it or not.
But
Did you know
I
that?
test it? Did I test it?
Did you know that?
Did somebody fly with this formula?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness
Superman.
me. Hold
That's
on.
how twisted.
Hold on.
That's how twisted your formulas can be. You can make a mathematical formula to describe anything you wish. Mathematical
Not
formula
anything you wish,
doesn't
it must follow
prove
how the
Hold
world
on, guys.
behaves.
We're
Okay.
running off the point.
doesn't prove anything.
The good point was when we started talking about experiments and things can be validated through experiment. We got to the idea that if we've got multiple models and they all can kind of predict the same kind of phenomena, we're going to ask the question, which model is reality, which is the actual cause, which is going to be elucidated through experimentation. The question was, because you, my friend, made the claim that Newton came up with the idea based on the observations and experiments, our question was, what experiment? You said the observation of something falling, and then he made a theory about it. Now, that's not the experiment. We're still asking for the experiment. Maybe the better question would be, do you know what an experiment is? And if we could identify what an experiment is, do you think you could go and find it for us?
The experiment he did is he came up with a model, a mathematical
No, it's
model,
not.
and
No,
when he used
okay,
it
I'm going to have to
to
tell you what I want. All right, an
what?
experiment has got variables in it. An independent variable, a dependent variable, and controlled variables. The dependent variable, you get that from making the observation, the first step of the scientific method. You look at something happening in the physical natural world, the effect, the phenomena. You're then going to make a prediction where you're going to get your independent variable because your prediction is what causes the phenomena. Your independence cause, the dependent variable is effect. You take these into the experiment and you add them to the control variables. The control variables are everything else that you keep the same. So you don't change the temperature, you don't change pressure. For example, in an experiment, you have 3 variables based on the hypothesis. So can we start with the dependent variable, please? What observation of a phenomena did Newton make?
I've told you, objects fall.
Thank you. So the apple fell from the tree, the dependent variable. Awesome stuff. We're now going to make a prediction as to what caused the apple to fall from the tree. The predictive cause is going to be the independent variable. My friend, what do you think the cause of the apple falling from the tree is?
We do not know. What we
Okay,
know is
so-
how it falls.
Okay. So you must understand, we have no hypothesis here. No science. We can no longer continue the scientific investigation because we have no viable independent variable. Do you want to try
Okay,
again?
but why do we care if it? Why do we care about that? If the
Because we're
calculations
looking for
still hold.
scientific evidence to validate the claim.
Okay, but do you have a better model for gravity? A better theory
I
of
don't
how
know.
it works?
Einstein came up with a few. Do you know there's up to 11 different gravitational models? So which one is true? Being as we can model the fucking shit out of everything, it's fine. We can add maths to reality, that's great. We can conceptualize, bring things into existence. We can reify shit. But we're looking for the scientific empirical validation that demonstrates that this here is the true cause of that there.
I mean, we might never know the true cause, but what we will have is better theories that better hold and give us better calculations.
Sorry, I have to remind you again. Scientific theories are based on valid scientific hypotheses and experimentation. Being as we
can
couldn't
only give
even
guesses
complete
for them.
the prediction with Newton, there is no theory scientific here. You're using the word theory. This is a good English lesson for you. You're using the word theory colloquially, not in the scientific term. When you say theory, you mean good idea.
No, when I'm saying theory is a model that has multiple rules that still holds in
Not-
the different situations.
Not a scientific model. Scientific models have repeated hypotheses that can be tested through experimentation. We haven't had one for Newton so far. Would you like to try and offer one for Einstein?
Okay, but why do we care about this at all?
Oh,
All
we
we care
don't.
about is advancing
You do.
society.
Sorry, we don't. Flat earthers don't give a shit why things go up and down, vertical, perpendicular to horizontal. As far as we're concerned, that's a
But engineers do. They need these theories to predict, to make planes, to make other things. Like,
No.
what do we predict?
I mean, everything from robots to spaceships to everything that flies relies on these theories. Even
Really?
if we don't
So
know
we
how they
couldn't
work.
fly before Einstein came along.
No, we could. But in
Oh,
some situations, we
Okay, so
couldn't.
we didn't need
We had to
Einstein to
rely on
fucking
these
fly
theories.
then, did we?
What?
We didn't need Einstein's equations to fucking fly then, did we?
In some situations, no. But in
Not on
others, we
some
do need it.
situations. Okay, what special situations are you talking about? Oh, in space.
I mean, in your theory, you have many things that you need to first have in order to use the theory. And
Dude,
Newtonian
to
it
use
relies on.
to use
Yeah.
the theory, dude, you've at least got to start with the proper hypotheses that can be tested through that I'm starting to get bored of me repeating to you because you just keep regurgitating the same shit like nothing's gone in. You're just defending this position. It's weird.
Okay, so can we still agree that the theory we currently have about gravity they hold practically?
No.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate anything about the causal mechanism of your theory here on Earth? For example, can you cause gas pressure with your theory?
You can explain it, not cause it.
Yeah, see, when you say you can explain it, we might as well just term it as, hey, dude, that's a really, really nice story. But until you can validate your story, well, you've got nothing,
Yeah, but
right?
it is validated experimentally.
How?
It doesn't.
How? You've got an
What do you mean,
experiment
how?
that causes gas pressure with gravity, have you?
No, but I'm talking generally about the theory of gravity.
Yeah, theory, nice story that you can't demonstrate in physical. We might as well start talking about Superman flying again.
But can you actually fly as Superman? That's the question.
Can you show me anything with gravity? That's the question.
What do you mean by that? Just throw a ball up and you can make calculations to predict how
Hey,
long it will take.
Question for
order
you.
to
I was
touch
going
the
to ask you
ground.
this earlier. Do all things fall?
If there's something in space, what do you mean by
Dude,
fall?
I'm talking about here on the Earth, where me and you are fucking throwing balls around. Do all things fall? To be more succinct, do all states of matter go down?
Yeah, everything that has mass has gravity acted
No.
upon him.
Okay, so the gas that's produced at surface, after it's produced, which direction does it go? Let's say it comes out of a vent at the bottom of the ocean. Which way does the gas go?
Yeah, it goes up, but that's because of other forces that act upon it.
That's
It doesn't
lovely
mean gravity
theory.
is
You've got stories and stuff, but the observation is gas expands freely and randomly in all directions. That's the observation.
That doesn't mean it doesn't have gravity acted upon it.
Okay, that would be nice. Story that you can't validate. The observation is gas moves freely in all directions. The second law of thermodynamics holds gas expands freely into vacuous spaces. Doesn't it?
Okay.
Good. Yeah. So we don't have the observation of gravity here.
Okay, sure.
Good. So we can't start the scientific inquiry, and you most definitely can't come up with a hypothesis, let alone a theory that says that gravity causes gas pressure.
Okay, if you don't like the word theory, how would you call it?
A good idea that you can't demonstrate with practical demonstration.
Sure, but that's really all we need.
No, we're studying reality, the physical and natural world. The second law of thermodynamics is very much part of that reality. We use this law every single day. Now, the law dictates that gas expands into vacuous spaces. That's what the law says. So if up there's a vacuum, there must be a physical barrier between the gas that we've got here and the vacuum up there, or the gas is going to expand into the vacuous space, as per the second law of thermodynamics. We've got gas pressure that can only be caused by the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, as can be demonstrated experimentally. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, kinetic molecular theory, for example. But you've got a story that you can't validate. I'm giving you the opportunity to demonstrate that you can cause gas pressure with gravity. Are you just going to tell me that it's just a story you got and you can't?
So we believe in thermodynamics, but not in gravity.
No, excuse me, thermodynamics can be tested over again. It is a law of nature. Now, you've got a spurious idea that gravity causes all things to go down, which we've just demonstrated you don't have the observation of. Because gas, for example, expands in all directions, doesn't just have the vector downwards. So, no,
It's because
we
of
don't
his
believe
mass.
in gravity because we
Because
don't
of
have the
other forces.
observation of it, apart from you dropping balls.
But your observation is flawed here. You're not taking everything into
Flawed?
account.
What
Yeah.
gravity? Where? Show me the gravity that I've got to take into account, please.
Because there is pressure and because of the weight of the gas.
Okay, gases don't have weight. What's weight?
Well, you can calculate weight
What's weight?
with the amount of matter that's contained in the gas.
Okay, what's weight? Let me ask you maybe a little bit better. Does weight have a direction?
It does.
Yeah. What direction's that?
On Earth, it's towards the center of gravity.
Okay, so for you, me, relatively, down. Which way does gas go?
Up.
Good. In all directions and presses upon the surface that it has contact with. For example, container 360 degrees, it can press on either side, up, down, left, right. So, no. You might be thinking of like atomic weight. That's not the same thing.
It is, though. If you have matter, you have weight.
You have matter, you have weight. Really? Are you going to put gas molecules on a scale? Are you? How do you weigh gas?
That's because it's really small. That doesn't mean it doesn't
it's
have
really
weight.
small.
Just
Yeah,
we
we
can't
know.
measure it.
Yeah, we know.
So what's your point here?
So the point is you've invoked that the weight of the atmosphere is pressing the gas down, which is in contradiction to the second law of physics.
I mean, you have other things like atmospheric pressure.
Atmospheric pressure, yeah, atmo means gas. That's oxygen and nitrogen. So it has gas pressure. What's the cause of gas pressure?
You have a force that is acting on the gas. That's why it has pressure.
Gas pressure is caused by the motion of the gas exerting upon the walls of its container, as explained within PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, and is experimentally validated by Boyle, Avogadro, Gay-Lussac. Do I need to continue? The point to this is we have experiments to validate our claims. You have got nice ideas, touted as scientific theories.
But even gases, they have theories. They must hold some assumptions for the formulas to work. You need to have a perfect gas for the formula to work. In this case.
Yeah, but we understand.
But there are other formulas, I guess.
Demonstratably, gas pressure is caused by the gas pressing against the walls of its container. Right?
Okay, so what's the conclusion of all of this? Gravity doesn't exist?
You can't demonstrate your nice story about gravity causing anything. You working on the misunderstanding that all things go down. You've been hoodwinked and lied to because obviously not all things do. That's going to depend on the object and the medium it resides in, like the bubble of gas that rose upwards through the water.
Okay, so how do you explain that some things go down?
Outside of relative density, where we physically manipulate the object and the medium that causes the phenomena to happen, we can't vary and manipulate any other hypothesis. Why? We don't know. We can just make it do the shit that it does.
Yeah, okay.
No problem.
Yo, hello?
Was that somebody else? Was that Bam?
Yeah, hello?
Hello. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Good stuff. How can we help you?
I don't need no help. I just want to listen.
Oh, good stuff, man. Well, welcome to the channel. Put up a chair.
Yeah, mute up then. Then we don't have to listen to you kicking your stuff around when you get mad. It'll be all right.
But the conclusion to all of this story is people come in here and ask us if we believe in gravity or not. There's no scientific evidence. So why should we believe the story? That's the conclusion. I guess it's a good time to ask if there's anybody else in the room that has got questions that they want to ask or wants to defend the heliocentric model. Ignorance, I guess. But welcome to the channel, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth. We've been in your lovely channel for a few days now. I will say it's a pleasure to be here. Some of your patriots, people that attend the channel have been very pleasant to speak to, so that's only good for the future. But welcome one and all. Like I said, if anybody's got any questions, points that they'd like to raise, any point of conversation, and the microphone can be unmuted and the floor can be all yours. Going to give a shout out to all the flat earthers in the room as well this morning. I see Alpha Veritas is in the house. What's up, Alpha? Good to see you. Though you're probably at work, my friend. Who else have we got in here? We got Daz, we got Elbow, we got Flat Earth Batman, we've got Kembo Beats, and we've obviously got Matrix, Mr. Knife Flat Earther. Yeah, he's really nice, guys. He's probably the most pleasant flat earther you're ever going to meet. He's really lovely. Nano Blast Rob, I think that's your name. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Obviously joined by T-Dub. Lovely flat earther. Talks here, not a flat earther, but Ultimate FE Final Bosses and Car right down the bottom. All right, I think my first coffee of the day is definitely kicked in. I think I might meet up and make myself another one. Oh, one final thing. I see Agent 47 still in the fucking chat. I went to bed about 10, 11 hours ago and he was going mental. I wake up. It'd be nice if somebody could invite him into the VCs and get a conversation going because
No, he's trying to pull. He's trying to pull people from RBC to somewhere else.
Oh, is he? Well, he can fuck off.
I'm gonna go ahead and get him removed from here. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, check it out. Our favourite anti-FE, Starlife. It's nice to see you're unmuted. And guess what, Starlife? Crit is not here, and this is a totally different server. So we know your voice will work. So, now that you've got this golden opportunity to tell us all about the globe, please step up to the plate.
I've got a really big smile on my face. Yeah, let's see what happens.
I can sense it.
Come on, Starlife. You have the best opportunity.
You can't blame Crit, he's not here. Actually, I haven't seen Crit in here yet.
No, I haven't seen Crit in here. No. He's not going to talk, dude. He's a pussy.
Oh, okay then. Just get out, Starlife. You're not welcome here. I'm serious. We don't appreciate dishonesty, liars. You are blatantly, outright lying about Crit's ability to mute you on all Discord servers. That is an absolute insane and ridiculous accusation.
Oh, Starlife is typing. Oh, Starlife has the ability to type, but is I was going to swear really harsh then, but is an idiot. Needs to unmute, otherwise we will get him removed from the channel. The first person that will get removed from the channel. How about that?
Oh, I reckon it's a race between Star Tard and Agent 46.
Maybe they can hold hands as we kick him out the door together.
Nice. Well, being that I can only boot them one at a time because I'm just not fast enough to do them in synchro, I'm going to need a hand.
What hand do you want, mate?
Yeeting one of them while I get the other one.
How do we remove people from this channel anyway?
Yeah, I'm not
We
sure.
got that
I'm not sure on the commands. There's no apps thing available on there on the right click, so I'm not sure.
You don't know what people are. This text chat's fucking awesome.
I know he's capable of triggering insane schizophrenic globers.
Yeah, right.
True that.
Oh dear. Anyway.
What is he deleting his posts?
No, he's being, what's the word I'm on? Censored. Yeah, that's a good version of it.
Right.
I'm glad there's not a counter next to my name on it. May have. But I'm not the only one, so I don't feel bad.
What? I can't spell for shit. See, Flex has just jumped in. What's up, Flex? Welcome to our channel. Good to see you.
Yo, hello.
Hello. What brings you by our lovely little neck of the woods?
I was just wondering, are there people who... Wait, what do you believe in?
What do I believe in?
Or flat Earth,
okay.
or...
I say the Earth is flat.
Why do you think that?
Because it's measured that way.
Do you not believe the pictures that have been taken?
No.
Why do you not believe that?
Because the Earth measures to be flat and the pictures show the Earth to be curved.
Are the measurements, because I heard someone talk about it yesterday about like this camera that they used, and how you can still see things over the horizon and stuff. Is that what you stand by?
Well, long distance observations supersede the prediction of a curved surface, as in we see further than we should do on a curved surface. Yeah. Got any other questions?
I'm trying to think, because I don't have that much knowledge in this area.
That's okay. You know that a body of water, when it's contained and it's at rest, is level upon the surface, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, this can be said for any body of water, whether that be your local swimming pool or your local lake that you go fishing in, right? Even the seas and oceans, that are observed, that are practically measured, and then utilized as a horizontal reference datum. So, for example, we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
Yeah.
And if we're on a ball, that water should curve over the distance of the sphere, giving it its spherical shape. But when we go and measure the water, we go and find zero curvature. And from that, we understand, well, obviously, water is a horizontal reference datum. If we're going to be level with the world, to be level is a straight line from left to right. If we're going to be level with the world, then we're going to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the water, the Earth, appears to meet the sky. So we get level and horizontal from the surface of the Earth. So demonstratively, the Earth is horizontal, not curving.
Okay. So how come, let's say, how would gravity work as like a construct? How would that even work if the Earth was flat?
What things going,
Yeah.
let's say things going down. That's quite easy to explain. If down is perpendicular to horizontal, I can't give you a causal mechanism for why things go up and down, other than manipulating the object and the medium to make them go up and down. But I don't need to offer a causal mechanism. Things go up or down. And when you say explain gravity, what do you mean by gravity?
Like, I'm just imagining. Okay, do you think it's okay when you say it's flat? Do you think it's a rectangle? Like, is it
Good
a cuboid
question.
or?
Yeah, no, good question. Don't know the three-dimensional shape of our reality, my friend. I can just tell you that the surface so can't be a sphere, which would mean curving. I couldn't tell you that the Earth was a cube. I couldn't tell you if it was some kind of idealized three-dimensional shape. For all intents and purposes, the Earth could be irregular, but please don't think that we as flat earthers are saying that the Earth exists within the solar system and, for example, could be a disk in space. The Earth might be easier termed as the floor of the universe, and everything like the sun, moon, and stars reside above the Earth 90 degrees upwards from all positions, so straight up. The size of the Earth, the dimensions of the Earth, the overall shape of the Earth, though, mate, I could definitely not tell you. I have no idea.
Okay. All right, let's just say it's a cuboid because we know all of the like the soil and the stuff and how we can have these mines and stuff and how we dig down. So let's just assume it's a 3D shape. If you have mountains and such and like hills, if the Earth was flat, surely. Well, no, if it was.
Okay. So obviously the Earth is not perfectly flat, but it's planar, it's horizontal. The elevation of the mountain, let's say 5,000 feet, is taken from the horizontal reference datum sea level. So 0. This is where you get your depth from. Like the seabed is 50 meters below the sea level. The mountain or the elevation is 50 meters above the sea level. The water, that's the horizontal bit, and the topography exists under and above the water, obviously. So yeah, mountains, yeah, they're cool.
Okay.
If you were to take the lowest depth, let's say, was it the Marianas Trench, 12 miles or kilometers, whatever it is, the highest mountain, Mount Everest, what, about 5 miles? So from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the sea, everything in between is horizontal. The mean sea level is horizontal between and above and below. So between the mountains, above the bottom of the sea and below the tops of the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say. Okay. Do you think the moon is round?
I think it looks like it's round, but when you say round, you mean sphere, because we could say round and it's a coin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks round. It looks like it could be a sphere, but without actually going to it, I couldn't empirically tell you what it actually was.
Okay.
All right, guys, I've got to go and get this delivery quickly. If anybody else wants to help our gentleman with questions, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah. I just want to kind of continue that line of questioning with the moon, right? Because we do see the same thing, right? Me and you, we can both go outside and we look at the moon, and it looks like a circle, right? To be fair. And we were told a story that it's maybe a rock ball, right? That's, of course, orbiting, the Earth. But I posted an image at 41 minutes past the hour. And it's a good little observation, right? Or demonstration of, well, just because what you see, right? If you're not there to really verify it, right? How does the eye, right, find or make sense of three-dimensional objects, for instance? But for instance, in this demonstration, out of those 4 circles that you see, those little red gradient circles, only one of those is actually a sphere. So what we're trying to tell you is, how is it that what you're looking at, how would you know it's a sphere without necessarily being told this story about it? Did you maybe want to take a guess? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Which one you think might be a sphere?
I think the third one from the left.
The third one. Let me find I think I have the GIF where it's like the answers. But I think you might be pleasantly surprised. Like, oh, yeah. Wow, kind of thing. But let me find it for you. I should have had it ready, my bad.
That's all right.
Got your covered,
Because
Flat Lloyd.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, in that first one he picks up, it's like, oh man, it's just a half circle. Right. The second one, the one that you thought, oh, just a piece of paper. Right. The third one, oh, it's an inverted circle, right? Concave. And actually the last one, or the first one, I guess, to the left, is the sphere.
Yeah.
So the eye can be deceived, pretty easily, especially if I told you all of those were a ball, or if I told you none of those were a ball, it might even change the outcome as well. In fact, you may have even seen those kinds of studies where, like, they show people in a room, like 2 circles of 2 different colors, and they tell the audience that these are actually the same color, right? Even though they're not. But everybody raises their hand and agrees, yeah, those are the same color, because everybody else agrees, right? Even though there's probably some outliers that are like, wait a minute, I don't think those are the same color, but I don't want to look left out, so I'm going to raise my hand anyway, right? And they just go along with the story as well. So it's very easy to kind of get locked into this kind of storytelling, especially when everybody's being told the same story and you feel like everybody else is getting the same information. So you feel like you're on the same page. And if they do this at such a young age, then it maybe even becomes a part of your identity, right? But in our case, there's actually some other properties about a sphere being lit that would actually indicate something. For instance, have you ever heard of a specular highlight?
No.
It's pretty common. Like if you've ever seen like anime eyes, right? When they get all shiny and glimmery, you see all these kind of specular reflections of the light hitting the eye, and it kind of makes these little squares of hot spots.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Now, I dare you, look for any of those specular highlights or hot spots on the moon. You'll find that it doesn't have a specular highlight like a normal spherical ball would being reflected, which is pretty interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean like, oh, yeah, Earth is flat now. It just means, well, wait a minute. The story that I've been told about this rock orbiting Earth, it seems to be actually missing something, right? And don't get me wrong, I might just go along with the story because everybody else is raising their hand. But, maybe I'm that guy in the crowd who's going, wait a minute, that doesn't comport, that doesn't match, right?
Yeah.
So what we're trying to say is we don't know what the moon is, but in my case, I definitely know what the moon isn't. And it doesn't seem to be a reflecting ball out in the middle of space. In fact, it even seems pretty close sometimes. You can see the illuminating light actually light up the clouds right beneath it. And you're thinking, wow, 238,000 miles away, and it's just lighting up those clouds just ever so hotspot like. It's not getting the whole sky. It's just getting that spot in the clouds.
Yeah.
But it's a good question. It does come up a lot.
Okay. Let's say, so we know how shadows work and how. So I live in the UK right now. In Australia, it will be nighttime, like for them.
T-Dub, what's the time?
So,
Sorry, it's an Australian in the room. I was hoping he was going to give us the time.
I'm just guessing.
Quarter to 11.
Cool.
PM.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, yeah.
Spot on.
So for them, they're gonna have shadow right now. For us, we have the sunlight. If so, because the moon is causing this shadow.
Wait, what?
According to the story.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
What?
Does the moon cause the nighttime?
mean phases?
Of the sun?
Like phases of the moon, or are you talking about like an eclipse?
No, because the Earth is spinning, right?
No.
Well, we're gonna have to find out, but
Yeah. No, the Earth isn't in motion. The things that are in the sky that we observe to move, they're in motion. Sun, moon, stars, they move.
Okay, so the moon's moving, so it moves around the Earth, blocking the sunlight.
When do you do that?
And I'm just guessing.
That's when the moon gets in front of the sun, that's called a solar eclipse.
Wait, so how does the nighttime and stuff work?
The light goes away. So now in the UK and in the West, we can see the sun because it's local to us. T-Dub in Australia, the sun's left that area. It's appeared to descend downwards towards the horizon due to perspective, but just carried on its merry way, moving across the Earth. So it's left Australia and the East in darkness, and at the moment it's illuminating us. In a few hours' time, as it continues to move away, us lot, we're going to be rendered in darkness because the sun's not going to be here anymore, and T-Dub's going to start seeing it as it approaches Australia and the East from the West. Whichever way around it's going.
So we can agree.
Yes, it's the sun, dude.
Okay, the sun's moving. We can agree that. Okay. Do you think the sun is? Do you think the sun's a circle or sphere?
Okay, so it's described even by NASA as the solar disk, right? Now it's given three-dimensional form. It could be a sphere, but just like with the moon, dude, it looks a certain way, but I can't verify the observations to be true until I go to it.
So let's just. All right, I'll put myself in your position. Let's just say they're both flat. They're both similar shapes.
Why? Why are you saying, I'll put myself in your position now, everything is flat? No, the moon could be a sphere, but it's got no bearing upon the Earth being flat. The sun could be a sphere, but it's got no bearing upon the Earth being flat. I'm just telling you that I don't have the empirical knowledge to tell you exactly the shape of these things because I can only observe it from a certain vantage point.
Okay. So is the sun spinning or is it just moving horizontally around the Earth? Or is it spinning as well?
What do you mean by spinning? What? Rotating on its axis? If you presume it's a sphere? Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Again, you're asking me questions about the sun, and I can give you speculation, and it looks this way, and it might be doing this, but until we have the empirical data, I can't tell you.
And to be fair, I mean, I get why you're kind of asking the question, well, is the sun spinning? Like, because if you've ever seen like sunspots or those magnetic black spots that they show about the sun, and you see them kind of moving in a pattern. Now, be careful, right? Because I'm either A, seeing just spots move on a disk, or maybe it is rotating, right? However, it doesn't seem to quite match a rotation, right? Don't get me wrong, those spots move, and sometimes they move together, sometimes they don't. And I could definitely see how somebody could think that the sun was in fact spinning according to their vantage point. But keep in mind, that's just information trying to add to this story, right? You're still missing the specular highlight. You're still missing, how did you get how far away it was and things like this. I would say that, at least in the case of the sun, you have a similar problem that you do with the moon, right? They're, of course, illuminating, for the area that they're in. But I think a lot of people get confused on this. They think that, the sun and the moon are still out in this like outer space vacuum. And I would say we already know that doesn't exist because of, the second law of thermodynamics. So don't get me wrong, we're already picking apart this story and then looking at the moon and the sun in a different way. But what we're trying to tell you is that it's inconclusive to actually the surface property of the Earth. Don't get me wrong, it's called the celestial and the terrestrial for a reason. They separated those two. And honestly, in good reason. I can't think, and I implore you or encourage you to think of a way that you can tie the Earth's surface to the sky. Now, unfortunately, this is the way they taught us the globe. So, of course, we always seem to look to the sky, to prove where we are. So be careful.
Okay.
My
'Cause
turn?
okay, because I was trying to just imagine if they were two different shapes, then the shadow would just look strange and like it's hard
Right.
to,
And I know you're still maybe kind of stuck on that shadow, but you'd have to ask yourself, how do you know it's a shadow?
because there's nothing else it could really be.
Well, that just seems fallacious. Well, what else can it be? It's kind of an all or nothing fallacy, right? Well, if it's not this, it's got to be But unfortunately, that's not conclusive. I mean, especially without verifying it.
Do you have a conclusion? Do you
No,
think
I don't.
it's something? Okay.
Don't get me wrong. I've got a lot of different information, especially like if you look into the sun with like Dr. Eric Dillard. I mean, he's got some speculations about the sun. He actually thought it was more of a transformer, that it's electrical in nature and possibly is moving because of some sort of electrical component to the Earth. Don't get me wrong, highly speculative, and I wouldn't say I necessarily believe that. But there are, some great bits of information when it comes to the moon and the sun. For instance, before the moon landing, there was a guy talking, I think on the UK news, saying that the moon is plasma. There's no way anybody could land on it. So it is pretty interesting, right? There's definitely tidbits of information that are like, wait a minute, why did that guy say that? That is pretty interesting. No, he wasn't talking about flat Earth, and he really wasn't even talking about a globe. He was just saying, wait a minute, what we have in terms of information doesn't show that either A, this is the geometry that is being claimed, or B, it's not even doing what it would be doing if it were a globe, for instance. Like the Selenilian eclipse. Have you ever heard of the Selenilian eclipse?
No, I haven't.
It's basically, well, I'm sure you remember the story of the eclipse, right? You have the sun,
Yeah.
the earth, and the moon, and it's somehow, right, casting a shadow. And because of the curvature of the earth, it's casting a curvilinear shadow, right? That's probably why you think it is a shadow, because that's how the story goes, right?
Yeah.
However, in the Selenilian eclipse, you have a situation where you see the sun and the moon above the horizon of the earth at the same time. Now, it doesn't happen all the time, to be fair. And, there are some great photo evidence and video evidence, actually. But hear me out. How can you have the sun and the moon, basically above this ball and still cast a shadow that you're seeing on one or two of those objects? It doesn't actually line up to that 180-degree synergy that you've been taught, at least what an eclipse is. In fact, there's a pretty good image of it where what you should see on a globe versus what we actually see during this kind of eclipse. And it doesn't comport actually to the globe. And I don't think a lot of people actually understand that. They just kind of assume, oh, shadow, curved, on moon, must be a ball. However, if that were the case, and we do want to prove that it's a shadow, then we should go measure the surface of the Earth and find that curvature. However, that probably actually still wouldn't prove that the linkage between what we're calling a shadow and what we're calling, curvature of the Earth could comport. But yeah, you get that meme like, oh yeah, this is why you don't see a flat shadow. However, a lot of people don't realize that you can take actually flat objects, cast shadow on a ball, and it's curved as well. So it's not really conclusive, right? Just because you have a curvilinear shadow on a ball, that necessarily a curvilinear element is even casting the shadow. For instance, I just posted a GIF at 56 after the hour showing how a flat silhouette can make a curvilinear shadow on an orange.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is it's inconclusive. You can't just look at what you're assuming to be a shadow and go, oh, yeah, it must mean that I'm on a ball.
Okay. Let's
That's even
say,
if it is a shadow.
Right.
yeah. Okay, I'm just going to stick with my shadow point, even though it might not be real. But let's say we had one stick on like one side of the Earth and another stick on the other side.
Okay.
If the Earth was flat,
Eratosthenes. All right, here we go.
then the shadow is going to be the same, right? But if it's round, then it's different.
No, it's going to depend.
Eratosthenes!
It's going to depend on the distance from the object to where you're sticking sticks. So if you're directly underneath the light source and you stick a stick in the ground, it's going to cast no shadow. But as you walk away from being underneath the light source, you can watch the length of your shadow before your eyes. You can put sticks down. You can do this on any side of the sun. It's going to depend on location to the light source. This is also a sundial. The sun moves throughout the day, casting angles with sticks and shadows, and we can tell the time by it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the Earth is flat, we're going to be having shadows from light sources. You can demonstrate this on a flat surface with a light source.
But if we had a camera over both the sticks, and we watch the shadows, if the Earth was flat, it would be the exact same, because
Why?
if you're saying the sun's, because if it's a horizontal surface,
Yeah.
and the sun moves horizontally around it, then it creates the same shadow at different times.
No. Get a horizontal surface, like, I don't know, your living room floor, turn the light off, but get a torch, and then walk around the room with your torch. Watch the shadows change as you move the light source on the flat surface. Not all the shadows are the same, but if they've got a equal angle to the light source, let's say 45 degrees, then depending on the size of the thing casting shadow, the shadow is going to be the same angle.
Okay.
Just creating shadows on flat surfaces. For some reason, you think that we can only create shadows on curved surfaces.
No, I know you can create shadows on flat surfaces, but it will create the same shadow, whereas if it was round...
Depending on what? No, that there's another qualifier for that.
What's that?
The light source. Distance too.
But isn't the Earth using... Okay, let's say they're both outside these two sticks. The Earth is using the exact same light source, the sun. And it moves around the Earth. Then when we measure both the shadows that are created, if the Earth was flat, then it would show the same, but it shows different.
What do you mean?
The shadow, like the way it moves around, because let's say...
Why?
How does it move around? That can only happen on a sphere. I'm really confused, dude.
If you have the stick in the middle, you move the sun over that stick.
Middle of where?
Okay, let's say we have...
Is this a flat Earth or a spherical Earth?
This is a flat Earth, this is our...
Okay, so let's make the observation kind of relative. In the summertime, I can stand inside the Arctic Circle and watch the sun revolve around me. Now, I can be the stick, and I can watch my shadow move around me as the sun rotates around me.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Why would you think that? Why would you think that shadows, the two shadows of the two sticks on a flat Earth, would be the same?
Because it's not rotating like it's hard. It's. I wish I had a demonstration because
Remember Eratosthenes, right? First, he observed that there was that the sun was directly above the well, right?
yeah,
Indicating that if that well was a stick, there wouldn't be a shadow, right?
yeah,
Right. So the sun is above that location. Now, 500 miles away, there's another stick. Why on a flat Earth? Why would that stick 500 miles away have no shadow as well?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't have no shadow.
It wouldn't. It'd have a shadow. Because obviously the sun's above one point and not another, right? So one stick wouldn't have a shadow, and the other stick would.
Okay.
This works for a flat Earth. I think you're missing an important factor, which was assumed with Eratosthenes in order for him to interpret his results as being on a sphere, and that's that the sun's light is reaching the Earth parallel.
Yeah.
Right. That it's big enough and far enough away that its light will reach the Earth parallel. But has that been demonstrated to be true? Because otherwise, you could reduce the light source in size and bring it a lot closer, and you would have the same effect on a flat surface.
Yeah, I can see. Okay, I'm just going to post an image. I don't know if this is real, but believe that image to be real in the side chat. If that do you believe that image?
What, Earthrise? No.
Okay. Is that like a government thing, or is it just because I don't know if that's a valid source as well, but
It's because the place where the picture is taken. Where's the picture taken from, dude?
that's the moon.
Okay, cool. So the moon resides in a vacuum, doesn't it? Like the Earth resides within a vacuum.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. So I would contend that this picture isn't possible because the vacuum of space violates laws of. You can't have gas pressure without a container. If you have no container containing gas, gas spreads out to fill volumes. So the gas that we breathe and the giant gas of Jupiter, if we're to believe that story, we'd have to suspend disbelief because gas expands into vacuums. So no, that picture can't be real because the vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. So no.
But what gas is actually in the atmosphere around the moon and stuff?
None around the moon.
Yeah.
According to that story, but me and you, we're breathing oxygen and nitrogen and so on, right?
Yeah.
So that's gas. Gas expands to fill volumes. We're told the Earth is an open system, which means the gas would fill the available space.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the vacuum of space can't be real.
But I swear the Earth has like a blockade around
A container.
it. Yeah.
What's the container around the Earth, dude?
There's like an atmosphere of all these.
No, that's gas. That's gas.
Yeah, they
So
don't.
atmosphere doesn't have any magical properties. That's just gas. Now I'm asking you what contains the gas, because gas doesn't contain itself. Gas doesn't stop itself from expanding into volumes. We need a physical barrier to do that, don't we? Like a tire or a ball, a container. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Hey, hold on, Flex. I want to come in here. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do want to tell you that the reason why Jedi is going through this process with you, because it has to do with critical thinking. And you'll get back to the point. I just want to stop for a moment so you can pause to reflect on the reason why he's going through this process with you. It's called critical thinking. Have you ever heard about it?
no, I haven't.
I'm going to post something in the text chat real quick. I guarantee I'll come back to the premise of what he's talking about so you can resume where you were left off. But I want you to think about what's being said and how to process information. So just give me a moment. I'm going to post something in the text chat, and I'm going to go over it just with you. It's just one page.
Okay.
All right, I posted it. Do you see it? The text chat?
Yeah. I'm looking right now.
So this is the process by which we analyze information. We employ critical thinking in everything that we do. So being a part of this forum is a big usage of critical thinking. And that page kind of outlines the process by which we analyze information. So every subject that we talk about uses critical thinking. Now I want you to think about this, internally reflect on what I just posted. Do you think that give yourself a critique on this? Do you think that you're using critical thinking with every subject that comes up that's being used, as in the one that was just taking place right now prior to me interrupting?
No, I don't think I am.
Correct. So this is what we do in this forum. So above all else, critical thinking is the most paramount of thought process that we can use. So we're going to use critical thinking on everything, every subject that we talk about, every argument that gets brought up, it's going to employ critical thinking. So now that you've identified that you're not doing this, because of course I gave that little sheet so that you can look it's like a cheat sheet, right? So you can see if you're using this as an internal critique, and then you're able to move forward and then analyze the information that Jedi is giving you. So I just wanted to pause for a moment so you can reflect. And perhaps maybe if you're not doing this, then it's a moment for pause for you, and then we can continue. Then it makes us and our conversations that we have in here a lot better. So we don't have to fight you on every front. You can actually identify where you're not using critical thinking, and then say, hold on a second. Oh, let me just hear you out, right? And analyze the information, see if it comports to the physical world in some way. I just thought it was very necessary. I'm going to be doing this every now and again with my conversations with people, and have them really reflect on whether or not they're utilizing critical thinking in a discussion. It's paramount. So go ahead. I'll bring you back to the premise where Jedi left off, talking about the conversation, and I just wanted to pull you over for a moment just to reflect. Go ahead, Jedi. Sorry to interrupt.
Can I ask a question over here quickly? That's okay.
Yeah, just 1 second. I actually interrupted a conversation, so I'm going to let them resume, and then perhaps if you want to wait just a little bit, let their conversation finish, and then.
Yeah, okay. Well, I could just, because I don't want to stay here super long, so I'm just going to quickly ask a question.
Yeah, I don't mind you asking the question.
Yeah, sure. It's very quick.
All right. Well, if the speaker wants to yield, that's up to him. Go ahead, sir.
Does it matter if we conclude whether the Earth is spherical or flat?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yes. Is the answer. Yes, it matters.
In what way? In what way would it matter?
It's called logic, dude. You're using the law of identity to identify the world around you. So if you're using logic, then you're able to understand the physical world around you. But if you're not using logic and you're being illogical, then things in the physical world don't have any coherence. So you're not able to identify things.
Can you put that in layman's terms? Because it just made 0 sense. Can you just say that again?
Well, no, it makes a lot of sense if you're able to analyze information, right? It doesn't if you can't. So if you're illogical, it doesn't make any sense. If you're logical, you'll see how the world around you makes sense because we understand things, right? Like if I point to a tree and I tell you that's a tree, but then you there say it's a cat. Well, we have a problem with the law of identity, and that's logic, right? You're saying it's something that it's not, that we all agreed upon, that thing that we're pointing to is not the thing that we're identifying it as. So you're being illogical. You're saying it's a cat, identifying it as something else. I'll give you another example. If you say that the Earth is a globe, and I say that the Earth on the surface is flat, then you have a law of identity violation. You're violating the law of identity, which is logic. You're saying that the surface is curving when it doesn't do that. So you're identifying the world around you without any logic, sir. That's why it's important.
Nah, I don't agree. But all right,
you can reject this, and then you'll be illogical, like I stated, or you can accept it and be logical. It's up to you. You make your choice, sir.
That's bullying.
It's not bullying. It's just logic.
No, it's not. He's giving you your dichotomous choices. It's either this or that, mate.
But that would be bullying. It'd be like,
Oh my God. Dude, maybe if you don't want to be in the conversation, you said you're in a rush. You interrupted one conversation. Now you're getting butthurt. Maybe come back a little bit later when you've had some coffee or something.
Butthurt, okay. No, it's not quite. I'm just saying that's bullying.
Do you want to be bullied? I'll do that bit. Alpha definitely hasn't.
I mean, you can try, but I'm trying to not interrupt your convo, as you quite rightly gave me the opportunity to speak, but they're not. So that's kind of funny. Anyway, I just wanted to hear it.
It's your dichotomous choice.
I was thinking that there might have been a good. Anyway, Jedi. I was thinking that there might have been a good rationale, but the rationale was just that unless you believe me, you're not logical. Okay, bye.
Bye. Have a nice day. Go ahead, Jedi. Back to where you were. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just,
completely forgot what I was talking about, dude.
I've got enough.
You were on about gas pressure, right? Was it gas pressure?
Oh, yeah. That feels like ages ago now. Yeah. What's going on?
Okay, I've got, because before, I want to start, if that's fine, a whole new point of my argument. I'm used to critical thinking and all that.
Oh, let's go.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, continue. Yes.
Okay. I sent a picture in the side chat of two boats. They're both measured of the distance away from the camera. You can see one boat more than the other. I was wondering if the world was round.
Yes. So think about it. Think about it like this. No, if the world was round is a subjective statement. You're saying if it could be, right? Now I need you to do this with your image. Does this affirm the Earth being a globe? I need you to state yes or no to that. Does this affirm that? Okay, I want you to. Okay, hold on. We're gonna use critical thinking, analyzing the information, right? So you presented an image. Let's analyze it. Do we know the distance between the observer to those things that you'll see in the distance, in the target distance?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so what is the distance between the observer and the target distance, which is the boats?
So the boat on the left,
yes,
is 4.9. I think that's nanometers. This is from the University College London, but that won't. Let's just say. Let me figure out how far.
Oh, wait a minute. You're figuring something out. I thought this was definite proof of the Earth being a globe.
You're going to be struggling when we ask you the eye height, aren't you?
Yep, that's what's going to happen. See, this is the problem, sir. Critical thinking employs everything, including analysis of the data. So that's what we're doing right now. We're diving into the information you presented. Based on your information, you think the Earth is a globe, yet you're ill-equipped to actually present the information as if the Earth is a globe. So we have a problem. This is the problem. You're not using critical thinking. You're using confirmation bias. You think that this image actually confirmed that the Earth was a globe, therefore you presented it as such, and now you're being deconstructed as it's not. So this is a problem. You can't stop midway and then research the information, sir. That's bad form. That's a bad form for you right now. You have to stop and maybe reorganize yourself. Come back when you're completely understood that the Earth is a globe based on the information presented. But you're not doing that now. So our deconstruct is currently right now, you have to search for more information to validate this image. That's a problem, sir. You can't continue. So therefore, you must discard this information until you come back and are ready, prepared for it. Understood?
Okay, I've just researched what it means now.
Yeah, no, sir. No, researching what it means doesn't actually mean that you were well equipped to have this conversation. You either are, or when we start to deconstruct this, if you stop one more time, I'll give you this. How about a mulligan? We'll let you continue. If you're ill-equipped for any other point that we bring up for the deconstruction of this analysis, then we're going to go ahead and say that you're not equipped to have this presented as globe affirmation. How about that?
Okay, sure.
All right, go ahead, sir. Continue.
All right, basically, in the picture, I don't know if it's hard to read in the side chat, it's a bit small, but it says 4.9 nautical meters. That's what it stands for. That's around 5.6 miles.
Nautical miles, not nautical meters.
Yeah, nautical miles. So the second ship is 10.2 nautical miles. So they're both at different distances, and that is measured. This is from the University College of London.
Okay.
Which is a trusted source.
Next question. What's the eye height, or the height above sea level of the camera taking the optic? What's the eye height?
Do you mean? You elaborate. I don't.
Yeah, the height of the camera. Where was the camera when it took this photo? How high was it above sea level?
Is it 10 meters, 6 foot, 20 foot? How high above sea level is the optic? The camera?
It was 2 meters.
2 meters. Right.
Yeah.
Have you heard of an Earth curve calculator?
No, I have not.
Okay, so this would be the geometric prediction of what we should and shouldn't see over a curved surface based on the radius of the Earth, rate of curvature, and the height of the eye, to give us the distance to the horizon, which is the thing apparently causing the obstruction. So you're on your phone or by a computer. If you just Google for me Earth curve calculator, and then you can pick whichever one you want.
Okay, I'm on the Earth curvature calculator.
Awesome stuff. Yep, go into that. So you've got your value. You've got your meters in there. You can change it.
Yeah.
I presume. So you can stick your height of eye in there, and the target distance. Use the furthest one. Alpha, you still here, buddy? I don't want to take over, mate.
No, I'm only here. Just I want you to. You're a bit better. Like we can bounce each other off of each other.
Okay. It's just I've got something in the oven, mate. I've got to run to the kitchen.
Oh yeah. So where are we at with eye height?
Yeah, we just got into the Earth curve calculator. You plug in the values.
Okay.
Hey, wait, it on this calculator, it only allows me to put the distance. I don't know. Can you recommend me one where I can put in the height as well of the camera?
Yeah, there's one. I think one by Walter Bislin. There's a few of them actually. When you type in Earth curve calculator,
yeah. I see Walter Bislin.
Do you see Walter Bislin? Yeah, use his. I think his is a bit better. There's Mick West, which is another scientific communicator who's done this, if I'm not mistaken. There's a few out there, so I don't know what you're looking at, but Walter Bislin, I think, is the one, a top choice. I mean, if you want to take your time, punch in the information and the specific categories that it gives you.
Yeah, I will now. I'm just working it out right now.
When's your next few days off, Alpha?
Tomorrow, actually.
Awesome stuff. I expect you in attendance, my friend.
Yeah. I'm going to actually see if I can come in a little sooner. I usually want to start like early on, and then we can, since we're terraforming, we're colonizing this place, so we'll be establishing our forwarding station here.
Yeah.
So does anyone know our ban prompt? Is it FE ban? FE ban?
Mate, I don't know yet.
I thought you could just ban people just using the, right clicking.
No, it doesn't have that option for me when I click the apps thing. It's not there.
Cyclone might know that.
Because I just had a look, and other channels seem to have like the vegan one is $vegan ban, and it bans someone for 24 hours. So I'm assuming ours is probably FE ban, $FE ban, but I don't know. Yeah, I have to ask Wolfgang, I suppose.
one thing I was gonna say too is that we probably need to purge all the anti-flat earthers that come in here. That should be the number one priority, is purging all those, the guys. If they follow us in here, they can listen on YouTube, so we're not just like excluding them from the listening panel. They could listen on YouTube. But as far as like interacting in our chats, they're not going to be like, I'll give you a few names like Mez,
Right.
like, Britnat.
So we've already had Star Life come in today, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, Starlight follows us in here? Yeah.
Yeah. Starlife and Agent 47 are in the Safe House chat right now, having a whinge about us.
Really? That's crazy. Well, yeah, Agent 47 is brand new, so we're going to give him a couple of days. But if they start turning into anti-flat earthers, then yeah, we're just going to purge them from the chat, because we got some honest characters in here that are coming from a position where they're being curious about the topic. We want to allow the curiosity to continue, and these guys are going to stifle that. So that's those days. The days of that is gone, and the days of like screaming over the mic and yelling at somebody are going to be going by the wayside too, from our culture, anyways. So the new ethos is we're going to try to keep it as kosher as we can possible with conversations, as much as we can. Obviously, everybody has their own style, and you're allowed to be free to within the parameters. Just not to the point where it used to be. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I've been working on it, man.
Yeah, we all have been, dude. Like it's I'm speaking to me too, so it's not everybody. It's me too. So it's difficult, but that's what I'm saying. The anti-flat earthers would always, cause that kind of disruption. But yeah, for us to keep it into the mainstream, we have to purge these guys. We have to. They're not going to be a part of the new program. Those guys who cause that distraction. These guys who are brand new and they're being a bit obtuse. That's normal. It's a normal reaction to the information.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's we've had some pretty good productive conversations. Just trying, just remaining chill, and because I think that it helps too, because like if we seems like we're showing some kind of hostility or aggression or even frustration, like it gets reflected. So, yeah.
All right. I'll calm down. I hear you.
No. I wasn't pointing.
Dude, I think we all. Well, we suffer from that because of the places we came from. In order for us, the information to get heard, we had to fight our way through like hordes of like anti-flat Earth types or just memes that would be on the internet. These troll types. But today's a new day, right? Now we're forging ahead. We're on a 300,000 man server, and we're going to even get bigger than this. So in order for us to have that mindset, we have to be with a different perspective and the outlook of how we're supposed to be. So we have to rely on, the ability to hold people, accountable to that, and also, mute these guys who are disruptors, right? Because we're purging our chats from that. So. Long gone are the days that our people are going to be coming in here and just stopping productive conversations. This is our forum, and they're going to realize what it means to be in this forum. It's not a joke. It's not a meme. This is real, right? So clear, concise information without it being overly aggressive. It needs to have some sort of it has to have a certain tone of sincerity. And sometimes that means that you have to be serious when you're speaking to somebody. So you got to snap them out of it, like it not just being a meme. This is for real. Believe me, dude, we've been doing absolutely marvelous. The whole team has, like I think. Like, excellent exposition lately. The last couple of days have been just phenomenal that I've been listening. Very palpable. So whenever the gentleman Flex is ready to come in with his information, and that's the other thing too, if they can present whatever they want, and as long as it's analyzing information, and we have to get them to realize what in that information signifies that the Earth is what they think it is, and we have to point out all the inconsistencies, all the things that they think in logic. If it's illogical, that has to be done within the context of our discussion.
So do you want to hear something illogical?
Yeah.
We have a guy in here. His name's Just Ross, and he thinks that if it's hot enough, you can see around buildings.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Okay. I did not say that.
All right. So
you said if it's hot enough, you can see around a ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yes.
right now,
I'll admit
right
I
now,
said that.
yeah. Right. Yeah. See. So right now, Flex is actually looking for his information. He's inputting information into Walter Bisland's Earth Curve calculator, and meanwhile he does that because we're waiting for him to come back for that. We can maybe talk to Just Ross. Just Ross, if you have any information that substantiates the Earth being a globe.
Oi. Gosh, I mean, I guess some of the biggest bits of evidence that would, I think, convince me is the way the sun, moon, and stars move through, their apparent motion across the sky. What else is there?
Well, yeah. Let's talk about that. What in the movement? What in the movement of the celestials proves that the Earth is a geometric shape?
I mean, well, I guess first off, I guess I wouldn't say that it's proof that the Earth has a certain geometric shape, but I think it does prove that there's rotation involved in the way the Earth moves.
It doesn't prove that the Earth is a geometric shape. Is that what you just said? It only proves that it's rotating.
Well, I think maybe from just a single person's perspective on one spot on the Earth, it's not enough to show the geometric shape of the Earth. But maybe,
I'll accept.
I could be convinced, like from multiple perspectives. Maybe you could prove it.
Okay, well let's do it that way. If that one person can't convince you, right? It's not good enough. How many people do you think can stand to give you the information that the Earth is a giant oblate spheroid?
Oh, yeah. How many people?
Yeah, how many people do you reckon would it take to convince you?
The number of people it would take, I would probably maybe 5 if they're well positioned.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Has anybody ever done this? What you're determining right now to be the case for proving that the Earth could be a geometric shape based on 5 people. Has anybody ever done that?
Not to my knowledge. Not specifically doing this.
Okay, so would you say that because you don't have that information, you don't know if the Earth is an actual geometric shape?
Well, okay, I see your logic there, and yeah, I would actually love to see that happen, and just to
currently right now you have a belief system, and we know that you can think of the Earth that way because it's been presented to you in images, and NASA can show you, the live stream from the ISS and all these kind of good stuff, right? You can believe that it's a globe, but as far as it being presented as a geometric shape, to affirm that it is, I mean, you'd have to verify it. And your way of doing it seems like no one has done that. So currently right now, you have just a belief.
Right. But I mean, the one thing I would say is, the movement of the sun has been tracked in various locations. I just don't know that they've been done like at the same time.
Right.
Which honestly, I bet if you got the data from certain observatories, you probably could get this data if you really wanted to.
That seems to be like an appeal to information that you haven't received yet. So right now, currently, as it stands, you just believe that the Earth is a globe. You don't know that it's one.
I mean, yeah, because I haven't done the math myself. But
okay, well, now we can identify that you have a belief system. That's what we can do.
Sure,
for sure.
I do have a belief system. Yes.
Yep.
I won't
Thank
argue
you for
that.
Thank you. That's all what we do is we try to help the people identify whether or not they know or they just believe. And it sounds like now you've just conceded to know that you just have a belief system. And that's fine.
Right. I came in with that, yeah.
I'll tell you like this, man. People have beliefs on a myriad of different topics, right? And different things. But when it comes to identifying whether they know or not if the Earth is a globe, that's a whole entirely different subject because they don't have the information, like as you presented, you don't have all the data to support the case if the Earth is empirically tested as a curving surface or a geometric shape.
Right.
Correct. So let's move ahead to anything that anybody that wants to discuss. If they know that the Earth is a globe, they can present their information. Perhaps just Ross can listen to them and it would justify his understanding of knowing that the Earth is a globe. So if anybody in here wants to present information that the Earth is a globe, you're willing to do so, go ahead. You have the floor. If not, the team 24/7 will talk amongst ourselves and, conduct other business about, maybe our discussions.
Okay, I've got my information now, if that's all right.
Excellent. Of course. What information do you have to solidify the case? Okay, so first of all, let me just bring back the discussion. Flex put in the text chat an image of two ships on the surface of the water. Now, what we're asking Flex is that he's going to have to provide evidence that the affirmation of this image is showing that the Earth is a geometric shape. In order for him to substantiate that the Earth is a globe, he's going to have to produce all the data that supports this image to verify that he knows that the Earth is a globe. Basically, a curving surface. So take it from the top, Flex.
Okay, so in the side chat, at 33 past 2, I've posted an image of two ships. The Global Success 1 and the Eagle Canabalu, and they're shown. And then above it, I have the first image I sent at 32 past is the ship that's further away, and we can see how it's proven by the curvature calculator, as it's seen as a smaller object, whereas the ship that's closer in the image is seen as a bigger object in the calculator, which proves that the Earth is round because the further the object is away, the more hidden it becomes. But yeah, that's it.
Was that all the information? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'll let you look over it because I'm going to ask you some leading questions. So hopefully you're able to, hold tight.
I'll try. But that's the information I've got.
Let's look into this. So you're saying that the information supports. Can you post the information you got off the Earth Curve calculator from Walter Bislett?
Yeah.
Can you take a screenshot? That'd be great.
Yeah.
We want to give this. We want to give it a fair shake if we're going to do this correct.
I've just posted the ship that's closer. That's the information. Post the second one in a sec. Then that's the second ship that's showing further away. That's the information I used.
I'm gonna let the team look over this 24/7. If you're here, I got to get back to work, so we can dive into his information that he got from Walter Bislett's Earth Curve calculator, and then the image that he posted. So it's your time to deconstruct or show analysis as to like either this is correct or incorrect. of what the gentleman's proposing. I got to step away, so. But there's some glaring problems at it. Namely refraction. If you can catch my drift, I'll lead you to that. Is there anybody here?
There's a lot of us here. I'm working too.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. What do we got?
So look at the text chat, T-Dub. He's presenting the image of the two ships, and now he's got Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator. And I pointed out that one of the glaring issues is refraction.
Yo, what's up?
See, JP, this is not like another forum where you can just interrupt, okay? When people are talking, we have conversations in here and it's moderated, so just relax. All right, so the information is presented. So Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator. Now, the first image that he has of that calculator is of the first ship, the closest one. And I want him to post the information for the second ship as well. But like I said, the glaring problem right now is going to be the refraction also. But go ahead and see if you can deconstruct that.
Yeah, what kind of ocean swells were they having that day?
What do you mean by that?
Water goes up and down in big, gigantic, long waves. Those are swells.
Does that
have that day? Yeah, I want to know everything about your picture. I mean, we give you all the details in ours.
Okay.
And I have all the details, temperature, how far away, were they on boats, were they on land, what was going on here.
Okay, so the picture was taken from the beach.
Uh-huh.
So it's the same, the picture was taken from the same position. And I don't really know how to explain the waves, but they weren't choppy. Like, I don't really understand.
Choppy doesn't have anything to do with it.
What do you mean by a swell?
I guess you're going to have to Google what an ocean swell is. These are the things you guys never look into. You say, oh, look, curve. I got him. This is a gotcha.
Okay. There was no ocean swells.
How do you know? When did you take this pic?
It wasn't me who took the picture. It was taken by the University College of London, and in their study they said there was no ocean swells.
Prove it.
Okay.
So what's the horizon distance there? Have you got a horizon distance?
What do you mean by horizon distance?
The distance to the horizon.
Oh yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but the closest ship is 4.9 nautical meters, and the second
No, not distance to the objects, distance to the horizon.
Oh no, I don't have that.
No, they don't have any of the information we need.
Oh.
And so you guys are going to have to scrap that one, get a new one, and make sure you get all your numbers in a row.
Why do you need the horizon distance?
Well, that would be the apex, right? That would be the last part of the surface before you can't see any more of it, right? Defined by the curvature of the Earth and the observer's height. So any obstruction of view that you're claiming, the Earth curvature is responsible for, will have to begin to occur at a specific distance defined by the horizon. So only an object will only begin to become obstructed from view once it has gone past that point, which will have a distance, right?
Okay.
Right, so if this horizon here isn't conforming to the geometry of the surface of a sphere with a radius of 3,159 miles, then we can rule out that that's the reason why you're not seeing, you're only partially seeing these objects.
Well, according to the globe, the horizon is in that brown area. That's the horizon according to the globe. Beach.
Right, so, okay. So, what do we got? So, is there a way to work it out?
So do you...
Observe.
So, let me just get straight. Your two arguing points against this are the ocean swells and how they're unknown.
All the data you're missing. Yeah, all the data you're missing. You didn't post anything for me to read, did you?
No, I'm still looking. Because I don't feel like this.
I know you don't feel like it, because that's one thing different about this room is we don't give a shit about people's feelings. We want facts.
Unfortunately, things like marine data, you're going to need it. Right? If we're going to be talking about things that we observe out of sea, then we understand that tides happen, swells happen. So it'd be a good idea to have all of that marine data, right? So we can cross it out if it's not applicable.
So can you provide me how that is important?
Well, because how do we know? Well, for example, how do we know that moments later, if they'd have snapped another shot, you could see that object on the right in its full view, in its entirety, because the swell had subsided.
So you're saying that ocean swell increases the height of the ocean? I don't know.
Well, yeah, it swells up. It could be literally a hill of water between you and the object you're trying to observe. And that rising of the water, the swelling of the water could be, and we say could because we haven't excluded or included it yet because we haven't got the data, could be the cause of the phenomena. Doesn't matter either way to us, but at the end of the day, we need all of the data because this was the burden that was placed upon us back in 2015, 16, 17. We needed all the data, right? We couldn't just make long distance observation and make declarations. We needed the distance to the object. We needed the height of the eye. We also needed to include the type of camera because we're talking about optical resolution, right? So we're going to need all of the data. Yeah, when we're making observations and predictions, the data's paramount.
Okay. But just so I can provide that first, can you prove to me why, how this affects it? Like, provide me like a scenario where the ocean swells have affected the image, and that ocean swells have been proven to be visible.
I mean, if like it says there that the observer height's 2 meters, right? So, what if there was a 3 meter wave or swell of water at some distance between the observer and the target? So, a 3 meter swell is going to obviously be higher than the observer. So anything, and then if that swell is like temporary, which is occurring in between the observer and the target, and then and is not extending all the way out to the target, but it's just a temporary occurrence in between, and then the object, the target, will be below, right, the peak of the wave.
Just quickly, has anybody got the Skunk Bay 12-hour time lapse?
Maybe, yeah.
I haven't. I'm on a new phone, so I lost half of my evidence and shit. But yeah, hopefully what somebody's going to find for you is, like I said, I think it's a 12-hour or so time lapse of an observation across a bay called Skunk Bay to the coast on the other side of the bay, and how things like the atmosphere, the rising of the water, obstructs and cause obfuscation of things at certain times due to the turbulence in the atmosphere or the rising and the settling of the tide. So hopefully somebody will be able to find that for you. I knew I was listening to your question. I was trying to figure out if we had something, but yeah, I think the Skunk Bay footage shows that.
Okay, I'm just going to provide some more information here.
Okay, mate.
Alright, give me a second. Alright, this is I just used the Earth Curve calculator again, and I've changed the observer height.
Cool.
So that's 4 meters because the max height a whirlpool can or ocean swell can be is 3 feet.
Okay.
Change the height to 4 meters. Just uploading it now.
Scroll through this stuff. I haven't categorized anything on this device.
It's all right. Necros posted the Skunk Bay image on the site.
Thank you, Necros. Legend.
Okay, and as we can see by what I posted, the first calculation I posted was the ship that's seen further away, and we can see how more of the object is still hidden, even with the height change. And then the second image I posted is the ship that's closer, and the height has been changed where ocean swells will not affect it.
Okay.
It's still theoretical though. Like I've just changed the height.
Yeah, and I'm really going to annoy you as well. Even though, would you say that this calculator and others like it, Earth Curve calculators, to predict how far we should be able to see certain things at distance across the surface of the Earth, are good? Do they include everything that we need to understand when we're making observations? Is this a good standard to have? Does it include everything?
Depends, because this calculator I've used from one of your other flat earthers, so you have to ask them that question.
Okay, I'm kind of asking you. I mean, this is kind of what this is what we are all given, right? Whether you be flat earther or globe earther, you can go onto the internet and you can find Earth Curve calculators that make these predictions, right?
Yeah.
Cool, awesome stuff. Now, is it missing anything, do you think, when we're making observations of things getting smaller and disappearing in the distance? Do these calculations include everything?
I feel like they don't. Well, it doesn't include.
Look,
the
guys, who
horizon.
believes the Earth is flat? Who believes?
Hold on, my friend. Dude, don't interrupt the conversation. Just sit back and listen. You'll figure out who thinks it. You can use your own critical. But anyway, yeah. What's it missing?
It misses the horizon length. It misses the waves and how that may affect.
Okay, so if we're making an observation of, say, the boat, and we want to make a prediction of how far away it's going to be before it should disappear, do you think within the calculation we should have the angular resolution?
The angle of what, sorry?
The angular resolution limit of the optic. You understand, for example, with the human eye, things appear to get smaller with distance until they enter the angles 0.02, where they're no longer resolvable. So in these calculations that are making predictions about how far away we should see shit, where's that angular resolution limit?
It's not shown.
Yeah, it's not shown. So this is what us as flat earthers found out. We've known it for a while, but it's 10 years later since 2015. So yeah, we've got these predictive models online that we can use, but they neglect the angular resolution limit of the human eye or any optic in question. So, for example, if we were to use a Coolpix P900 or 1000, a camera with a high angular resolution limit at high distances, a super zoom camera, then no calculation that we can find online with regards to the Earth curve has got that calculation involved. This is where we figured out that they hijack perspective with the curvature of the Earth. I'll give you an example. If you were to look down a long corridor, like within a hotel, you'll notice, due to perspective, the ceiling that's above your eye line reduces downwards towards the midpoint of your view. It looks like it's going down. In the same way, it looks like the floor is going upwards. You understand this, right? Yes? No?
Yeah, I do.
Good. So, for example, the boat that's disappearing with reduction in angular size, the top of it is going to go downwards. So that downwards is hijacked by curvature. The boat looks like it's going downwards over the horizon because the curvature beyond the horizon is going downwards. So it looks like the boat is going down. But there's no angular resolution limit calculation within the Earth curve calculator, which would show you the angular reduction with distance. So this Earth curve calculator, it's hijacked perspective. It doesn't include it. It says it's Earth curve. So we're already on a folly, my friend.
Okay. So why do you believe that there is angular reduction?
Because perspective absolutely exists. Things to the human eye with distance will reduce in angular size, no longer result. It's an absolute fact.
Okay.
But when we use the Earth curve predicted model, we still get to the same scenario where we see further than we should do according to the calculator.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry we have to drag you through. You're going to need the height of the eye, you're going to need the distance. Shit, you might even need data. And right at the end, I tell you the angle of the optic. There's nowhere in the calculator that you'll find that. We just have to take you through the steps that we've been through. We're on a fool's errand, dude.
No, I understand. And also, I'm sorry, I'm not the best person to argue about this because I'm not very knowledgeable.
It's fine. It doesn't necessarily need to be an argument where you need to defend a position. You just need to be open to the answers to the questions that you hopefully ask. Just need to show some critical thinking, mate, because let's be fair, everybody thinks that the Earth being a foregone conclusion. If you critically think about it and you look through the evidence, you kind of find the opposite, which is, well, it's a bit of a problem, I guess. But it was good speaking to you, Flex, mate. If you've got any other questions or anything else you want to know, please feel free to ask.
I think what I'm left with is that it's just unknown. I feel like no one can figure out what it is because no one trusts each other enough. Like the only way you'll be able to figure it out is when you actually see it.
Yeah, and this is kind of why we're here. One thing is we don't want you to discourse the internet but what we'd like you to do is just test your everyday lived in reality for yourself. Critically think about the world around you, how it appears, how it's observed, how it's measured, and how we practically use it every day. And when you figure those things out, your conclusion is the Earth is a horizontal stationary plane.
Yeah.
And also the Jedi, if you noticed in that calculator, they give them that button to drag, to put refraction as they want to make that observation, that calculation match the observation. But the value of that refraction isn't something that is measured. It's something that is just assumed and put it there. They drag that button to make the calculation match.
That's a really, really good point. I'm glad that you brought that up because you reminded me. But yeah, any observation using, say, for example, Bislin calculator that's got a refraction slider. That's backwards engineering of the observation, fit the model. You make the observation, you slide the bar around, you fit the observation, you declare, well, it's that much refraction then. It's backwards engineering. Yeah, good point there, Chris. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, it's like, well, then what observation could be made then? Like, one that exceeds the refraction slider bar on the calculator?
There's so many holes, man. Like, we could just go on for so long about how many holes there are with these observations. Making specific claims of Earth curvature with these observations is just a recipe for disaster from the globe side in these debates. I mean, I have footage, right, where a ship is confirmed around 13 nautical miles out, and in the morning it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon and you can only see the top of the ship. 3 hours later, he zooms back in on the same ship that's still anchored and you can see the entire ship, right? It shows that it fits a particular type of miraging effect called sinking, which is a form of inferior mirage, right? That's proof that it wasn't actually behind the curve. So there's so many things that we need to take into consideration that are mainstream explanations that we can use to debunk these claims of Earth curvature.
Yeah.
Like, here's the definition from Oxford, right? Sinking, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. That's like exactly what we're seeing in many of these observations. And quite often when we see these observations, there's very choppy conditions. Like, choppy as in windy and wavy, and it seems to consistently be that way.
Yeah. Okay, if you...
So, yeah.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, man.
So, let's say you were taken up to the moon by let's say NASA. You go up there, you see the Earth.
Yeah.
If it's a circle, are you still going to?
No, done and dusted. In that case, bro. Yeah, that's over for the flat Earth.
Okay, because someone earlier said that, or they showed like 4 circles and how they all look the same. But let's say you look at it from one angle, you don't go around it. I don't think anyone's ever flown around.
Well, China's got some ridiculous looking footage where they're like landing on the like a little rover on the far side of the moon, but the footage is really laughable. I mean, there's a bunch of funny glitches in it. They say they got probes and things like that, but I mean, it's all just like faith-based stuff. If you want to believe them or not, that's the options that we have. We can't validate that, but we've got some amazing observations over huge distances, like crystal clear conditions over perfectly still salt lake, giant lakes, where it's like 21 miles and you can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side. There's no miraging effect, right? There's no horizon at all over the 21 miles. I mean, there's tons of observations now that exist that aren't explainable by miraging effects or anything like that. They're just, I mean, I would say they're impossible to explain on a globe.
Yeah.
And then there's the infrared ones.
Oh, great infrared one, actually. Yeah, because the globe side, right? So say we set up a great point, Elbow, right? So say we bring up an observation over a 20-mile lake and we set the camera up at 6 foot, for example. The horizon has to be at 3 miles on a globe. Now, that could be altered a little bit because of like weather effects and things like that, miraging and that kind of thing. But if we use an infrared lens, right, it should cut out a lot of the distortion that's caused by the air and the weather. Now, here's a side-by-side observation where they do an observation over a 20-mile lake and they're using 2 Nikon P900s or P1000s. And they do it side by side, so you get to see what it looks like through the P900 and through the P900 with infrared. It's pretty cool. I'll just post it in the side chat. And look, like, so technically on a globe, right? They say that if you were able to cut out the atmospheric conditions, hypothetically, so it's like a vacuum that you're looking through, then the horizon would have to be at 3 miles from a 6-foot observation height. So they're saying if you cut out the atmospheric conditions, you would be able to see less distance. So let me show you this observation side by side, and you can see that you can see much further and much clearer when you have the infrared. I mean, it's just common sense that you would be able to see further when there's clearer conditions. It's just uploading now. It'll just take a second. Claiming you can see less distance on clearer days is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, so there's a clip from the observation in the side chat.
I see less distance on hotter days.
So this is the same place, same day?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I just want to say,
yeah, it's a good one.
I just want to say thank you to everyone I had a discussion with. I know I didn't have the best points, but I thought you guys brought up really good points. But yeah.
Oh, dude, you sound like super honest. That's amazing. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Appreciate your time, dude. Welcome back anytime.
Yeah, I have to go now though. But have a good day, everyone. Or night, whatever.
Yeah, you too. You too, man. Have a good day. Catch you next time.
Yep.
Sounded like a good conversation. I missed most of it.
Yeah, man. It was good. Yeah, it was good. You seemed like a genuine lad. Yeah, it was a good conversation, man.
When they can overcome the ego and say, "Oh, that's a good point. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that further." It's rare in, especially in the other servers we just came from. It's very rare for someone to be honest like that.
Yeah, for sure. The server seems to have a slightly different vibe around it. The people that we seem to be speaking to. Obviously, there's been, there's been some episodes with some, but so far, yeah, it's going well.
Yeah.
Somebody just jumped in the chat called Hi Everyone. Hi everyone, how are you? Welcome to the channel. I hope you're well today. Got somebody called Just Ross. I'm just speaking to, or shouting out individual people that I don't recognise the names. We're new in the server, so there's some new names to get you. Quite a few of us are flat earthers, but there's some new people around, so it'd be nice to say hi. But yeah, it's just hi everyone and Just Ross, who seemed to be not from 24/7 Flat Earth. God, we run around in packs, don't we?
Yeah.
We are the cool kids.
Looks like more people are finding us.
Yeah, man. See, Berserker's joined us as well. What's up, Berserker? I'm glad you found you here.
Hey, what's up? I'm glad I found you finally. Guys, every day you're somewhere else. Can I get some how do you call it?
Image permission.
I cannot post anything in the chat, not even a question.
Yeah, so you'll have to ask Cyclone. He's the one that can hand out the permissions. So next time you see Cyclone, he'll give you the image perms. I'll put a note in the mod server, so next time he sees the message, he'll add the image perms to your name.
Okay, thank you. So how's everyone doing? Why is the Discord channel every day somewhere else? It's only just because it's difficult every day.
Well, we were trying to hide from you.
No, that's not real. Yeah, I've been listening to you approximately for an hour, and I heard the guys talking about trying to hide from anti-flat earthers, and yeah, so I know that was a joke. You're not trying to hide from me. Really? Or was it really not a joke? Okay.
We just got invited to another server. This one, a Cyclone got invited by someone. So yeah, we're here by invitation. So we just go wherever we're invited. You know, we like to spread our wings. We're not far away though, dude. Just DM one of us like you did me, and we'll send you a link to wherever we are. We can't send a link to everyone because, let's be fair, there's thousands of you. But we try to put the link in the home server and stuff. So just look out for the notifications.
Yeah, we're flat earth gypsies.
Yeah, the small minority of flat earthers. Mr. Nice, flat earther. Are you Radwin?
Yes, of course. I'm nice. I'm the nice flat earther. Radwin.
Mate, you sound different. You don't sound like Radwin.
Because I'm at work. Because I'm at work and I'm not gonna talk loud.
Okay.
And on this server, if you talk too loud, feelings get hurt. And then I have to hear about it. And now I talk real nice.
Yeah. I just heard the other guy who this is a good channel, English Hub. Because I forgot I was so good in English, I forgot most of it. Yeah, the guy who complained that that AV was bullying him. Yeah, I heard him. His feelings were hurt.
Yeah, this server already got complaints, and I think they realize that if they want this traffic, they're going to deal with the complaints on the side.
What about Flex? Is he gone? I cannot see him.
Yeah, Flex had to bounce, mate. It was just so happened that he left when I got your message.
Yeah, but mate, I mean, he sounded that he had a British accent. Maybe he was an Aussie, but it sounded like English was his mother language. And for someone like that to claim that he has never heard what critical thinking is, I mean, did you believe him?
I think I might have rolled my eyes when he said that to Alpha. I didn't get a gauge really of how old he was. He sounded like he could be possibly still at school, so maybe 16 to 18, something like that. Could have been doing his GCSEs or A levels, something like that.
Yeah, that's a possibility too.
I didn't think he was like old. What do I mean by that? Like plus 25. I didn't gauge that from him.
Yeah, but mate, just imagine eye level at 2 meters. I mean, another strange thing to say. Okay. If someone's standing, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, the ground could be also, let's say, half a meter from the sea level. Okay, sorry. Just stuck to that thinking. Yeah, but the claim that he doesn't know what critical thinking is, bro, that's gross.
I might have heard of it, but didn't understand what it actually involved. So maybe he was just being honest. He didn't really understand what it was.
Okay, yeah, but I think everyone should. Yeah,
he did claim to being a bit, not stupid, but he didn't claim to be like the most intellectual person. I wouldn't hold too much to it, really.
Yeah, but words can speak for themselves. I mean, even for a layman, I mean, one would be able to think, okay, critical thinking could be something like questioning things.
Mm-hmm.
If that's so difficult for him, I mean, he should not be debating about the shape of the Earth. basing it on logic. If that's so difficult for him to extract from the term critical thinking that it has something to do with questioning things, then yeah. So, are we gonna stay here, or are we gonna be somewhere else tomorrow in another channel?
So we are going to be all over the place. So it depends. No, we've got 3 channels, including politics and religion.
Okay.
This English server. So we are going to be populating those rooms. We've only got 2 bots though that show up on YouTube. So those bots will be placed in different rooms, and depending on what bot you're listening to, you'll listen to certain people in a certain room. I don't know if we're going to be getting a 3rd bot to show it on live stream. So at the moment we've only got 2, but we've got 3 rooms. 4 if you include the home server. So yeah, we're just wherever we are.
Oh yeah, Just Ross is a global, right?
I have no idea. Why don't you ask him?
Yeah, I saw him chatting something.
Ross is a glober. He claims that if it's hot enough, you can see things around the ball. And he agreed that he said that. So I had nothing else after that.
Oh, this was the guy who claimed he could see around the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
If there's a temperature gradient.
Right. What the temperature gradient will do is appear to raise or lower the surface, which will still give you a horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Wouldn't the military have already figured this out and start using it to see around buildings, though? Wouldn't the military already have weaponized this feature that you talk about?
How can they weaponize that?
You can see around corners, dude. That's awesome.
Well, it's not like you would have to be able to control the temperature gradient if you really want to like control exactly how far you want to see.
Let's do it. Let's try it like this. Let's try it like this. We see the top of a building because we're in a plane, but it's so hot. When we're looking at the building, we see all the people behind it all hiding in a huddle. Does that make sense?
It would not have been that much. Like we're talking about a small bend that you would be able to notice it over a long distance.
Just enough.
Yo.
What?
1 forward, 2 to the 6 to the 9.
1 to the 2 to the 3, 4, 5.
I've actually been sitting here trying to measure the position of the sun.
Really? How are you trying to do that?
Several minutes.
What fools errand do you
having
want?
difficulty because I can't quite precisely determine which direction is north to like the nearest degree.
Okay. Well, if you want to, what type of north are you looking for?
Like geometric north, like
Okay.
to the
So how
north.
yeah, how's geographical north defined? Where's that then?
It would be, on a globe model, it would be the point of rotation on the axis of the Earth.
Okay. So the point of rotation in the sky. So where's the geographic North Pole? Matter about
Well, the axis runs through the Earth, so it intersects.
Bit of talk.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Doesn't matter about models at this stage. I just want you to tell me where north is. So where's north? How is it defined?
It's basically the point of intersection between the axis of Earth's rotation with the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so you keep inserting the globe model. Maybe I'll help you. We define geographic north by celestial north. Do you know what celestial north is?
Okay, yeah, you can use the stars. So, like, there's the North Star, which is approximately due north.
Cool. So the North Star is off the center of rotation by 1 degree. If you find the North Star, you can find celestial north. Celestial north will dictate where geographic is. It's the 90-degree point underneath that point of rotation in the sky. Yeah?
Yes.
Cool. So all you need to do is find the North Star, dude, if you want to find north.
Right, I have to wait for nightfall for that.
Longitude and latitude, you can declinate, which is fine.
Okay, yeah, I could just, wait for nightfall and mark which way is north.
Bingo.
Yeah. I've been sitting here, like, looking at the Google Maps map and trying to see, like, my building is tilted a little bit off north this way.
So when you look at the North Star and you find geographic north, what type of bearing is that?
Can you repeat the question?
When you find celestial north to find where geographic is, right? I keep saying north. What type of bearing is that? What type of direction?
Bearing. Well, wouldn't geographic north be precisely the same direction as the celestial north?
No, maybe I'm misphrasing the question. So the type of bearing this is, the type of direction, when you find geographical north, point at it, is a horizontal direction. North, east, south and west are horizontal bearings.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Good. So horizontal isn't curved, welcome to flat earth. If you want to find north, it's welcome to flat earth.
What? You have, even on a curved surface, you can
have horizontal
choose a direction that's directly toward the celestial north.
No. See, the thing when we find celestial north, when we find position and we measure the elevation of Polaris in the night sky, we can figure out our distance to the geographical position. That's a horizontal straight line distance. It's a right angled triangle we've just created. The star, the point underneath the star, on you or me making the observation. In this instance, measuring an elevation angle, which is a vertical angle upwards from a horizontal plane, to get a bearing angle across the horizontal plane in a certain direction.
Okay.
Cool. So you said that you're going to be measuring the sun. How are you doing? You found north. Now what are you going to do?
Well, okay. Assuming I've found north, yeah, I do have I guess what you call a square or a set square. I'm not sure what the proper term is here, but yeah. So that gives me a right angle.
Yes.
I do have to find a surface that I know is level.
Okay.
Which I could verify the floor is level with some sort of,
Cool. Yeah,
there's an
you'll
instrument I
find
can
level,
set on the
which will
floor to
be.
do that.
Yep, you'll find level, which will be parallel to the plane of the Earth. Yep.
Right. So with the right angle tool, I can stand up an object vertically. I can measure its height, I can measure its shadow's length, and then I can use some geometry to work out the angle. So that gives me the altitude of the sun. And then,
is the altitude of the sun going to change with the different angle measure? Say, for example, you measure the sun's angle above the horizon at, say, 5 degrees.
Right. Yeah.
That will change the height of the sun.
Right, yeah, that's the angular height above the horizon. That's what I'm measuring with that. And then with the north,
right angle triangle.
What am I doing with the north? I can measure the angle that the shadow makes with the direction that I know is north. That will give me the azimuth.
The azimuth bearing. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, bearing, I guess, is the word you use there. And with that, I can get the position of the sun in the sky, and
How are you going to get your position?
Need to, huh?
How are you going to get your position? Where are you?
How to get my position on the Earth? Yeah, that's the other thing.
We can go to the North Star again if you want.
Yes, you can. Oh yeah, measure the angle of altitude of the North Star. Yeah.
Yeah, and this will give us. What will this give us?
That gives me my latitude.
What will we get? Say, for example, you measure Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon. What does this tell you about where you are?
That would give me my latitude on a globe Earth.
No. That will give you your latitude, but you've just measured an angle. Remember the ground position of Polaris, geographical north, that's 90 degrees. You are now at 45 degrees. You've measured the elevation of degrees of the horizon.
Assuming I've measured an angle of 40.
Gives you your circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. So yeah, you're going to be measuring, utilising a flat plane because you've just created a right angle triangle. So if you want to measure about the sun and your location and where you are and make up every single step of it demonstrated to me is on a flat earth. You keep measuring angle.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the definition of an angle?
It's the... Ooh, how to put into words?
The intersection of two straight sides meet at a vertex.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. And we can measure the separation of those two straight sides in degrees. 45 degrees, 90 degrees, for example.
Right.
Cool. So being the two lines straight, where is the curvature of the Earth?
Well, yeah, all these measurements by themselves don't confirm the curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, all of these measurements so far have been from a horizontal plane, either horizontally, azimuth or bearing angles to give us direction, elevation angles up from the horizon to give us our latitude in this instance. We can also turn around and use the sun and figure out our line of longitude by using the same process, by utilising a right angle triangle. We can measure the distance between us and the ground position of the sun or Polaris utilising this right angle triangle. You're not going to get a right angle on a curved surface, dude.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, you're not going to get a right angle triangle directly off a curved surface, but we're using the tangent plane to the curved surface.
Cool. So that would mean that only one point of that tangent, only one point of the Earth is in contact with that tangent. Unfortunately, when we make the observation, there's 2 points that exist on the horizontal plane, and we're measuring the distance to them. That would be you and the ground position of the thing in question, i.e. Polaris, geographical north, or the geographical position of the sun. Right angle triangles the whole way. Both points have to reside on the same horizontal plane. You've got a tangent, or only one point. Is it you, or is it the thing you're measuring to that exists on the ball? You need 2, dude. You've only got 1.
Yeah, but we could. I don't have to take the measurement directly off of the ball. I can use a flat surface that's touching the ball that I can then level.
Yeah. What's level mean? Level with what?
It means there's no change in elevation.
Yeah, exactly. So level with the earth. But I understand what you mean. But you remember the Aristophanes experiment, quote unquote, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. So you understand that there was a well underneath the sun at 90 degrees, much like the geographical position of, say, the sun. In that instance, it was Polaris. And then when he moved away from being directly underneath, he put a stick in the ground 500 stages away. And because the sun is no longer directly above his head because he's moved away from it, it's at an angle above the horizon. Let's say, for example, it's now 80 degrees above the horizon, or 83 to be more precise, because he measured a 7-degree angle at the top of his stick. So 83 degrees, that's what he measured. But that's a right angle triangle, the sun, the well underneath the sun, and you with a stick over there 500 stages away, 90 degrees underneath the sun, and you measuring the solar elevation angle. That's all it is. They're all angles. The distance between Syene and Alexandria, 500 stades, 500 miles, is a straight line distance.
Yeah, I mean, you can run the math under those assumptions, and yeah, you'd probably conclude that the Earth was flat, but you can also do the same math on a globe assumption and can take all of that into consideration.
How do you measure an elevation angle if one of your lines is curved?
Well, you use a flat surface.
Yeah, but you've got a distance along a curve. Right, the distance between Alexandria and Syene, 500 miles.
Yeah, well, he's not using. Well, you can use that, but you can use that distance to derive another number, which is a straight line distance to your horizontal, to your, I guess, your tangent plane.
Yeah, but that tangent plane is no longer on the Earth. You making the observation, you're the point at which the tangent intersects the Earth, and you're saying the off, not at 90 degrees to the Earth. I don't want to run around in circles, dude. It's just you brought up something.
I think we're going to get stuck on.
Yeah, you brought up something fascinating about trying to measure the distance to the sun. So, okay, you're not going to be able to do this by the method you're trying, I don't think.
I'll have to come back to you on that. I will draw up a diagram and actually show the math can be done.
Okay, then we'll figure out why the sun is getting closer to the floor. No worries. But yeah, I suggest you do it, that's for sure. And then we can pick it apart when you understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good lad, well done.
Yes.
What?
Who is this?
What? You sound like a pixie.
Yeah. Oh. Why are you not on mute?
Because we have a contemplational moment of silence for the heliocentric model. We just buried it.
Oh. Wait.
The reason you got muted earlier was because people were having a conversation and then you came in and interrupted the conversation. That was all.
Oh. So do you know what the muted all it is?
Say that again?
You know what on the mute is?
You're not muted. What do you mean?
Oh,
yeah, you're unmuted now. You're fine.
Oh, yeah. I promise. So, alright. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Take care.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Alright, bye.
Cute.
I don't know.
It's like a plush toy or something.
Yeah, that's kind of the image I had in my head. With pixie thing.
A duende.
The world's full of all sorts of people. Pixies too, apparently.
One day is a Keebler elf, by the way.
Pardon?
A duende is a Keebler elf.
Yeah, Jedi, I just got a minute. That was an awesome dismantling of that last Jedi. Great show.
Thanks, man. I've enjoyed my time on this server so far. It's been good shit. Just need another willing dance partner. That's all.
Okay, I think I worked out what math Eratosthenes, what do you say his name? Eratosthenes was trying to do. You only need to ensure that you have a right triangle and you measure the shadow of the stick or whatever it is he was measuring.
Okay. So what else was Eratosthenes trying to do? What's his overall idea of the geometry that's taking place when he's making his measurement?
Well, yeah, he's making assumptions. Assumptions that the sun rays are parallel and that the Earth is a sphere.
Mm-hmm. Now you can see how that would geometrically kind of work out, right? You could draw that on a piece of paper. Yeah.
Yes, the math, under those assumptions, the math actually looks pretty easy to work out, to be honest.
Yeah. Now, just going to throw a spanner in the works. The light rays from the sun, they're parallel, right?
That's the assumption, yes.
Yeah, that's the assumption. Okay. Are they parallel?
Close enough to parallel, yes.
Okay. Let's see if we can do the same measurement, but with a different thing in the sky, can we do Eratosthenes but replace the sun with the moon? Can we do the same thing?
With the moon. I mean, at these distances, the parallelness starts to be, the lack of parallelness, I should say, starts to become non-negligible, I would say.
So, non-negligible. So, the light rays from the moon, are they parallel or divergent?
You're saying the light rays from the moon?
Because we're going to try and do the same thing, but replace the sun with the moon. So that's going to be the same measurement of a shadow length because of the light cast from the moon. But the light rays from the moon, because of the spherical surface, would be divergent, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So are the sun's rays. They diverge from the sun, but the ones that hit the Earth's surface are very close to parallel.
Very close to parallel, but almost parallel, because Eratosthenes in his math made them parallel, didn't he? But if we were to do the same thing from the moon, which we do, we must understand that the light rays from the moon, they are most definitely going to be divergent if it's a curved surface the light is reflecting off of. We get the same results with the moon than we do with the sun, demonstrating that the light rays are divergent. Duh.
Yeah, they are. Because they would be divergent to the extent that from the vantage point of the sun, the Earth takes a very small angular size in its sky, I guess you can say. So the light rays hitting it are going to be very close to parallel because of that. But from the vantage point of the moon, looking at the Earth, it takes a much larger angular size in the sky. So yeah, that means the corresponding rays coming from there are going to diverge that much more.
Yeah, it's going to be divergent, dude. The point is we're going to be making a lot of assumptions from the light ray, especially you in Eratosthenes' place, now making a claim to the size of the sun. It's got to be big enough from our point of view, because we're smaller than the sun, that the light rays are going to be more or less parallel but slightly divergent, because let's be fair, they're going to be. Okay, so what other assumptions did he make about the sun? Was the distance thrown in there as well?
Yeah, for the sun rays to be parallel, the sun would have to be very, very far away.
Yeah, very, very. I think we could say that it's almost at an infinite distance. Doesn't matter, right? Just as long as it's far enough away and big enough to cast a parallel light rays. If we assume that this is what's going on and we're on a curved surface, we can use those straight lines from the shadows, which are going to be divergent from the things that we've placed in the ground. And those things that are placed in the ground, if we continue drawing a straight line, are going to meet at the center of the Earth, the well and the stick.
I didn't quite follow. What was meeting at the center of the Earth?
Okay, so you know what a protractor is, right?
Yes.
So let's replace the Earth with a 360-degree protractor, where all the lines are converging at the center of the radius of the Earth. Let's say the sunlight is a parallel over to the right-hand side of your page, and you've got the 360-degree protractor on the left-hand side of your page. As the sunlight comes in straight, it's only the equator at that 0 point is it going to go straight towards the equator. If you put a stick on the outside of the protractor, the stick placed in the floor is going to converge at the center of the radius, but it's going to cast a shadow. You understand what Eratosthenes is doing here when he assumes he's on the outside of a 360-degree protractor?
On the outside? No, I'm not seeing where you're going.
He's on a curved surface, so 360 degrees. He's measuring angles because the well and the stick, if you were to continue drilling through the Earth, would meet at the radius of the Earth, much like the lines on the 360-degree protractor that converge or diverge from that point. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah. He's on the outside of a protractor. Measuring shadows cast by a light source on that protractor.
I see exactly what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
That's what he's doing.
That is what he's doing.
Cool. So
you do have.
So To be clear, and then I'll stop talking, dude. I've spoken enough. To be clear, Eratosthenes is assuming that he's on the outside of a sphere. He's assuming the size and the distance to the sun because he assumes parallel light rays. Okay, within this trickery of geometry, you can figure out the circumference of the thing you're standing on, which is what he was trying to do, trying to figure out the circumference of the Earth he was already standing on with his assumptions.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he is working under assumptions, and if the thing is, if the assumptions are true, then what he calculated would be the approximate circumference of the Earth.
But yeah, if the assumptions are true, then yeah. But light rays from the sun, they're divergent. We're just measuring solar elevation angles. That's all we're doing. We're looking at the sun relative to our position, at one position at the well where the sun's directly above our head. We then go somewhere else because we're not directly underneath the sun. We measure by pointing at the sun the elevation of the sun above the horizon. That's all we're doing. We can start asserting geometry and making assumptions about the path of the light and us standing on the outside of a circle. That's fine. But that's not what we're measuring. We're actually measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I actually heard that if you do the same exact experiment and measurement, I should say, then under the flat Earth assumptions, the number that you actually calculate here would be equivalent to the distance the sun is from the Earth. Is that? I haven't tried that, but is that?
And this is why.
More or less right?
Yeah, this is why I pointed out earlier, or asked you earlier, when the sun is 5 degrees above the horizon, is it closer to the Earth? As it was at 45 degrees above the horizon. Because if we're utilising what would be now known as the celestial sphere, where we're looking at the reduction of things above our heads towards or up from the horizon, it's like a protractor that we're standing in the middle of, and we measure those angles. That's all we're doing. Just measuring angles.
Right.
You can get the distance. So Eratosthenes, when he was 500 miles away, we can be more accurate to his distance if he was to measure that angle. Because he's, like I pointed out earlier, he measured the angle at the top of the stick for the imaginary hypotenuse connecting the top of the stick to the shadow. He measured that at 7 degrees. Take that away from 90, that's 83. Okay, cool. So if we take 83 away back from 90, we get 7. Multiply that by 69 and we can get the actual distance between him and the well. That's a right angle triangle. This is the premise of celestial navigation. You can figure out your position or the position that you want to get to by utilising a right angle triangle. The problem with doing this, though, is you will not be able to find the height of an object like the sun or the stars. You will be able to find the height of a terrestrial object like a mountain or a lighthouse, but the celestial objects don't act in this way. So you're not going to find the height the distance to the sun by utilising this right angle triangle, because the height of the sun's going to change throughout the day.
Okay, I follow you. I'm actually curious. I wonder if I could get your input. Like, if I, because I mentioned before, like if I had enough people spread throughout the Earth, and I wanted to try to work out the shape of the Earth from multiple people's perspectives and taking measurements. I'm trying to figure out, because I still haven't worked out exactly what I'm looking for. One thing that I thought of while we were having a conversation was, the position of the North Star in the sky. Because that's always going to be at the same angle above the horizon. I guess, on any given... Actually, is it always at the same Angle above the horizon at all times? I'm trying to think.
No. So you have to understand or remember, that Polaris is a circumpolar star. It itself rotates around the center of axis of the rotation in the sky. It's off by 1 degree. So depending on the time of year, it's going to be somewhere that you're going to have to calculate for to find the true north position.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is, like, okay, yeah, I know it's off by 1 degree, but let's just kind of estimate that it's roughly in the same place, you know. So if I go out each night and try to find the North Star, is it always going to be in the same place every night? Like, if I stay on the same geo coordinates on Earth.
Apart from its rotation around the center of axis, that center of axis isn't going to move.
Okay, and that's it. Only varies when you move your location on the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If you get closer to it, it's higher in the sky. Further away from it, lower in the sky.
Okay, so my thought is, right, like, let's say I'm at a latitude of 30 degrees. I'm going to see it 30 degrees up above the horizon.
60 degrees above the horizon.
Right, someone at the equator
0 degrees
sees
above the
it
horizon.
right at the horizon, right?
Yeah, 0 degrees, yeah.
Yeah. And
so 90 degrees directly underneath it. As you move away, the angle decreases until you get to the minimum, which would be 0, which is more or less what we're told the equator is, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to work out what would be the evidence I'm looking for if I wanted to show a globe Earth.
I don't know, mate, what evidence you need at the moment. We're just looking at things in the sky compared to your location and how you observe them. You could say that the reason why the stars are moving is because you're actually moving, but I don't know.
Right, yeah, it's a relative thing. Yeah.
Yep. The whole entire time, if you're measuring the elevation of the thing in the sky, remember both things have to be on the same horizontal plane because you're going to be able to figure out your distance between you and the ground position of it. Same thing you can do with a mountain, like I said earlier, and terrestrial objects. So it's going to be a straight line distance. Both things exist on the surface of the Earth. There's no tangent plane here. So yeah, you're going to struggle to find globe evidence with this.
Yeah, but like some of the flat Earth maps I've seen, right? There's a North Pole there, but then like the supposed South Pole is forms like a circle around.
Cool. What's the problem? Yeah, what's the problem with this map? You've already got one North Pole, but you said the South is a circumference. Okay. I asked you earlier what North was. What South? What
North
is South, and how do I know when I've got there?
Oh, okay. Well, South. I mean, there's a similar thing happening at the South Pole. There's some stars that are close to the celestial south that would just be circling around. They're not quite as close as Polaris is to the North Pole, but...
So we've got two celestial poles. One we call North, one we call South. But this AE model, where the South is the circumference, would obviously not be the map that we're looking for. If we look at the AE map, we understand that it's actually a global projection. It's a north-centric global projection where the north is at the middle and the south is projected as a circumference. So that's just a globe projection. That's not the flat Earth map. It couldn't be.
Right. That was my thought. Yes.
Yeah. You will find some flat earthers say that it is, though, which is kind of a problem. Yeah. I don't want to poison the well so much, but people in this channel from 24/7, we're not going to be giving you an AE map. We're not going to be talking about ice walls. We're not going to be talking about those types of things because they're unvalidated, unproven, and just really bad logic.
Okay. I hear you. Something else in the stars movements that I find pretty compelling, that we're at least on a, again, it's not showing that the Earth is a sphere, but I do feel it's showing that whatever the Earth is, it is rotating. Because when you're at the North Pole, the stars go around, which way is it, clockwise or anti-clockwise? They go...
It's going to depend on where you are.
Oh no, it's always... Anybody
it's going to be relative to you. It's going to be relative to you.
See it rotating the same way.
Yeah, but it's going to be relative to you. Right. For example, if we're talking about clockwise and counterclockwise, we might as well be talking about the rotation of the hands around the clock. Let's put the North Star as the center of rotation of those hands in the clock. Okay, if we're talking about clockwise and counterclockwise, where's 12? Yeah. Okay, so if you look up, let's say that you're on the 40th latitude north, and you look up and there's the 12, then the stars are coming from east to west, rotating in a counterclockwise position. 12, then 11, and then 10, and then 9, right? If you stand with inside that circle and turn around, say you're at the North Pole, and you observe the same thing, it's going to be clockwise.
Okay, yeah, if you can go to the other side.
Yeah, so it all depends where you put your 12.
Oh yeah, but that no one has that vantage.
Sorry, I'm not trying to make you stumble. Yeah, I'm not trying to make you stumble. I just want to make sure that we are precise in this conversation. But you're right. They move opposite to the ones in the south. Let's say the ones in the north move clockwise and the ones in the south move counterclockwise. Okay?
Yeah.
But at the moment, we're just talking about the stars moving, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These ones over here do this around that bit, and these ones over there do this around that one.
Yes, and that to me indicates that we are rotating. Either that or the entire sphere of stars, whatever you call that, is rotating.
Yep. Well, what do we observe? The sun, moon, and stars move across the sky. That's what we observe, and that's what we measure. We practically utilize the sun, moon, and stars' motion across the sky to navigate across the Earth, treating it as a horizontal stationary plane. The things in the sky that are moving are the things in the sky that are moving. Doesn't necessarily mean that you must be on a rotating surface to observe things move.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, dude. Please don't think that I don't. Yeah, it is like a relativistic argument. It could be them, it could be us, but within that argument, there's a sphere involved, and that's the thing that's rotating. And if we're going to be measuring and trying to figure out our location using azimuth, bearing angles, and elevation angles, the whole entire time we're measuring a flat Earth, it's just going to be an antipodal assumption that we think that the North Pole is antipodal to the South Pole when we get there. But we've measured a flat Earth the entire way.
I mean, I get that we can say that we've measured a flat Earth the whole way, but we're talking about a scale that's so large that this amount of curvature is just about undetectable at the scale that we're able to measure it.
Yeah, but when we're at 45 degrees latitude, you can measure a straight line distance utilizing an elevation angle to the ground position of Polaris. That's thousands of miles. Remember the distance to the equator, right? Now that's going to be 90 times 69. That's going to give you a value in the miles of 6,700, I think, miles. I might be incorrect, but it's somewhere around the 6,000 mark. If you use 60 nautical miles, it's 5,400. Right? You can measure the straight line distance. That's how we navigate around the Earth. You say it's, the Earth is too big. No, 6,000 miles, dude. That's a local measurement that you can make tonight.
I can make this tonight. What do I need to do that?
Measure the elevation angle of a star in the sky. Subtract that elevation angle from 90. Multiply that new number by 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles. So, for example, if you measure the elevation angle of Polaris at 45 degrees, subtract 45 from 90 to give you 45, and then times 45 by 69 to give you the statute distance.
Okay, yeah, I can... Okay, yeah, I'm following you here. Yeah. If I'd have to know... Wait, yeah, I'd have to know my distance from the geographic or geometric North Pole, right?
Yeah, this is you figuring it out. If you want to figure out your distance to it.
Yes, I can measure that angle. Wait, if I know that angle... Let's see, wait, I can see how I can do this using my globe Earth diagram that I have right in front of me. Let me draw the flat Earth one real quick. If I can get that angle, what else do I need? I need more than just an angle.
Really?
At least one distance.
Your circle of equal altitude to define your latitude is an angle measurement. That's all it is. There's a bit of math involved that I went through with you, but it's just an angle measurement.
Right, the angle measurement gives me my latitude. It doesn't tell me how far I am from the North Pole.
That's why I told you to subtract the 45 from 90 and then multiply that 45 by 69 statute miles or 60 nautical miles to give you your distance.
Where does this 69 number come from?
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about miles and nautical miles and the difference between the two. So that's how we are going to be devaluating this equation by using these values. We have to recorrect for whether it's going to be miles, like statute miles or nautical miles.
Okay, yeah, well, okay, so which unit were you using? Miles or nautical miles?
We can use either, but 69 will give you the mile distance, the statute miles.
Okay, I'm fine with sticking with that, but why is it 69 miles but not
I don't know.
Miles?
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of that part of the equation, dude. I really don't. I also don't know the conversion to kilometers either. I don't think they do kilometers in celestial math.
I can do the conversion to kilometers, that's fine.
Okay, awesome stuff.
But yeah, if I know, well, let's see, wait. Here, you know what, I haven't measured the North Star yet, but I'll just look up what they say my
All you're doing is finding the radius of your circumference, right? Your circumference being the circle of equal altitude around that ground position, but you're just measuring the radius between you on that circle to the center point of that circle.
Okay, yeah.
Do the same thing with a mountain, right? If you know the distance to the mountain, you can figure out the height by measuring its elevation angle, or if you know its height by measuring its elevation angle, you can figure out its distance.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I am at about 53 1/3 degrees north. Yeah, if I multiply by your, was it 69?
You've got to subtract.
Yeah.
So if you measure the elevation angle, remember, if you're underneath the star, it's 90 degrees, but you're not going to multiply 90 by 69. That's going to give you a huge distance, and you're literally at the geographical position. So you have to subtract. If you measure the elevation angle at, say, 10 degrees above the horizon, 10 minus 90 is 80, and then it's 80 times 69.
Oh, okay. Actually, I think I just discovered where the 69 comes from. You can. It's the number. It's the number of. I mean, well, I figured out where the 69 comes from, assuming a globe Earth.
Yeah.
That's the number of miles in 1 degree of arc on the Earth.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Do you remember the protractor we were talking about earlier? The 360 degree one?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you're standing in the center of that protractor, at the center of the Earth, then the curvature of the Earth is going to be measured in the sky. But the only angle curvature measurement that we do is measure it in the sky. This is called the celestial sphere. When we're going to start transposing the celestial sphere to a terrestrial sphere, we take the horizontal plane that we measure from, put ourselves in the center of a ball, and project the terrain that we're standing on outwards to fit a sphere. So now, I'm glad that you discovered this. This is entrance to the celestial sphere model. Yeah, this is all celestial navigation, but the curvature that you're looking at isn't the curvature of the Earth. The curvature that you're looking at is the curvature in the sky. The 90 degrees above your head to 80 degrees to 45 degrees to 0 degrees above the horizon, much like a protractor. Yeah, that's the curvature of the Earth. Really good conversation, mate.
Okay. Yeah.
We're posting in the chat for you. I don't know if you're looking. I just posted the celestial sphere and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, I haven't actually looked at chat in a while. Hang on. Sorry.
You see where the protractor is, and you see the image underneath the protractor. That's the celestial sphere. It's taking your observation point on the horizontal at the middle of the protractor. You're measuring angles, remember, from a horizontal plane. But the curvature of the Earth is on the outside of the protractor, not on the surface.
Okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Cool. So I want to be really short because I'm aware that I've spoken for a long time. We're going to be making these measurements from a horizontal plane. We're at the center of the protractor, measuring 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 80 degrees. This is what we actually measure. But if we transpose the floor into the sky, into the celestial sphere to make a terrestrial sphere, then we can start on our merry way with a heliocentric model with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And this is where the magic begins. You're going to measure a flat Earth, though, to get the celestial sphere.
Boy, I'm gonna be honest, I'm struggling to keep up with that.
You see the protractor?
Yes, right. We're talking about the image with the green circle.
Yeah, I get you. So you see the person in the green circle. He is in the middle at the bottom of the protractor, making those angle measurements. That's what he's doing. The sky appears to us, the observer, to come up from one horizon above our heads and downwards towards the other horizon. And we measure those in angles, much like the protractor. You could say that you're standing in the middle of a protractor measuring elevation angles from a horizontal plane, because that's what we're actually doing. But if you want the surface of the Earth to be curved, you put the surface in the sky and put yourself in the middle of a protractor. Again.
Okay.
All of the measurements are from a flat Earth. The terrestrial sphere is conceptual.
Okay, wait, the star in that image, does that represent like the North Star?
To be honest with you, mate, I don't know. I think it says Orion. I mean, right, let's put it like this. This celestial sphere is going to follow you around wherever you go on the Earth. So if you're at the North Pole, Polaris will be above your head. If you move to 45 degrees north, Polaris isn't going to be above your head. It's going to be down towards the horizon. But this sphere that's conceptual is around every single observer that makes the observation. It's conceptual. The sky actually isn't curving, but because of perspective and the human eye, it appears to do so.
Right.
So yeah, so it's the hijacking of an optical phenomena to make Earth curvature in the sky.
All right. Well, okay, here's a thought I just had here now. Because we just said earlier that the North Star, roughly stays in the same point in the sky.
Yep.
So if I see it, like, we could, there is supposedly a point on the Earth where you could look straight up and see the star, right?
Yeah.
There's a point on the Earth where you could look straight out to the horizon and see the star.
Yeah.
But if okay, wait, because if it has, okay, never mind. My thought, okay, I just talked myself out of it.
I know, that's fine.
You have to make two separate sets of assumptions for this argument to really work, and you can't do that, so. Because I was going to say, if the sky looks the same for everybody, right? At least the position of the stars are the same for everybody. One person has to look up to see a certain star, and one person has to look out to see that same star. Wouldn't the Earth have to be pointing, and the surface of the Earth have to be tilted in a different direction for that to work?
No. All right, in my living room, I've got two light fittings. One I'm sitting directly under, and one over there I'm not sitting directly under. The one over there is at a different angle to the one I'm directly under. So depends where you are to what you observe directly above your head. You're not going to be able to view the entire sky from one location. That's for sure.
Right.
As you move,
so that might be where
see more of the sky.
That might be where I guess my multiple perspectives would come in place. You could have multiple people looking at the sky and create a full, but you can only do half of the sky that way because it's daylight on half of the sky. On a globe Earth anyway. There would be an entire half of the globe where you can't really see it.
It's daylight and nighttime on the Earth. Doesn't matter what we think the Earth is. It still happens.
Oh but on a globe Earth, you can say with pretty good confidence that it's half of the Earth that's covered in day and half of the Earth that's at night. But on a flat Earth, you can't really.
When you look on things like timeanddate.com that give you a coverage of the sun's light, you find out it's more than 50% of the surface of the Earth that's illuminated by the sun. In some instances, it can be up to 65%. That's a problem.
Up to 6. Okay, I wouldn't have expected the amount to change.
This July, we should have that happen again. In July, we should have, I think it's 90% of the Earth is lit at the same time.
All right, but I mean, because of things like,
well, 90%. That's a problem.
Oh, 90. Oh, right. Yeah, not 90%.
Let that sink in for a while. We can quite easily argue that if you've got a light source and a sphere, that 50% of that sphere isn't going to be illuminated by that single light source. 50%.
Yeah,
okay.
Approximately.
But when we have 60, 70, 80, and just been quoted up to 90% in the high summer in the north, then that kind of disproves that assumption that the Earth's a sphere.
What are we measuring when we say not? Because, yeah, you could presumably find a position of the sun in the north, when it's, over the northern hemisphere, where it covers maybe 90% of the land area, but not 90% of the total land and ocean surface. Like, how we're measuring it.
It's light on a certain day in July. I don't know the exact date. Last year, I forget what day it was. People all over the world, not just because you're on land in America, anything like that. All over the world.
You said 90% of people.
There you go. Global human population in sunlight up to 99% around July 8th at 11 UTC includes twilight. 99%, not 90. I was wrong. Sorry, everybody.
I mean, you could presumably get a pretty high percentage of the global population on the globe Earth under the sunlight.
How are you going to light up my house and light up Timbo's house in Australia at the exact same time?
If you could get the sun basically antipodal to the center of the Pacific Ocean, that would actually cover a lot of the landmass.
Sounds like you need two suns. Yeah, sounds like you need two suns.
I might try running the numbers on that and see how much I can cover.
Yep, do that, and also run the numbers on the Selenilian eclipse too while you're at it, and see what you come up with.
Oh, yeah, I've already. I mean, Selenilian eclipse. I mean, that could work out if we take refraction into consideration. But I already know how y'all feel about refraction, so.
No, you have refraction. What you just did was you just eliminated the military's use of any weapons now because of refraction. I'll give it to you, though. Now the military, you're going to have to contact them, tell them they've been doing it wrong, because what they're looking at is never really there. That's what you're saying by saying refraction. Well, the eclipse is there, but the sun and the moon really aren't in the sky at the same time. It's just imaginary. You're hallucinating.
Well, I mean, it's called a mirage, I guess.
Correct. So we have to eliminate now line of sight for the military. They're no longer can do anything because everything's a mirage.
I mean, don't they have like protocol where they take
no
dip of the horizon and refraction into
No, that's celestial navigation. That's your eye height above the ocean.
Yeah, but you're measuring an angle down to the horizon, not a distance down to the horizon.
Well, they don't want the guys drowning when they go. They don't want them going underneath the water and then trying to get the angle. So they want us to keep them on the boat. So they subtract their eye height down to the bottom.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, July 8th at 11 UTC. I'll keep that number somewhere safe. I'm gonna try to work with that.
Solve it, then you can be a Nobel Prize winner. Nobody's ever been able to.
I'll look into it, but I don't. Yeah, I do have doubts that I can get 99% of the global population under sunlight on the globe model. But I'll try.
Try using a blender. Then you can make a light source and make a ball, and then one light source, take that ball and light up 99% of it.
Actually, I think, if I recall, doesn't. Oh, wait, let me look at. Isn't date time? Oh, wait, I'm trying to remember the website. Date time or something. .com. I think they can produce a map where they show everywhere on Earth where there's sunlight.
Yeah, they have a map there. They have a map you can look at. Yep, they have all that.
They don't consider that like a reliable source for knowing where sunlight is shining on the Earth at any time.
Their data comes directly from the government as far as like the timepiece or their time stations, and as far as sunrise, sunset data. So every time I've second guessed it, it's been on the money.
I could just put in, what was that, July 8th? Oh, I don't know what, I guess any year would be fine, right? July 8th at 11 UTC. Oh, I'm genuinely curious what that would look like.
Maybe it's just refraction.
Oh, well, I mean,
you love that one. I mean, use refraction. Yeah. Take Walter Bislin's calculator, take the sun, put it in all over the Earth, and then use his calculator and add refraction and see what you get. Because that doesn't make sense what I said.
Okay. I just wanted to get a visual on what this would look like, so I think I found it. This is what date and time, I'm going to just put it in the chat. This is what date and time shows who's got sunlight and who's got night. Honestly, it does look like it covers a large percentage of the human population, but I don't... Yeah, I'd have to know, like, the population of every area on Earth to really calculate the percentage, but it does look to be a very large percentage.
All you need to do is wrap that around the ball and you'll have your problem solved.
I mean, there's already projections that will get this wrapped around a ball. But...
Sweet. I'd love to see how that sunlight wraps around the ball. That's probably the same way ships, when you see ships on a really hot day, that's because they're floating in the sky, according to the military.
Did it die off that quick?
It's good to see you all on here. Another server. All right.
Now, this has been a good one. We've had some really good conversations here.
Cool. I look forward to that. I was coming on the other servers, politics and religion, and it was just like empty. So I'm like, where'd everybody go? Now I know.
Yep, I enjoy it here. It's been really easy to listen to because the people here aren't very trollish like the other places we go to. So I think we do have a good quality server here.
Cool. I see Radwin's turned over a new leaf. Now he's Mr. Nice Flat Earther. Oh yeah, I see you found us, Kingsley. Good to see you. I guess Indio gave you a link, right?
Yeah, I did.
Right on. Good to see you, Jedi. I heard you earlier. Good seeing everybody on here. Alpha is probably at work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of noisy there. Must be some machinery anyway. Off topic. Daz68, disguise disaster. DJ, Drace, FE Batman, FE VidMe livestream, Flow Backup Bot, JE, Mr. Barrington, Jedi, John Luna, Cambo Beats, Kingsley, I already said that, Mike Morvis, Mr. Nice Flat Earther, Necrodemolos, Saitama, Sporadic, myself, Ultimate FE Final Boss, Wersa, and Carr. Good to see y'all on here.
Good to see you, Sonny. I'm just putting a video in the side chat. It's a great one, but I was wondering if anyone knows the original source for this video. I'd like to see the full video. It's just about to finish uploading. It's a 20-mile observation over Lake Tahoe using 2 cameras, one with infrared, one without. Very good observation, but I'd like to see the rest of the video, right? So I could make it into like a little presentation, because I think it's a good one. I've been looking for one where they compare regular to infrared footage.
I'll do a little searching, see if I can find it.
Yeah, I'll try looking. Kind of looks like a TikTok video or something, doesn't it?
Pretty sure Nathan Thompson did it.
Ah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was at least hosted on Nathan Thompson's. Do you know if it was TikTok? Does anyone have Nathan Thompson's TikTok link? I think it has a different name than Nathan Thompson.
I'll have a look.
Thanks. I'll have a look on that Angels of Light guy's TikTok and see if it's on there somewhere.
His TikTok's the real Nathan Thompson. I'll send it to you.
Awesome. Thank you, bro. That'd be awesome. I'd like to find some more footage of this.
We know that we live on a globe because it looks so flat. We know that the moon landings were real because they look so fake.
And you know the Earth has a geometric horizon because you can't see it.
Amen, brother. Amen. And we know that we have the vacuum of space because we don't have a container to contain the gas pressure.
Yeah, because you can't see the container, that means there must not be one. It's kind of interesting though, every time we test for gas pressure, like a thermometer, that's a container. A barometer, that's a container. A scuba tank, that's a container. A butane bottle, that's a container. A propane tank, that's a container. And we need a container even to check to see if there is gas pressure. We can't do that without the assistance of a container.
Yeah, and that's how we know there's not a container, because you need a container to test it in any way.
Yep. And every demonstration we have of gas pressure without a container includes a container. Several of them, actually. 3 to 4 containers to show us that there's gas pressure without a container. We're using 3 or 4 containers.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but the containers are there because there's a pressure differential between the atmospheric pressure and the pressure that we'd like to, I guess, maintain or study.
Okay, so can you demonstrate a gas pressure gradient without a container?
I mean, don't we observe one on the Earth when we like have someone at the bottom of a mountain and someone at the top of the mountain? Isn't there a gradient?
Yeah, that only occurs within a pressurized system, which requires a container.
Yeah, that's the thing in question, bro. Like, you can't use the thing that's in question as your evidence.
So, like, I don't know. All I'm saying is that if we already observe a gradient of pressure on, depending on your elevation on Earth, I mean, why can't the gradient continue way up into the sky to the point where there's essentially no more pressure?
Because we would have no more pressure at all if it wasn't contained.
Yeah, so what we could do is replicate our claim on a smaller scale and show you that that's not possible, right? So you would need to, if you're making a claim that that is possible, then show us that on a smaller scale to show that that is possible. But we can back up all of our claims on a smaller scale easily, over and over again.
Well, that would actually require such a large container.
Yeah, so you can't do it, can you? You have to you have to say, well, we can't demonstrate it, but we just kind of have to trust the globe model, basically.
Yeah, so if something can't be tested, doesn't that make it unfalsifiable? Just Ross?
I mean, we can technically test it if we could get someone high enough into the sky.
So nobody's ever done that, though, right?
I mean, supposedly people have gone up.
Okay, post a citation of where somebody's done that. Where those measurements come from. Let's see it.
Yeah, look, they don't have any once you get up past a certain height, they don't have any measurements of the pressure up there.
Oh, yeah,
It's
I
just
guess- I
modeled.
didn't
It's
think
just
of that,
modeled
yeah.
mathematically.
Weather balloons don't get up high enough, do they?
No.
Yeah, I don't actually know that they have like I don't know if the ISS would be high enough. I don't even know if they actually measure that.
Yeah, they don't. It's very difficult to do. We have a meteorologist that comes in named Brandon, and he talks about it a lot. How once you get up past a certain height into the mesosphere and whatnot, they don't have any readings of what the actual pressure is at that height. It's very difficult to take those types of readings.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that.
Yeah.
And Sonny, we know it's a globe, first and foremost, because the government tells us.
Yeah, so it sounds like that's sort of a trust issue. So that would like lead me to believe that that's a faith in something. And what I was talking about, unfalsifiable. So
Hey, can I jump in real quick, Sonny? I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Just real quick. Sporadic, are you there? You might be at work, but if you're there, I have something very interesting to talk to you about. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he's saying he can't chat or type at the moment, but I guess he can hear you.
It has something to do with the equation that you put up. It's very fascinating, the information I'm about to reveal to you. So if you want to go in a back chat or something, that'd be fine. Sorry, Sonny.
No, you're fine, AV. I can't even
Yeah, not a
talk
problem.
from this dentist. Yeah, we're just BSing anyway.
yeah, we're just having a chat about gas pressure. So if
Yeah,
they-
and we know that it's true because it's unfalsifiable. Impossible.
yeah, so if we can't check something, we can't test it. We have to rely on a faith and an appeal to an authority or a non-authority. Because most of the people that people have faith in are not authorities on the topic anyway. So they don't have a dog in the race in the first place. What Earth is not a science question at all. It's not in the purview or in the realm of scientific inquiry. Has nothing to do with science. It's geometric. It's a geometric claim. The Earth is a ball. We can go out and test this geometrically and see if that's true. But if something is unfalsifiable, it's not science. And besides that, this claim of gas pressure going up to a place where it's like 10 to the negative 10 torr, 10 to the negative 17 torr, whatever they're saying it is at certain distances, it violates the first and second law of thermodynamics, for one. These are natural laws. They're called axioms. An axiom is something that's self-evident and occurs every time in under any circumstances. So the gas laws fit within the parameters of thermodynamics, and that has never shown to be false. So if your theory begs the question or violates the second law of thermodynamics, what you have in your future is dismal failure, complete failure, irreversible, irreparable, no return from it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've got out of the dentist just over an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, just about, and man alive, it makes talking a lot of fun. But yeah, it is interesting, how many people come in here telling us, you know what, and I shouldn't say in here, we've had really good conversations in here, but, they come into our rooms and then they start telling us what their definition of science is. And it's like, oh, gee, it's unfortunate, but what you know is pseudoscience. That's not science. The first and most important precept of pseudoscience is submission to consensus.
So, Ross, if you're there, what do you think of the 21 mile observation? You said you've looked into it.
I have seen it, and I can't be convinced that it's not due to refraction of light, because it does seem to be a distortion of light.
Well, you do realize there are, if you're accounting for standard refraction, right, it's only 8%. It's only an 8%, 7 to 8% difference that they apply, right? And then if it's extreme, it goes up to like 15%, and anything beyond anything like that, you're getting crazy miraging effects. Now, when we're looking over this observation, it's extremely clear conditions. There's no visible characteristics of any type of miraging taking place. So I don't see how any type of atmospheric refraction effect could account for anything like this. It's certainly not a mirage that fits any characteristics of any mirage.
Well, I'll just kind of, from my, without further, I don't know, research into it. It just feels pretty inconclusive to me. I probably haven't looked into it as much as you have, but at the
No,
moment,
that's fine. Yeah, look into it a bit further. I mean, if you do, then hit me up and we can continue chatting about it. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to explain this one.
honestly, like, yeah, I hear you about the 8 or 15%. I have no idea where those numbers come from.
It's what they use in the field, you know, for certain surveying tasks and things like that, celestial navigation and all sorts of different jobs, right, that deal with observing things like that. I mean, and there was a recent debate against, I think it was like David Weiss and a guy named Angels of Light, and they were debating against a physicist. He was talking all about it. He was saying that 8 to 15% maximum. He said, if you can show me any observation that goes beyond that, he said that would be a huge problem for the globe. Now, unfortunately, those two kind of butchered the conversation from that point and butchered a bunch of the long distance observations. But yeah, it's interesting. I should take some clips from that. But yeah, I can probably find you some citations where it talks all about those percentages.
Yeah, if you could point me toward those, that'd be great.
Yep. Because from a 5-foot observation height, the geometric horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away. Right, so if we hypothetically removed all of the air, right, removed the atmosphere, so it's like a vacuum chamber, the globe side would have to admit that there is a physical horizon line at 2.7 miles away, and everything beyond that is obstructed behind the horizon.
Right, yeah, I do agree. Yeah, there's a formula I can use to determine how far we should theoretically be able to see to the horizon on a globe Earth. Seeing any further than that would be attributed to refraction, and yeah, I definitely agree there would be a limitation as to how far that would take you, but yeah, I couldn't really reason out right now how far that would be.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
What's up, man? What brings you here?
I'm doing great.
You doing
What
good?
about
That's
you?
awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
Very well, thank you. Yep.
Are you from
So, what
America?
brings you? No, I'm not from America. I'm from Australia.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, what brings you into the English Hub server?
Yep, I'm enjoying here. I'm improving my English skills because I want to improve speaking fluency and speaking style.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's a great server, actually. What country are you from?
I'm from Pakistan.
Awesome. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, your English sounds pretty good.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, so this is the Flat Earth channel where people talk about that topic in particular. So you're more than welcome to ask questions. It's a good place to learn about the Earth, right? To learn about flat Earth theory and the globe and practice your English at the same time. So if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to go ahead and ask.
Okay, tell me the difference between ocean and sea.
An ocean and a sea. I think a sea is much smaller, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Sea and ocean, I said.
Technically, anymore, I think the words are nearly interchangeable, but I think that traditionally sea was of a certain area, except probably most of the waters were seas except for like the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean and maybe Indian Ocean, but I think nowadays they're just interchangeable.
Maybe.
But I think generally the seas are much smaller than what they would consider oceans. But yeah, I haven't really looked into that, to be honest.
Okay. Actually, bro, Azan is going on here. That's I'm still quiet.
So I did just ask the Google machine, and it said oceans are the largest bodies of salt water on Earth. Seas are typically smaller than oceans and are often found where the ocean meets land. They can be partially or fully enclosed by land, such as the Mediterranean Sea or the Caribbean Sea. And then it says interchangeability. The terms are often used interchangeably in general conversation. The technical distinction, particularly in geography, is based upon size and enclosure. So that's actually a good question. I know it's not exactly our topic here in this room, but I appreciate you asking that, friend, because it's one that I've wondered over the years and have never looked into, and now I have. So I appreciate that.
Is there anyone who's from the U.S. and Christian?
Excuse me? Someone mentioned Christianity?
Yeah, I did. I had a question.
Why?
Because there's no one in the Christian DC. I thought that there might be a Christian here.
Okay, well, I don't want to derail the room. But we can move over there if you like. Give me a minute.
Got it.
What kind of room is the other one?
It's Ask a Christian.
Oh, very cool.
I don't see it.
I see it, but there's nobody in it.
Wait, can I ask a question here?
Yeah, you can ask
I,
a question here.
Yeah, I want to say, especially since the room's kind of dead, I mean, there's probably more than a couple Christians in here.
Okay. So my question is, why do Christians back up Jews? Especially.
We're not going to go there, bro. Not in this channel. Sorry.
I don't know if someone's able to give me perms for writing in the voice text, if possible. I'd like to respond to this captain guy that's in the text chat.
I had to go into the help section and then submit a ticket and told them I was team.
Okay.
They tried to make me a moderator, which I then politely got her to take me not to be a moderator. So I just told her I needed the
Sonny,
image
just
from
ask Cyclone. Cyclone can add the permissions for you.
Okay.
Yeah, unless that's changed, Cyclone, that's what Cyclone had me do when I.
Yeah, so I'm kind of searching for where help is. I'm not the most versed at Discord. I mean, I've been on here a while, but
Go to the top of the channel listings and you'll see like English Hub, announcements, events, and then the next one is what you want is report help. That's what I did anyway. That's what Cyclone had me do.
Okay. Yeah, I got rules, polls, general. I'll keep looking for it. Let's see. Here's help. Yeah. Got it.
Oh, you got it? Nice. Yeah, I messaged Cyclone in the mod chat, so he will probably add some extra perms as well when he gets the message.
Oh, cool. Great. Appreciate that.
Is no one talking?
Correct.
So I just was wondering something quick. It's a quick and easy one. If you're inside of something that's moving, you don't feel any movement, right?
It depends. It depends on certain conditions.
No acceleration.
Okay, sure. How would you know it's moving, though? I mean, let's not beat around the bush, right?
How would you know it's moving or not? Yeah.
Yeah, so we would observe it, right? So if it's objectively not moving, right? If we experience it as not moving and we can't validate it is moving, that's kind of like the axiom, right? It's the starting point. So if someone wants to claim that something that doesn't seem like it's moving is actually moving, then the burden of proof would lie on the person claiming something that goes against the axiom.
Well, wait a minute, because there exists a situation where we are moving and we wouldn't be able to feel it or observe it.
Okay, can you prove that?
In a linear motion? If you're in a bus that has the windows closed, that's going in a distance, you can move around in there, and assuming there's no turbulence or anything on the floor, right? You don't feel like you're moving. You're walking around inside the bus, but the bus is stationary.
Right,
as far
but
as
you
you're
can prove.
concerned.
Yeah, so you could
You can
prove
prove
that.
it's
Like, let's
moving by looking
just
out
say
the
you had
window.
no eyes and there was no light, and you didn't know you were in a bus.
Right. Let's say you're in a box in a cargo hold, a big box, a container.
Yeah. So how
Yeah.
you going to prove that you're moving?
How are you going to prove that you're stationary? That's the point. You
Well,
can't
that's
prove
just
either.
it's just the starting point, right?
I know, but the starting point is
It's
that
the
both
axiom.
sides can't prove it.
It's the base axiom. It's what we're experiencing. So we don't have any evidence of any motion, right? So if you want to claim something that goes against what's obvious, then you would have to provide evidence that it is moving.
I'm pointing out there's two equally plausible situations.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
but one of them. Yeah,
It's
so
not.
this is the thing. It's definitely not a correct comparison, right? If you experience something as flat, it's another example, right? If you see something as flat, right, and it's obviously flat, but you want to claim it's curving, then you would have to validate the curvature.
Right, but that's not what I'm trying to do right now. I'm just
Well, it's
trying
the
to
same
ask
thing.
this.
You're trying to say that linear motion is the same as angular velocity. No, it's
No,
not.
I'm not.
When you are, but
I'm not trying to do that.
You are comparing someone on the surface of a globe, so making an angular motion, so going in a circle, it's, an angular velocity.
I'm pointing
You
out
are
that your
comparing it
flat
to someone
surface
in a
could be
bus.
moving.
Hold on, let Necros finish talking, bro.
You are comparing it to someone in a bus going in a linear velocity, so without changing the acceleration. But compared to the angular velocity, it's a constant acceleration. You are going in two vectors when you are going in a circle. So definitely when that bus is going around the circle, if you are blind inside that bus and deaf and you can't hear the engine and you can't see the road that is moving outside the bus, you will understand that the bus is moving because that motion will throw you to the sideways. You will be thrown to the window that is next to you, opposite to the direction of that angular motion. So yeah.
That's interesting. What does that have to do with the flat Earth? So I'm just pointing out that the second of your claims, the Earth is flat and it's static, right? How do you know it's static?
No, it doesn't have anything.
How do you know that it's not moving horizontally, like parallel, like to the plane in any direction?
It doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth. It just have to deal with your own claim that you won't feel motion, but we talk about that spinning globe. We are not claiming that the Earth
I'm not talking about a globe.
Yeah, we're not talking about...
It's all well and good for you to keep saying I'm talking about a globe. I'm not. I'm saying if the Earth is flat, how do you know that we're not going 90 degrees to what I consider left right now at 110,000 meters per second?
Because there's no evidence of that.
There's also no evidence that we're stationary because, like I pointed out, if it with the bus example,
Yeah, there is.
right? No.
Yeah, so no. Hold on a second, right? So there is evidence that we're stationary because there's no evidence of anything other than that, right? It's objective reality. It's Occam's razor.
Both of these situations are equally plausible.
Not really. One of them is what we experience. One of them is exactly what we experience, and the other is literally not what anyone's experiencing, and there's no
How
evidence
would you experience
of
it? My problem is, how would you experience it, right? Because if you're on the bus and you were born on this bus or in the enclosed container, whatever you want to call it, and it's going in a straight line and you can't see outside,
Yeah.
how do you know that
It's
you're
just
moving?
a hypothetical, bro. It's a hypothetical. I mean, if you wanted to make that claim, then you would have to provide evidence for it. But as far as we can tell, we're not moving. Yeah, maybe we are moving, but there's no evidence of that. So it's just like a baseless claim, basically.
And not only that, check this out, dude. Your example of being born on a bus going steady in a straight line is not exactly analogous. Because in your example, you're going straight. In this one, this so-called alleged reality, but somewhat still a fiction, we're rotating about an axis. So there's
Well, he's saying he's not talking about the globe.
I
He's
keep
not talking
saying
about
I'm not talking about the globe. I'm specifically hyper-focused on one of your premises, accepting the rest and asking why this one it remains true.
I understand that. I'm just pointing out that for you to throw that hypothetical in there is not exactly, appropriate for the conversation.
All right then.
Right? Because if you're going straight and you're not accelerating, you're not going up or down over hills and shit like that. Yeah, of course you're not going to feel it. Right? It's a given.
And also, it's a negative claim. No motion. If you think there is some type of motion, the burden of proof will be on the one holding the positive, not the one holding the negative. Unicorn doesn't exist. It's not the one claiming that unicorns doesn't exist. We'll have to validate that. No. It's a negative claim. So the one who think that it exists, so the one who think that there is motion opposite to what you feel, he holds the positive claim about that motion. We don't.
Huh. Does that also apply to claiming that there's a curve versus that there is no curve? Does the burden of proof using your explanation fall on the one claiming that it's not there?
Correct.
Well, it's also
Thank
the
you.
axiom that
I would
once
love
again
to hear
it's
about that later.
so it's objective reality. Yeah, it's objective reality. It's exactly what we all experience, right? So you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. We experience a flat stationary, right? So that's the starting point, and it's not proof that that's what it is. But if someone wants to claim other than what we're experiencing, then, they would probably want to validate that. Now, even though we don't have the burden of proof, we have gone out.
You just said you
and actually. No, I said we don't have the burden of proof. We have the obvious objective reality. No.
Right before that, you did. You said someone claiming a negative doesn't have to go out there and prove that there is no negatives. And I said, does that apply? And I said, does that apply to curves? I'm claiming there is a curve. You're saying there is no curve. You said yes.
No, you're saying it.
Maybe that.
No,
maybe that was a.
Yeah, so this is what. Okay, so we all no, definitely not. Right. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's say I misspoke. Right. So this is the claim. Okay, we all experience a flat stationary plane as our objective reality. That's the starting point. If anyone wants to claim other than that, right, then technically the burden of proof would lie on them. Now, we have gone out and tested if the Earth is a globe, right? And actually, even though we don't have the burden of proof, we have disproved that there is curvature over distance. So more than happy to go over that evidence anytime you want to. But yeah, we certainly don't have to.
We don't hold that burden of proof.
Yeah. So if I see a cow, right, and we're both standing in front of a cow, there's obviously a cow, right? It's mooing, and obviously it's a cow. And you're trying to tell me it's not a cow, right? I don't have to prove it is a cow, right? It's like obviously we're looking at a cow, right? So if you want to make a claim saying, well, no, it's just not a cow, and you have to prove it is a cow. You don't have to do that. It's like, you know what I mean? It's probably a bad example, but I think you get the idea.
I would say that.
No, it's not a bad example. You can't have a steak without a cow.
Yeah, but when you talk about negative claim, it's the zero curvature, flat, zero motion. So those things, zero unicorns, zero Santa Claus, zero Bigfoot, those things doesn't need to be validated because it is a claim for a zero. You can't prove this zero, so it's something that doesn't exist. So you can't validate that, and you don't need to validate that, even if you have possibilities. So zero doesn't hold the burden of proof. The one who holds the burden of existence of unicorns, how many unicorns, how they are,
what is their metabolism. So that's a positive claim. It has many specifics.
I feel
curvature.
I feel like this doesn't work for your position. Maybe you can point out what I'm misunderstanding here. You're saying that for things that don't exist, the burden of proof lays on the one claiming they exist.
Yeah.
And then you go, and then your claims are no curvature, so it doesn't exist. No movement, so that doesn't exist. And you say the burden of proof is on the one claiming that something doesn't exist to prove that it doesn't exist or does exist.
It's going opposite of our experience, right? So the physical and natural world that we experience. So if we can tell by testing things out that the thing is doing something or not doing something based on our interpretation of like how we experience the world, that's important, right? So your interpretation of the world around you by testing and verifying things is the way that you can get empirical data. So the important step here that you're missing is that the Earth is not experienced in any way by anybody in the way that they're proposing, right? So like they say that there's curvature, you just don't see it. There's motion, you just don't feel it. And then there's the apologists like you that would like to say, well, the reason for it not being felt is because you're like on a bus that it's on a straight path and there's no acceleration. Well, I don't know if you know this, but the globe has a lot more to it than maybe just your topical information might have, your small research that you've done. It actually goes into a lot of the different ways that it is accelerating because of the path that it's taking, right? So what we're identifying right now in this conversation is the fact that you either can identify that through empirical means that the Earth is doing something based on the specific claim that you're advocating for. You're advocating for the fact that the Earth is a globe, and you don't know that. You're just assuming that it's a fact. So we're trying to tell you, if it's any way experienced with empirical means, then you'd be able to lay that foundation out first. So we can tell you that on the side for the Earth being, topographically horizontal plane. That's what we're saying. On the horizontal plane standard, we got that covered. We experienced that. However, you're saying we experienced something that is not even being seen or felt. That's the burden is now on you to tell us how that's empirical. Is that clear?
It's an interesting way to go about it. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you respect that, and that's what we're asking.
I mean, I'm fundamentally respectful about everybody's position as long as we respect the fact that we're talking about what we hold to be a conviction or a belief. You believe the Earth is flat because you believe it is empirically proven. And because you believe it's empirically proven.
Yes, empirically proven.
And I don't. Yes, I know what you're about to say, and I have the opposite position. I believe it's empirically disproven. Now we can have a conversation about it, but of course but you have like 5 years of practice on this, and I don't.
That's illogical, though. The statement you made is illogical. It's not disproven because the positive claim now would be that it is proven. So our natural experience of the Earth is of a horizontal plane. What we experience the Earth and what we see from our vantage point is one of a Earth that has land topography, but it's still a horizontal. It's orientated as a horizontal plane. Now that's a positive claim. Now, if you said that's been disproven empirically, I'd like to hear that. So go ahead, sir. You can tell me how that's been disproven empirically, please.
Okay. Well, I mean, an interesting one would be, for example, when I fly from northern Canada to Russia, it takes about the same amount of time as it takes when I fly from Chile to Sydney.
Okay, what?
I know all maps are projection.
Yeah, I know.
I know all maps are projections, but how does that work?
Well, you're asking a question at the moment. I think when you're
take these flights.
Hold on. Who's talking right now?
Me. He's trying this again. And the first day I call him out, he's never taken these flights. That's the end.
I've never mentioned this before. Thank you very much, Mr. Bunny.
Yes, you did.
When?
In chat.
And I've been to these places. I've also visited China, Brazil. I've been on the Amazon. I've swam next to piranhas. My wife is from Madagascar. I live in Europe. And I've been to both the east and west coast. So claim whatever you want.
That's great. The greater point here is that when you travel the distance, are you detecting by any empirical means that the Earth is a geometric shape?
I'm asking why the flight time was so
I need you to respond with a correct answer. Are you detecting that the Earth is a geometric shape when you travel the distance, sir?
I'm not claiming that, no.
So let me answer him, because they're told what speed to fly at so that they arrive on time, because you don't want 25 planes circling an airport waiting to land. Do you understand that part? Air traffic control.
That doesn't line up.
Okay.
Interesting claim, though.
I'm asking you, Warsa, or whatever your name is, Arsa.
You can call me Nick if you find
Nick,
the
that's
name
better. Nick.
Yeah.
So, can you tell me by empirical means how you detected the Earth in any way? Because that's what I'm challenging you right now on. In what way empirically can you detect that the Earth is a geometric shape by traveling the distance? I need an answer to that, please.
I mean, unless our complete understanding of what flat means, there would have to be some kind of shape. Because we understand, because yeah, right. Because we've measured distances like.
That's not an answer. That's not an answer. I need an answer to the empirical standard.
What is your question again?
The empirical standard. By traveling the distance, how did you empirically find out that the Earth is a geometric shape, sir? Answer, please.
I didn't find out it was a shape, but I found out that it wasn't. But I found out that it wasn't flat.
No, you didn't find that out either. So the opposite would be that you're traveling. And what empirical means? I'm going to ask you the opposite. By what empirical means did you detect that it's not flat?
Because if it was flat, the distances don't make sense.
Yeah, but that's just an excuse. I need the empirical standard, sir. You're diverting away from the empirical standard.
Am I not allowed to use any calculations or reason?
No, sir. We're using empirical methods. Empirical methods. Did he leave? I just made him rage quit. That's interesting. I wasn't going for that, but I mean, that's fine.
It's instant transmission out of here.
Yeah, it got too real when it came to empirical standards. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Bro.
Well.
What he said the distances don't make sense. What?
No, that's an excuse. The point that we're making, the greater point, is that he's making a positive claim that it's been disproven that the Earth is not flat. And I asked him for what empirical way did he detect that the Earth is not flat or that affirms that it's a globe, and he could not answer that. That shows that he was ill-equipped to say that by any, like he was basically saying that we have a flat Earth belief and he has a globe Earth belief. I'm like, no, it's not that way. So we can detect empirically that the Earth is flat. You cannot say that the Earth empirically is a globe. So it's illogical.
And it's gone.
Yeah, he vamoosed.
If the Earth was flat, then the distance between me and the grocery store, that distance wouldn't make sense. Huh? Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, he's totally off the reservation when it comes to what he's actually trying to prove, or not trying to prove, or discredit.
It's flat.
That's facts.
Facts.
We got some new speakers, guys. If you want to go ahead and chime in, tell us how you think the Earth is a globe, and perhaps we can entertain some of your thoughts and/or challenge you. Go ahead. We have some new speakers in here. Go ahead, guys. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess we all agree.
No, not really. Only on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Tem brasileiro aqui não, rapaz.
That one's to you, CB.
I don't. What do you say?
I don't know. They're in the wrong chat. Yeah, wrong chat, guys.
Do you speak any English?
This whole server is built on you guys trying to attempt to learn English. So.
So he said he's having a hard time understanding what a flat is.
Ah, good. What language was he speaking, Radwin? Since you know it.
He's speaking Babbling Brook.
Okay, Radwin needed a Dom DeMarco for that. What happened to that?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Well, I'm very nice. Don't call me Radwin. You need to call me Mr. Nice Flat Earther now. I can no longer. I'm too mean. That guy that just left, he complained that I'm too mean.
Dude, he vamoose, dude. He just they do not want to answer the obvious truth that he cannot tell us by empirical means that the Earth is a globe, or say that it's not flat. Wow.
He thinks planes go up in the air and the pilot hits full speed ahead, go as fast as you can, because he's an idiot.
And a rage quitter, yeah.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, he did.
He's in the chat. Yeah, he did instant transmission. He's in the chat. What does solo scriptura mean?
Only scripture. Or
what does that have to do with? He said that in response to needing evidence. The guy that cried and left. He said, "I can't use reason or calculation. Fine, bye." And then he said, or Almish told him, "You need evidence. Reason alone won't help." He said something about solo. This is solo scriptura versus sacred tradition. What?
Amen.
Yeah, Nick just doesn't want to face reality, along with the other people that are challenged with the fact that we actually have to observe the physical world. Like, let's get real, guys. Like, the world is not on a map projection. You're not going to stare at a globe and say, that's where I live on, because you live on the thing that you're standing on, not the thing you're pointing to. It's not a globe. It's not a map projection. It's the ground that you're on. That's the Earth. Why is that so hard? Yep. Go ahead, guys. If you're brand new to the forum, you want to ask some questions, go ahead. We got Axime in here. Welcome, Axime.
We hear you breathing moderated nickname.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We got Kaiser Franz. Kaiser, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Kaiser.
I'm just listening.
How's your English, sir? Pretty good? Okay?
I wouldn't say pretty good.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you can just listen if you like.
Yes.
Now we're doing a no listening panel today. No listening. You hear me?
No listening. You hear me?
You got out the base on that one.
Axum said hello in the chat.
Howdy.
And Warsa. Oh, go ahead.
Nothing. I was going to say, have fun with Axum. He's a good one. You guys will love that one.
Are you from Texas?
Texas.
Well, sure am, Pilgrim.
Yeah, Pilgrim. I'm from Texas.
Isn't everybody's from Texas?
We's out here riding fences and whatnot.
Fixing to hit up that barbecue later.
Capital had a couple of hogs run through the back. We had to take them out. You know, javelinas are quite a menace over here.
You hog-tied them boys?
Yeah, we turned them into barbecue, them guys. Yeah.
All right,
got some
Billy.
piggy ribs if you want some.
Oh yeah, Radwin, Ohio is basically Texas 2.0, so he ain't far off. Anyway, moderated nickname. You've been here before?
No. This is my first
Awesome.
time too.
Wow. So
What
have you
questions
talked
do you
to
have for the
Jada?
room, moderated?
Yeah.
What?
Do you have any questions about the topic of the room?
Not yet. I'm trying
you-
to understand what's. Yeah. Go on.
Well, let me help you understand. So a lot of people, right, or a whole bunch,
Yeah.
think that the Earth is a globe. Do you think that you're one of those people?
Yes.
All right. Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Oh my God, bro. Come on.
Yeah, give it to me, man. Lay it on me. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? Yeah. Hello.
Oh.
All it takes is
Yeah, I'm
words.
here.
Speak words. Just say something. Take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay. I did
is
ask you
the
that
wrong-
question.
It's the wrong question. You're saying why?
Yeah. Why do you
It is. There's
think
no
that
reason.
the Earth is a globe? Yeah, I'm asking that question. Why? You want me to restate
You
it?
need a proof for that.
No, I
Can I
want you to
ask
tell me. I want you to tell me how you think the Earth is a globe. That's pretty easy for anybody to say, well, this is what I think. Yeah, that's what he thinks.
Okay.
That's what she thinks. What do you think? Come on, man, pull it together. Jeez. We hear you chuckling, so obviously you think it's funny. Yeah, just go ahead, spit it out. No, if you have the knowledge, say it. Like if you don't, just say I don't know, dude. I just believe it. You know, just do that. You can do that. That'd be much easier if you just admit.
I mean, you can test it yourself. You know, you can go to.
Okay. How?
You can go to another country and you're gonna find out.
Okay, so I can go to another country and then stand in that other country and be like, man, the Earth's a globe. I just arrived to another country. That's crazy. I'm here. I know it's a globe now because I went from point A to point B.
Okay.
Is that it?
I think that's enough. So you can
That's
travel
enough?
by plane.
Yeah, that's good. You know, ever since the dawn of time, people have been able to get up and move from one place to another. Yeah? Congratulations, man. People can travel. You just discovered travel.
Yes, people. Yeah. No, bro. No.
Well, what I'm asking, though, is if someone goes from point A to point B, how do they know they're doing it on the surface that's curved in between point A and point B? How do they know it's curved? Do you get it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me how it's curved. When
Okay.
somebody goes from like
Okay, for
USA
example.
and goes to Europe,
Yes.
how do they know it's curved in between there?
No, you can go to, for example, you can go from US to some Asian countries or Australia.
Okay, we'll do that. Now, how do we know the Earth is curving in between those two places?
You can see it, bro.
Really? So all I gotta do is see curve, and therefore the Earth is curved. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Come on, man.
No, I'm being serious. So you say you take a flight. Have you done this? Have you taken a flight and seen that the Earth is curving?
No, because
well, I mean that's what we're talking about. It's too big. So the Earth looks flat from an airplane, according to you now. It's too big.
Yes.
We can't see it. Okay. Well, now let's get down to it, right? The Earth looks flat from an airplane, and you're saying that it's still a curved surface. How do we know? How do we determine?
Yes.
Yeah, how do we determine it's curving?
Yeah.
How do we determine it's curving?
Oh. I don't, bro. I don't.
Oh, that's it. There you go. So you can't determine that the Earth is curving between point A to point B on a flight because you said it looks flat. So therefore, how can you measure curvature when you don't know how to measure it right now? That's very interesting, right? I'm giving you food for thought.
Okay, how we can test it? So
well, that's the problem. This is the problem, moderated. What I'm showing you right now is that nobody's given you the method to test it. That's why you're asking me, a flat earther. You're asking me how can I test it when I'm asking you how come it's never been presented to you that you could test it? Why didn't they tell you in any way that the Earth is a globe and here's how to measure it? Nobody's ever shown you that. I think that's a problem, don't you think?
I mean, yes.
Okay. But if the Earth was curving,
yeah.
No, I'm saying if the Earth was curving, then you'd be able to determine that the surface over distance would be dropping away if you're starting from point A to point B. Wherever you travel, the surface overall, right, like the giant ball that you're standing on, would be conforming to the spherical shape of the surface. But we can't measure that. Is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right. So the premise that we hold true, that's obvious, is that the Earth is flat. It's a horizontal plane.
So we can apply the same mindset to, evolution theory. So.
Oh my, evolution.
Can I ask something?
Evolution.
Yeah, but we're not concerned with that. It's not a part of understanding the nature of our surface of the Earth. But somebody wanted to ask a question. Did you want to yield the floor, moderated?
Yeah. So I'm reading this argument that about the Earth being curved.
Yeah, Ryan, I got to ask moderated if he wants to yield the floor, if he wanted to keep asking questions. I'm only being polite to him. Moderated, did you want to yield the floor?
No.
Do you want to keep talking, or do you want to yield the floor to Ryan, who wants to ask a question?
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, Ryan. Ryan.
Okay. So here I have ChatGPT, and he said when a ship sails away, it disappears, bottom first, not all at once. This only happens on a curved surface. So how do you respond for that?
Okay, well, I don't mind answering ChatGPT's response, but I want to ask you, Rayan, are you using your critical thinking, or are you applying only responses that ChatGPT is using? Because I want you to use your own critical thinking. When we engage, critical thinking is very important for you. Maybe you have or have not used it, but I want you to use it today, right now. ChatGPT is only gonna help you so far, right? Like giving you responses. And I don't mind responding to it, but I don't want to have a conversation with AI. I could do that outside of talking to you. I can just pull up AI and have a conversation with it. Because that's what it sounds like. You're just like a medium, right? You're in between the AI and me. I don't want to be talking to AI. I know what responses AI is going to give me, but I want you to use your critical thinking and your mind.
So for me, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure that the Earth is curved or flat. So at the moment, like I trust some people that look trustfully that will tell me if whether the Earth is curved or not. Like
A very
trusting-
honest answer. Yeah.
like,
Oh, I'll say it like this.
trusting doctors and
Yeah, go ahead.
like I'm trusting doctors with my health. It's the same here. Like I'm seeing scientists telling me that Earth is curved, and yeah, I'm taking their words.
Okay, that's very honest. But you think that most people will have your ideas, the same ideas, that they're just trusting wherever they get the information?
No, I don't think that.
Oh, so you think people actually know the Earth's a globe?
I'm trusting their science. I mean,
I know, but I'm saying, do you think other people like you are doing the same?
no, like if you are smart enough and study physics and have base of knowledge and arguments that you are building your arguments on. So yeah, you can put it to the ground and
I
you
get
can
it.
discuss it.
So you're telling me,
Like,
you're telling me though, Rayan, is that you're a believer in the information. However, there's smart people out there that probably know that the Earth is a globe, but you're not one of those people.
yeah, like I'm reviewing the arguments and like you are telling me that the Earth is flat. They'll give me some arguments.
But what I'm saying though, Rayan, is important, right? How would you be able to discern what is right and what is wrong if you only believe what you hear and you can't critically think about the information given to you? So you're only believing what you hear, apparently is what you told me, right? Somebody told you, somebody smarter than you, according to you, told you the Earth's a globe, and you believe them, yeah? You didn't critically think about it because right now you're like, I don't know if the Earth is a globe or not. I just trust it. So you don't know for yourself how to analyze the information given to you, which is what I'm telling you, it has to happen within a conversation. Right now is what we're doing. You're listening to what I say, and you're able to analyze and not just believe what I'm saying.
Yeah, like if the argument like makes sense and doesn't.
There's literal videos showing proof that the Earth is literally a sphere.
Thanks for that. But that's exactly what we're covering right now. We're covering with Rayan the same thing that you're saying right now, is that he's been told, right, by people and shown videos and images that the Earth is a globe. I'm asking for him and for you, Maroon Lay, to use your own critical thinking on how you know the Earth's a globe. Don't just be trusting information. Be able to take that information and analyze it, right? How do I know what they're showing me is exactly what the Earth is? So that's what I want you to do. You and Rayan, both of you, analyze the information. Can you do that?
Bro, if he's
so you are literally saying that a lot of sources, like trusted ones, that a lot of people have been following for over years, and you are telling me that they are just lying? How?
Yeah. No, it's called misinformation. So the information you're receiving is incorrect. It's not true.
Dude,
it's called misinformation.
None of the things we see on from trusted people are fake.
Yeah,
like NASA and a lot of
Maroon. How did you engage with your critical thinking and know that it's not false? How do you know that's not false?
Because literally there's a lot of videos covering it, a lot of companies and organizations.
Yes, that's good. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of information coming at you. I know that. There's a lot of information coming at you. But how do you discern whether the information is true or false? How do you figure that out?
And why would I say that the information is false?
Because you can ask questions like, how do I know where this information came from? How do I know they can actually be in this place what they're showing me? How do I know, you have to ask a lot of questions, right? You're not curious about the information, you're just accepting it and then saying it's true. That's not critical thinking. Critical thinking will look at the information and analyze it, right? How do I know this information is true? Where did it come from? How did they take this picture or whatever video? That's what you have to do if you want to actually engage whether or not you can discern whether it's true or false. You're not doing that. You're just accepting it as it's true.
So let me ask you something.
You know the amount of technology we have in 2025, do you?
Yes, but are you analyzing the information? This is what the yes or no?
There's literal videos.
Yes, I know this. You've already said this like 4 or 5 times. I know this. But did you analyze the information you're receiving?
Of course I did.
Do that.
You are just not accepting the fact.
No,
You are
okay. Let's go over it. Let's go over it. You did analyze it. Tell me the analysis from the image or whatever you talk about the Earth being a globe. Let's see if it's true or not. How did you analyze it?
Well, I don't want to bring... Wait. I don't want to bring religious into this thing, but there are a lot of religions that already say that the Earth isn't flat.
Yes,
So-
but you're only telling me that other people are saying things. I'm gonna ask you the same question.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, here we go again.
So you are telling me that the book of the great God is literally fake and you just don't want to believe it?
No, every information you receive, you're not
I do not
analyzing
care.
it. Whatever information you're hearing, and I don't care where it comes from, you are not analyzing it.
Yes.
You're just accepting it or rejecting it. That's a problem.
Bro, that is
a
true,
problem. That is a problem.
No, it's not a
critical
problem,
thinking.
bro.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, bro.
Accepting information on face value without analyzing it is not employing critical thinking. You're not doing that. You're just accepting it on face value or rejecting it based on your feelings or whatever you want. But it's not because you analyzed it and then said, okay, I checked it out. I looked into this. I found out I can validate this information. You didn't do any of that. You've only listened to what people tell you and whatever. It doesn't matter what information it is. It could be somebody telling you about religion.
Yes.
It could be about the news. It could be about space.
Yes.
I don't care what it is. You don't take the information and analyze it. You just take the information and accept it. You're only accepting it.
Yo, AV, look. So let's ask from the information and the pictures and
Sure.
let's go like starting with like facts and science and physics. So,
All right, but you're gonna have to start with. Well, hold on. Wait, Rand. Post the image that you're talking about, so we all know what you're referring to. Okay. Put it in the text chat.
No, I don't. I just told you, let's ignore images and those things.
Well, what information we're gonna analyze?
We're gonna analyze the information that when we have like a model, the globe model, globe Earth model, and we have like science and facts and laws that were built upon this model and that are given us correct measurements and kind of those
Okay,
things.
I know you want to talk about that, but I have to first I want you to make your premise correct. Please show me what model you're talking about, because you're saying model, but what model are you referring to? Be very specific.
Okay. Like the model of the Earth being globe.
Okay, and what is it? What information can we get from the model of the Earth being a globe? What information are we talking about?
So the laws of Newton and the movement of the Earth and those kind of things.
The movement of the Earth, you mean axial rotation or the Earth as it's traveling around the sun? What movement are you talking about?
Let me check. I forget those things.
Specifics are very important when you're analyzing the information.
Yeah, you are right. Give me a minute.
Yep, go ahead and collect your thoughts. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and kick it off to the panel because I got to get back to work. So whoever here can takes up the, the point on this if you want. But the gentleman's looking for information right now to talk about the globe model, Newton's laws, and I think he said motion as well. So. I'm going to post an image in the text chat of critical thinking, and you guys tell me if you're doing this.
Hey, DJ, are you still here?
Yeah.
So, how much actual, say, moderation actions have you had to take here in this new locale?
None really. I mean, just the warnings seem to help. I mean, a lot of the time we can just warn them and just ask them to mute themselves, and that seems to have worked most of the time. I don't think I've had to mute anyone.
No. Yeah, no, I've been noticing that like.
Maybe one or two people that just came in like playing music like really loud. Also, yeah, like very different to the other channels that we're used to being in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I've just noticed that, and then that was a question I had earlier, and then got off the topic. But yeah, it seems like a really nice set of conversations here. I think.
Yeah. Even the people that have looked into arguing against the topic, right? Even they seem more open-minded. They're not like using all kinds of fallacies and tactics and things like that. For the most part, they're saying, "Well, that's an interesting point. I hadn't considered that, and I'll look into it more, and I'll come back next week with some new arguments." Right? That seems to be more common.
Yeah, no,
that's pretty good. I like it here. Yeah, it's much better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not my place to make a decision for somebody. It's my place to present a case, and it's somebody else's place to present their case, and, if you will. And either they make a decision or somebody else makes a decision, but ultimately at the end of it, so I'm not worried about the decision. The stuff in the middle is the important part, and those who can't behave in those other forums, I think we just need to steer clear of those other places because they just seem like a cesspool. And I think this shows what I've been saying for so long, that this is how the conversation can be.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big enough server. We don't have to waste our time with known trolls or anything like that, or obsessed anti-flat earthers, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and then I heard one somewhere, I saw some, like maybe it was yesterday, some Globey made a comment about flat earthers, and then another Globey was like, "Hey, be nice on here now, don't be like that." And that's nearly unheard of back in Pedotix.
Yeah, I think it's also very helpful for our side to have more respectful conversations and not to get overly aggressive with people. I mean, our side kind of can do that at times as well, because we're used to being in forums where we're getting attacked constantly and dealing with anti-flat earthers and all kinds of like disingenuous arguments and things like that. It's a good experience for our side to be able to take a slightly more positive approach and put out a very good impression of what flat earthers are like. And I think our arguments are pretty strong. We don't really need to get aggressive when we have such good, well-established arguments and rebuttals and things like that. 100%. I mean, occasionally it's going to happen. I mean, it's just human nature. But yeah, I think it's been good. It's been a good change being in this channel.
Yeah, there was a video that I saw of a guy who was at one of these Tesla vandalism parties, where they're out front claiming that they're peacefully protesting, et cetera, et cetera. And then there was one guy dressed up either, I don't remember if he was wearing a pro-Trump or pro-Tesla or pro-Elon Musk shirt. And so somebody punched him just, while the others had their back to him, sucker punched this guy. And so he started fighting back, and 5 or 6 of the other people who didn't see the original guy get sucker punched, they started blaming him for, fighting back to the other guy. And so, of course, watching it on video, it was just clear as day what happened. And then the original guy was like, look, he said, in their behalf, they didn't see what happened. They just, they turned around and they saw, and they kind of just presumed because I drug him to the ground and waylaid him. And so my point is, when we get somewhere where all the aggressive trolls are, whether we like it or not, those people, the other people who were there, like, man, look at these flat earthers. They are pretty aggressive, even though they've not, seen the original confrontation. They've not seen that this guy comes around every day and what all he says.
Yeah.
So I think it is more important for us to be in a place. It seems like these people actually want to have a conversation. And on top of that, then not only do they want to have a conversation, they want to have a friendly conversation. So I think these are the people we need to reward with our presence compared to those who don't want to have a friendly conversation.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree.
And you've heard my spiel about the Discord effect, haven't you? Or at least what I call the Discord effect.
No, I have not.
So I've been hypothesizing that the people who know the globe topic the best are not going to come on Discord. So I was operating under the premise that then what we're going to end up with is the Brendas of the world. And it goes to show, and I think every day that I was around, I was proven right on that. Now, coming over here proves my assertion entirely wrong, that there's people who know what they're talking about, and then when you show them something they don't know, they don't just, have a visceral reaction. They say, hey, let me look into that. Maybe they're not going to agree with us, but they will at least they'll have a conversation.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good change.
So what is it that makes this server so popular? Is it just that there's so many people trying to get more eloquent with the English language, or is there or some other aspect to what they to their mission here?
Sorry, what did you say?
No, I said, what is it that made the server so large here? Is it just simply that obviously one of the most popular topics in the world is trying to learn uh, the language franca of pretty much the entire world? Or is it that there's other aspects to their mission here that they do? Like obviously them bringing us aboard, and then do they do other things that has helped them grow in popularity, or is it just that there's that many people trying to learn English?
I think the primary focus of the server is for people to come here and learn English, but then they have a whole bunch of other channels, to keep it interesting as well. I don't know. I haven't really looked through the rest of the server that much, but it says like Science Lounge, Ask a Hindu, Ask a Muslim, Ask a Christian, relationship advice, politics and religion. Yeah. Lots of different channels. But yep, look at it. Our one's always the most packed.
That seems to be the thing we have in common no matter where we go.
Yeah, man. It's a super popular topic. People are very interested in this topic. If it wasn't for the censorship, it would have blown up like crazy, I think.
Yeah, no doubt.
Welcome back, DJ's World.
Ah.
Oh, God.
I had the DJ. I had a couple fillings done today, so I'm finally getting to really where I can start to talk and not with not half of my face being paralyzed. So I wonder, like, if we like over here, can we schedule events over here?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Like what might be neat to do over here is like to set a time and day and maybe just start from the beginning with, kind of like a class, if you will, and start from the basics and have, have those who want to ask questions be able to interject with some questions and, lead it somewhat like a class. There may be enough people over here that are of goodwill who that could really benefit instead of people who are coming and going at random times, so they catch the last half of a conversation and then so that might be a interesting thing over here.
In comes the wild Mr. James giggling over.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Mr. James. How's it going?
Everything is good. What is going on here? Are you talking about
Not much.
flat earth?
Yeah.
So what is decision? Do we believe
Sorry.
in flat earth?
Yeah. I've been looking into it for a fair while, and I don't think the Earth is a globe, my friend. What about you?
I don't know. I don't matter. I don't know anything. I need proof to believe in flat earth.
Well, you would experience the Earth as flat to begin with, don't you? Obviously, that's not proof, but that's what you experience the Earth as, right? Like a non-rotating flat plane with topography,
So
like
flat
mountains.
earth is
and-
not flat?
Flat, yeah, flat as in, context matters when you're using words, right? So when we're talking about flat, we mean that there's no curvature over distance, right? We have topography, like hills and valleys and mountains. But when we're testing over large bodies of water, which make up most of the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature over distance. So that's the context when we say flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're just testing the Earth, and it's most definitely not a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, like we were told.
What is the opposite word of flat?
The opposite word of flat would be
Curved.
Yeah, I guess so.
The opposite of a straight line is a curved line.
So
So yeah, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Is that guy still here?
what we're doing here, we're trying to prove that the flat is the earth is flat, or
Well, not necessarily. We're here to answer people's questions about the topic, and we're here to have a look at people's globe evidence if they think they have any. And we're also here to share information that people might not have been aware of.
if the earth was flat, what would happen with water?
What would happen with what?
With water, ocean.
With water, well, water needs a container, right? So water would behave exactly the same as what you experience, right? So you need to have a container to have a body of water, and then on the surface of the water would be flat, just like you experience in real life.
If the Earth was flat, what would happen to the water? Well, it would be as exactly as you experience. It'll be flat. If the Earth was flat, it'll be flat, which it is.
Wait, do we have gravity in flat Earth?
No. We don't have gravitation in any idea of the Earth.
But why we are going around this hour then?
We're not.
Where are we?
On the floor.
Can you see the side chat, Mr. James?
Yes, I see.
Yeah,
They
can
are-
you see this? Have a look at this meme. People think of the flat Earth as a flat planet inside the globe Earth model. That's not what we claim, right? That's not what flat Earth is. We don't think it's a flat disk planet inside the globe model of space.
What about shape of moon? Is it flat too?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I can't validate exactly what the moon is, right? But it's nothing like the Earth. It looks like a sphere to me, but I can't validate that for sure. But just because something in this that you see in the sky is a certain way, that doesn't mean the Earth has anything to do with that, right? If you have a round light on your ceiling, that doesn't mean that the floor that you're standing on is similar in any way to the round light on your ceiling.
Maybe the Earth's shape is cube.
You think so, do you?
Can I?
What makes you think that?
I've been playing Minecraft since young.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Congratulations.
What are we talking about, guys?
Just talking about the Earth. One guy asked a couple of questions. Do you have any questions about flat Earth or about the globe?
Yeah, I believe that the dinosaurs are still in space. Do you believe that?
What? Time zones are in space?
Dinosaurs,
Yeah,
did he
the-
say?
Dinosaurs stole gravity. Did you know? Did you know that? It's most.
So is that your question? Chobo?
Sure it is.
Question.
Are dinosaurs in space or something? Is that honestly what you're asking us?
Yes, I am.
Gentlemen, we're not here to mock the platform, so please ask some good questions or else just stay muted, please. Don't be trolling this forum. This forum doesn't deal with trollers.
We're not.
We have zero
trolling.
tolerance for trollers, dude.
My bad.
Yeah, we don't want to have to mute anyone. Yeah, we don't want to have to mute anyone or anything like that. Like, this is a serious topic, so if anyone has serious questions, that's fine. If not, like, just mute yourself if you want to listen. You know, we don't want to have to mute anyone or anything like that.
Yeah, why do you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Well,
Wait, are all planets flat too?
hold on a second. The other guy just asked a question. So hold on a second, Mr. James. Yeah, so for me personally, I've been out and actually tested the Earth. I've spent a lot of time looking into the evidence from both sides of the argument, and I can find a ton of evidence that the Earth is not a globe. And it's exactly as we all experience the Earth as well. You know, we don't experience the Earth as a globe. We experience it as a flat, stationary plane. And then when we go out and test the Earth for curvature, we can't find any over vast distances where there must be curvature. The Earth is also utilized as a flat plane as well, so...
But don't you think that compared to Earth, we are way too small to, you know?
Hey, AV, did you know your camera's on?
Hey, Mickey's at work. Good luck. My camera flicked on earlier today as well. Watch out for that one.
That's crazy. Yeah, Trouble, what was your question again, man? Can you say it again? Your mic's kind of cutting out.
So how does the flat Earth model explain GPS and satellites? How does the orbit mechanics work? Do you know that?
Well, the orbital mechanics...
Yeah.
Yeah, your mic's kind of choppy. I don't know if you can fix your mic up a bit. It's kind of cutting out.
Why is it so silent here, bro?
Your microphone is like chopping out. I don't know if you can fix your microphone up. We can't really hear you very well. So if you're claiming satellites in space,
Yeah. Just check the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has a problem with microphone.
Yeah.
There are so many people without microphone. Why nobody is talking?
We're waiting for you.
Yeah, Chubba, can you put your microphone on mute, man? Because it's like making a bunch of background noise.
Of course, no problem.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, so he's asked about GPS. I'm not sure if anyone wants to go over that topic for him. I would say we can't confirm, exactly what we're being told when it comes to what satellites are, exactly what altitude they're at, right? If it's being claimed that they're in a space vacuum, right, we would first need to clarify that a space vacuum can exist. Now, in saying that, 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables. NASA's first satellites were literally balloons, helium balloons, right? And NASA has a massive satellite balloon program, right? So there's definitely some satellite technology, right? Government is known to also have technology that we don't know about, so we don't know exactly what's going on with satellites. It's one of those things where you can't validate the claims that are being made about satellites.
I sort of don't understand the questions sometimes about satellites, because I don't know that anybody has actually ever witnessed a satellite, quote unquote, a piece of machinery falling around a globe. It's always just this idea that they've been given, but the Earth would have to be a globe in the first place to be falling around it. So I guess I need to have more clarification on what people are asking about in terms of satellites. Is it just me? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I Google photos of satellites in space, I just see a bunch of cartoons. So that's weird as well. And yeah, what specifically are people meaning when they say the term satellite? You know, I think a bunch of things could be considered satellites.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think that they call the moon a satellite, don't they?
Yeah, I was just thinking there's something like that. Let me check.
Plus, we also get this question, what do you guys mean you don't believe in satellites? So is it something that we're supposed to believe in? What does that mean? Is it like the Tooth Fairy? Okay, no, I don't believe in the Tooth Fairy, and I don't believe in satellites.
Jobber, you can still answer the, still talk to us if you want. Just mute your mic in between when you're talking, that's all.
Yes. Yeah, I'm typing, bro. I'm typing.
Yeah, it's better if you just talk, though. I mean, you can just say what you want to say.
Yeah, we can hear you. There's just some background noise or something when you're not speaking.
You're asking why the flight paths between the southern hemisphere continents like Santiago to Sydney make no sense on a flat Earth map, but make perfect sense on a globe. Well, firstly, we don't claim to have a flat Earth map. The flat Earth map that you might have pictured in your head is just a globe projection. Right? It's called the AE globe projection. So yeah, that's not a flat Earth map. So when sometimes people strawman us and say that this is how it doesn't work on a flat Earth map, but that's not a flat Earth map. That's how it doesn't work on a particular globe projection. Okay, what's next? And why can't you see further, right? Why can't you see forever? Well, because the atmosphere is dense over distance. It's opaque over distance. That's why if you stand on a mountain and you look out into the distance, everything fades off slowly. Like each mountain in the distance that you can see gets more difficult to see because of the air clarity, basically. So the maximum distance you can see in perfect conditions is 200 miles through the medium of air. And then we also have angular resolution limitations, which is to do with perspective, right? So things get smaller as they move away from you. So eventually you can't see them anymore. You can't resolve them. So yeah, there's a bunch of reasons, perfectly valid reasons why we can't see forever. All right, what else have you got? Yep. So and why is it daytime and nighttime? Yep. So we witness the sun moving across the sky, right? And when it's within your region or your area, it's daytime. Like when it's above your head, it's the middle of the day, right? And as it moves away, it's lighting up a different portion of the surface of the Earth. And once again, the light can't attenuate, it can't travel forever through the medium of air. So as it moves away, it takes its light with it, right? Because the light gets less intense over distance due to the inverse square law of light, and also scatters through the atmosphere, which is opaque over distance. And it takes particular cycles, right? So depending on which part of the cycle it's in, it will be summer in Australia, for example, while at the same time winter in a different part of the Earth, right? Like the northern hemisphere, Europe or something like that. So when it's midday during the day in winter in Australia, the sun isn't directly over your head. It's taking a different path. It's much lower in the sky. It's never coming really close to you. So we don't think the sun's 93 million miles away. We don't think the Earth is like a disk in space or anything like that with a big giant 93 million mile away sun. Otherwise, yeah, night and day wouldn't work.
It might be easier just to go ahead and let you know that basically the entire heliocentric model, whatever that is, that has been proposed to you is false and does not exist. Space, distances to planets, the ever-expanding vacuum, the zillions of light years away that everything is, all of that nonsense. There's no space. The entire concept, all of it falls apart if the Earth is actually not a ball. Because everything about the space vacuum and the zillions of light years and all of these orbital mechanics are based on the Earth being a ball. Oh yeah, and there's no gravity. So.
Yep. And he's just asked, so the Earth doesn't rotate? No, it doesn't. Just as we experience, there's no curvature and it doesn't move. We witness the celestial bodies moving and taking particular paths and cycles in the sky. Like the sky could be described as like a big clock in a way. Tidal waves are usually caused by undersea earthquakes.
I wonder if he means tides.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Is that two different things? Tidal waves and tides? Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Good point. Yeah, so the
Tides
globe
are a mystery.
Yeah, definitely. And the mainstream, like the globe explanation for tides doesn't make any sense either. If you have a look into it.
Yeah, why don't we have larger tides when there's a new moon?
Yeah, it's all messed up.
Yeah. You know, just the fact that we have some areas on Earth that have pretty much no tides at all. And then we have 2 high tides a day as well. And we have simultaneous high tides on both sides of the Earth at the same time. I mean, this simplified globe Earth explanation doesn't really help explain all of these things once you think about it. It's not like wherever the moon is, that's where the high tide is. Yeah, so Choba, I mean, it would be easier if you just open your mic and ask the questions, right? So if you want to ask about gravity, you can. But just answering questions from the side chat probably isn't going to continue. So yeah, gravity is something you're going to need to have a globe, right? You're going to need to explain ludicrous things like all of the ocean sticking to the outside of a spinning ball and things like that. In reality, on a flat, stationary, enclosed system, we don't need gravity the way that you've been taught gravity works. Right? You're more dense than the air. Right? So you're not going to float off. You're not a helium balloon, right? A helium balloon's going to float off because it's less dense than the air. So things will rise or sink depending on their density and the density that of the medium that they're in. Now, yeah, I mean that's a simple answer. I mean, if you want to have a chat about it in VC, then feel free to. And just like copy pasting ChatGPT stuff is just not going to work out well either. Use your own words, use your own mind. Airplanes. You're asking about airplanes? Airplanes are designed to treat the Earth as flat and stationary in the aircraft design manuals.
Yep, and the Concorde engineers spent $39 million building a test rig for their fueling system to make sure the Concorde at Mach 2 flew flat and level.
That's interesting.
Because that's the only way to save fuel.
So who's this person we have here? FE VidMe Livestream. Are you there, man? Primal King Bear, 14 mutual friends.
Hello? Why you guys all get muted?
What's up, man?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. How about you?
Yeah, good, thanks. What brings you in the Flat Earth channel?
I have no idea. I'm trying to figure out what are you guys talking about? What did that
No,
mean?
it's a bit quiet at the moment. You know, some people were just asking some questions, but they had some microphone issues. And yeah, you know, a lot of people sit in here and just like listen in while they're doing some work or something like that. So
Alright.
Well, DJ and I are talking telepathically.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was telling him how the sunlight only penetrates the ocean to about 200 meters effectively.
he's gone.
Looks like DJ's been ordering in, huh? Getting DoorDash.
Yeah, I work from home, so.
Oh shit! There you go.
Bro, so much so much extra work I could have got done if I just like stayed off here.
Yeah, but it's a mixture of like TNR and politics, so it's like an elevated, platform. So
Yeah. So Choba asks, do you really think mega monuments like the Burj Khalifa, the pyramids, the Great Wall of China, the Statue of Unity, they are all stable just by the atmosphere pressure? No, dude, they're all comprised of, they're all made of elements that are much more dense than the surrounding medium. Right? There's most matter, right? Most objects are more dense than the air. So anything that's more dense than the air is just going to sit on the ground. Unless some outside energy displaces it, right? So if you have a pile of rocks, it's just going to sit there on the ground. It's never going to move unless some outside source of energy comes along and displaces it. And once you go and pick up a rock, right? Once you release it, it's just going to sink back down to the ground again where it already was. Because it's more dense than the air. It's very simple. And yeah, dude, tidal waves, right? Don't tell me nope, tsunamis are completely different from tidal waves. It's a very similar thing. And tidal waves doesn't mean tides, right? Tides are just cold tides, not tidal waves. You can have tides and no waves at the same time. So the definition of a tidal wave, an exceptionally large ocean wave, especially one caused by an underwater earthquake or volcanic eruption.
Video skeptic, if you're listening, they're on the politics of it. I don't know if you have time to switch the bot over there, but they're over there.
Why do we see?
Someone's barking.
What does that mean?
It wasn't
Can
barking.
I ask a question?
I think that was Crit AI barking.
It wasn't
Oh, you're barking, bro. Are you
It's an
dumb?
AWU from the movie 300.
It's an inside
Watson,
joke
what
that
is
you're
your
not.
profession? AWU. Yeah, that's what it is.
It's a joke, an inside joke that you're not privy to because you're lame.
Just a bit lame, yeah.
Wait, so why is everyone in chat like retarded? I can't ask a single question without being like sarcastic.
I mean, we don't need
comments.
to hear the yappuccino, bro. You could just put yourself on mute.
No, I'm just asking. So I want to ask you a question because
Nah, another minute to reflect. You'll get a minute every time you say something that's a yappuccino. You'll get a minute to reflect. It's kind of like putting a kid in a timeout corner. That's what I do. Just sit and think about it. Then after the minute's up, and you can come back off. And if you haven't learned, we'll put you in for 2 minutes. Maybe extend it. We can extend the time limit. You know, that's cool. But if you learn from the minute, then yeah, that's all it'll be. Just a minute. All right.
Hey, Alpha, I sent it. Chat.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not. You're basically not using the Earth at all. It shows from. Is that right?
You're really only using the horizon when you're at sea level.
Well, the horizon is the Earth, sir.
Yes, but as soon as you go from elevation, you're not using the horizon anymore.
Okay, but I was asking if you're using a point that touches the Earth, and you said no, but the horizon is.
Yeah, but you meant the surface, though. You meant the surface.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the surface. So the surface of the Earth is the Earth. Yeah?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No, I mean,
the surface of the Earth is not the Earth?
No, it's not no to that. It's no that the horizon is part. It's the edge. It's a visual edge of the Earth.
Yeah. So
the part where the surface meets the sky.
Yeah, but you're saying you're seeing two. So okay, do it in a diagram because that didn't help me. That image you showed me didn't help me to think of. I guess I'm close to thinking of how you're looking at it, but use the horizon in this example. Like do it in a diagram using the horizon. Do it in paint, dude. Like that would make it so simple.
In paint. All right.
I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying because then it'll be a straw man, right? So why don't you just draw it in a thing?
Yes. Just draw it.
Look at Drace coming in with that info. We're waiting to see what this is going to look like. At least I'm kind of curious. Maybe it's a new take. I don't know.
This is a sailboat.
But from what I gathered, he was saying, and I don't know how he's going to present this, but it was not having anything to do with the surface of the Earth. So
the tangent
expectations low over fences. I'm always hopeful, man. You know, like you never know. Welcome everybody. Yeah, I'm just you know me. I do my thing. Getting people to realize whether they have an argument for the case of the Earth being a globe or not. Gonna walk right through their information and see what they got. I mean, at least I'm thinking that's what he's gonna show over fences, but you know, I don't know. I can't say.
I had a really good.
It sound like he's. What'd you say?
Said I had a really good one that I'm looking for.
You don't have it now, really?
No, I have a lot of others.
Okay. Just give me something, man.
Okay, how about this? Let's see if this works.
What you got?
Let's see if this works.
You like that elbow? Here, flat earther, take this. Every time he swings and it lands a punch, it sounds like the little squeegee toy. Wee!
This is what I'm saying.
I mean, you think in 2025 these things should be already like coming at us in waves after wave. Oh.
Yes.
Dude, what the hell is this? Have we ever met somebody that tall? I'm just kidding. I'm okay. All right. So,
yes.
I was correct. I was correct. So it's meeting the Earth at a point. You were incorrect.
If that's what you're talking about, then yeah.
Yeah, it's touching the Earth, dude, isn't it? Like the tangent line.
If you want to say the horizon, yeah. If you want to say the apparent horizon is the Earth, I would say.
Isn't that what the diagram is showing? Hush. I mean, you got to help me out here. Isn't that what the diagram's showing? That the tangent line is touching the Earth at some point? Yes or no, bro?
I would say it's touching the boundary of where the Earth meets the sky.
Bro, it has to be like what this is showing is the horizon is a point on the Earth.
For argument's sake, yeah, all right, let's go with that.
Holy smokes! No, it's no. We can't move forward because if you haven't planted your flag, whether or not this is touching the Earth, that's going to be a problem.
I know where you're going with this.
I'm going with that. You're either
horizon.
saying that tangent line, that the diagram that you're showing was the gentleman that's making the observation is looking down off of the Earth, or actually rather over a hump, because that's what it looks like. He's looking over a hump. But the hump is the Earth is curving up and not away. So he's looking like the Earth is curving up to where it meets the horizon and then touches the horizon on the Earth at a specific point, and it moves away, and then there's a drop over distance at that point.
And it's curving away.
Yeah, at the point of the horizon, there's a separation. Yeah. There's a separation between the Earth and the tangent line. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll say he's touching one point.
That's what I'm saying. Yay! Let's get a round of applause for Hush. Thank you so much. You finally got what I'm saying. Bro, that's what I've been saying. Is at a point it touches. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying.
That is not what you guys say, though.
Dude,
you guys say there is no tangent.
All right, man. Haven't I been saying this from the beginning? I'm like, I think what you're saying.
It may be you, but not a lot.
Right.
Not a lot.
Fine.
But I'm talking to you,
great.
though.
All right, let's get down to the nuts and bolts. So you're saying that the tangent line touches the Earth at a point, but then it only does so for just that one point. Then it diverges away, or actually converges from the. Here's what's happening: it converges to the horizon and then diverges away from the horizon. Does that make sense?
It diverges in a straight line.
Yes, dude. I know that.
I'm just making sure we're getting our things down. Yes.
But I'm making sure that your argument is solid so that I don't hit a moving target. Like no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I don't like that.
I get it. So
just stand on business. Right? When it comes to stand on business, say this is what I'm showing you. This is what it is, so that we can talk about it. All right. So according to the diagram, is this the diagram you're going to say is representing what you think is going on in reality?
Why do you say what I think? I think this is what it is.
Oh, it's what it is. All right, so you're definitely standing on business. All right, so the observation is the guy looking towards the horizon, and it's at the point from the observation being made to the horizon, the Earth is moving up, or at least converging. It's converging to the horizon.
Yeah, I was like, are you talking about the surface curving? I would say it's curving away.
No. I'm saying that there's a convergence, meaning that the ground is meeting the horizon at a specific point. Yeah?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. So now there is a divergence away from the tangent line after that. After the horizon, there would be a dropping away, which means that things will disappear behind that. Yes?
Yes.
All right, we're not saying anything different. No, we're good.
No, we're not.
It sounds like we're right where we should be. Now, what I'm saying to you is that if that is true, if what you think that image is showing the true case for what we see in reality, how do we know how much divergence there is? Now, this is the important part, right? I want you to figure this out. If it's possible to know or not know this, the divergence away from that tangent line. So from the horizon away from that, how much is the Earth dropping away over distance?
Yeah, so the rise over. I mean, we have formulas for this, but this is not my argument.
Yeah, but this is important because the Earth's rotundity will be described in this very instance. So your point might be something else, right? Like to the GP to a star. That's something different. What I want to know is not that. I want to know the rotundity of the Earth based on how much divergence there would be away from that tangent line, because that tangent line is diverting. You've already agreed. You're standing on business right now. You agreed that's the case. That's what it is what you told me.
That's why we have a crisp horizon. Yes.
That's great. I like that. So now, how much is it diverting away? The drop.
We have to add some factors at play depending on where the person
give me what you got. Hit me with your best shot.
I don't know.
What do you got?
Let's see. We can use. I want to bring up like a formula.
Dude, I mean, What do you got? Show me your where.
Well, this wasn't even my argument about like how much it
Well, this
diverges
is
away. All I'm
this is
saying is
indeed
it
this
needs
is
to know,
indeed the
like, other
argument that this room is all about, dude. GPs to stars, that's a good thing to think about. I want to know the rotundity of the Earth based on this specific diagram that you showing everybody is the case.
Yeah, hold on.
You said that's what it is. You told me that's what it is. So I want to know.
This is what it is.
Yeah.
However, the distance to the GP is also important.
I don't care
because you guys say, I know you don't, but I'm just saying you guys say celestial navigation
but
works on a flat Earth.
It's we're talking about tangents. This point is tangential. I don't need to know about that. I want to know about this. What I'm telling you.
You're not running from this argument, though, right? Also?
I don't care. I'm saying this. It's inconsequential if you don't demonstrate this point.
Oh my goodness.
So you need to prove what you're saying here, what I'm asking you, and perhaps you can demonstrate your GP and all the I don't care.
Okay. So would me showing you a formula fit your epistemological standard for this?
Let's see it.
Epistemological standard. Would that be a good enough evidence for you if I showed you?
It's not upon. Okay, it doesn't need my agreement. I want just you to present what you got.
What do you want? I'm asking, what do you want, though? You want a formula? What do you want?
I don't know what you have. What do you have? What you got? A lot of stuff. Show me all the things you got. Show me everything. Show me all the things you have. Everything. Formulas. Show me pictures. Show me a handstand. I don't care what it shows. Show me something. Show me all the things you got. I want to hear it all in all its full glory.
Fit your standard, because we can do this, right? But what would fit your standard of evidence?
Whatever it is you got. How about that?
Oh, okay. So whatever it is,
yeah. Show me what you got.
Let's do this. Because you want to know how much it diverges away.
What do you
give me some numbers?
It's like a guy who's trying to sell you something from the back of a van, and you're like, "Dude, just show me your equipment. Show me what do you got, man? Bring it all out.
I was
Put it
selling
on the table.
tacos, and now you want lemonade. I was selling tacos, and now you want lemonade.
I don't care.
That's what's going on.
Put it in the text channels, Hush. Let's see it. Let's all take a look.
Great. I'm trying to find a specific formula for this.
Well, take your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you need some time? It's more time? Because, I put you on the spot. Do you need more time?
No, I'm going to show you this, though, because this is my argument.
Hopefully it's not the one that you were making prior to the one that we're talking about.
Well, you just dismissed it, and I'm still trying to figure out why.
Because I don't care about it right now. You can certainly talk about it later, but I don't care about that. I want to know the drop over distance. That's what I'm concerned with. So gimme.
So not a geometric drop, just a...
Holy smokes, bro. Like, can you perform or not?
Let's see. Right, so you asked for a formula, so I'm going to give you one.
I'm asking for whatever. Just do what you got to do.
I was talking about whatever. That's obviously not what you want.
All right, well, go ahead. Go ahead. What you got?
Okay.
You're going to put it in text, yeah?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Okay. Everybody's at the edge of their seat right now. You got popcorn.
Drum rolls. Yeah.
Yeah, don't make it anticlimactic, dude.
There you go.
Present anything. What do you got? Holy smokes.
Yes. Ta-da.
All right.
Now, if you give me some numbers...
Can you explain what that is for everybody that wants to know what the math behind this?
This is the formula for Earth curve accounting for refraction. H is the height of the object. S S is the distance along the surface, R is the Earth's radius, K is a refraction coefficient, typically 0.17.
Wait. What'd you say K was?
Refraction coefficient.
Okay, what is that?
It's a coefficient. Yeah, it's an average it's the average refraction that we can calculate in the air that we use. It's a number, and then
An average.
if we ever
Right. So an average would mean that just based on like a condition of a normal day kind of thing, like not too crazy. Is that right?
I mean, it could definitely change if it's crazy.
So how would that change? A number? How would the value for K change? Like if it's standard, that K is always going to be a standard, though, isn't it?
Yes. From what I've seen, it's typically.
If you just said it would change, and now how would K change? Because K is a standard. It's not a value that changes. It's not a variable. Or is it?
Yeah. So we need the temperature. Okay.
Okay.
If the temperature is too crazy.
Well, hold on a second, dude. You can't put a standard then. You're just telling me things that you can't use this formula for.
What do you want?
You can't
say it one more time.
If it's extreme or something's changing, K is a standard. Why would K be a standard if it changes? Like, how would you account for the change in the formula, in the math?
Oh, okay. So you're saying K. Yeah, because I'm saying here K is the refraction coefficient.
Standard.
Yeah. Right. You need a change. You need one to another.
Yes.
You don't have a change of angle within the same gradient index of one refraction value. So if air is like 1.0003, that alone is not enough to change the angle of light. You need an increase or decrease of 1.0003 to change the direction of light. And also, it's going to be frequency dependent, so longer waves won't change angle as much.
Right. And you're applying the standard.
So what I'm saying here, it says,
in your math.
Yeah, but it says here the value of K can vary depending on atmospheric conditions.
But how does the person interpreting the math know that's the case? Because like every day will be different. According to you, there's going to be variable change. But we're not accounting for that here. It's a standard.
It's a standard on a normal-ish day?
Yes, dude. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
But you change it depending on the temperature outside.
But that's not accounted for in the math.
It is, because the K can change. Right. So it's accounted for.
Well, you need that change. You need the max and the min throughout the path.
Yes. What's the max?
Just saying an average negates the distribution curve.
Yes.
Well, E, wouldn't you take the average of, like, if you take multiple temperature readings, wouldn't you just take the average of those three?
That can give you the average reading, but you need a ranged value in order to provide for the light to change angle.
Right.
So just saying an average of this doesn't tell you anything about the range value that would be changing according to angle. So the greater the difference, right, the greater the differential, the greater the angle change. And we need to know what that differential is, not just the mean value.
So you're talking about like the range, which is the distance between the observer and the object.
Well,
right?
you're talking about refraction that would occur, and I'm only saying that in the math, but you're putting a standard there where it's giving no value for the changing conditions that we'd say, and you would agree, is a fluctuation in the distance and the viewer's distance. So the observer is seeing something off in the target distance, and there's going to be a fluctuation, which you would agree with, yes?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, well, you're not accounting for that here in the math.
Well, I think this is an approximation, and I think that's
whatever, dude. But how would you, if somebody says, "Well, I saw something 15 miles away yesterday, and then the other day I only saw it at 4." Like, you're not giving the person here anything to go with and say, "Well, it's a globe anyway." Here's a standard math formula.
No. I wouldn't just say that. I would say, okay, what are the temperatures of that day?
Yes, but this math is misleading because somebody's applying some sort of standard to something that's fluctuating.
Right.
No, it would.
So if I said that this, if I said that this medium has like an index of refraction of 1.3 and shine a laser through it, that laser's not going to bend.
You get
no. So it's most likely a regular, normal day. That's
How
why.
did you? What is the like? You're not getting it. How do you? The parameters by which you are setting here, there has to be a min and max, right? How did you find that out? What's the max? What's the min?
The max would be probably the highest temperature. The min probably the lowest.
No, what I'm asking for is the type of, because K is represented as a standard refraction. So how did you account for that to be a standard between the min and max? How did you figure that out? Or they?
I didn't figure this out. I didn't figure.
I know. I would phrase it. They, whoever came up with the formula for this.
So K is probably. Let me see. Because I hear what you're saying, so I just want to make sure I know. K is a universal refraction coefficient.
Yeah, that we've covered that. It doesn't need to be universal, but that's fine. Even if that is the case, the parameters by which is set that it was already a standard hasn't been understood by the one who's looking across the surface of the Earth and seeing fluctuations. Well, yesterday I saw the difference from like seeing something at 20 miles away to like now 10. Like, what is in that formula that's going to state to the person that that's the case based on the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know, but both flat earthers and globe can use K. That's not
trying to figure out how somebody arrived at that formula is coherent, because it needs to be applicable to an observation. So it has to comport. If it doesn't comport, then what is the formula used for?
This formula is used like for what I just said it is. So if you want like a citation from where it came from, you want a citation from where it came from.
No, what I'm saying is it's an ideal compartmentalization of like the thing that would cause somebody to see over the surface, and then for it to be a globe, this type of thing would need to be, all the parameters would have to be ideal for this to be the case. But that's not true, because as you know, there's variables in the thing that would change this formula to not be what it is.
That's why K itself changes, though.
But people don't know that. It's a standard universal way of looking at refraction. It's not something that comports to fluctuations. And that's misleading, because somebody's trying to figure out, well, I saw something farther away yesterday. How come this equation doesn't seem to fit?
I'm sorry, they don't know that. Yeah, they get asked. They could probably look around, but K definitely changes. So.
Right, but you're arguing against. Okay, so what I was asking for is a definitive way of knowing that the Earth is a globe in any way, based on the diagram that you showed earlier, where there's a divergence happening away from the horizon, and of course you're accounting for the curvature of the Earth with this specific formula, right? So the formula, and I didn't even get to the other values, which I'll leave alone for now, because I could, but I'm not going to talk about it because we always do. This other value here, however, that you represented as K, would be a standard for refraction. Now, I was saying, though, the min and max are unknown. Is that agreed or disagreed with? Hush.
It's actually unknown on my end. I don't know if it's agreed or disagreed.
Okay, and that's the thing. You're trying to already put a standard to something that you have no idea if there is a standard for.
I know there's a standard. I could show you.
Well, if the standard is there, okay, let me put it to you this way. For sea level to be mean, it would have to be a median between the rise and fall of a tide, right? To give a mean average of what it is. Now, if you're going to get a mean average for refraction, what is the min and max? And that's I'll say it rhetorical to let you save face. But the reason is you don't have any understanding of where that comes from. And so if you don't have the min and max, how can you average something that doesn't have an average? Like, how can you can't
the
conjure up
derivation
an average is what I'm saying.
The derivation comes from, I hear you, but the derivation comes from, well, it's in here, doesn't come from here, but there's a derivation. Okay. You look up terrestrial refraction.
Yes. But that in and of itself is like what I'm telling you, like, did you pour yourself over you're posting something is not really giving us the articulations that you're saying that you understand how this occurs.
Well, Well, you're asking me questions. This is not even my main point. Right?
Well, it is because think about this, right?
No, it's not.
Everything is built upon something else that's already assumed to be a foregone conclusion. What I'm showing you is that you've built a premise on the information that should be foundational, that you should already know is there, supporting the derivative information that you're arriving at, that you're seeing over the surface of a curved Earth. But the information that you're showing us is not supporting the fact that you know that the foundation is already understood to be true.
I actually do. So the argument that you're trying to come up with is where's the min and max for the atmospheric coefficient, right?
Yeah. So you're deriving information that's not been understood, like the variables, to where you could say, okay, the min was this and the max was that, and so the average standard for that would be this, and this is an ideal case, and that. Okay, so even putting an ideal case, so even putting an ideal case for what that would be, you're still not giving the person, like, let's say you were handing this over to somebody to say, okay, if they ask you if the Earth is a globe, just show them this formula. Even if that was what you were doing, you're being disingenuous because you're not telling the person, okay, how to defend this. Because if the person's like, oh, I'm going to show flat earthers this equation, and that will sure turn some heads. Because what's going to happen is they're going to be like, dude, how do I know that the standard refraction, that's terrestrial refraction, is applicable if what you're saying is every day there's variables, it fluctuates? Well, that works against the standard refraction.
No, because if the standard was fixed, you would have a point, but it's not fixed.
Okay, but isn't that our point?
No, that's our point too. We know that temperatures vary day to day, and that refraction varies day to day. That's why.
Yeah, but then you couldn't put a standard to it, Hush. That the equation wouldn't work. You'd have to at least allow
the standard is for a regular day. The standard is most like for a regular day.
Yeah, but what is the you keep saying that, but what's regular? In other words, what's min and max for refraction to occur, so that you can say
it's a specific coefficient, like threshold it reaches.
Really?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
So that's the problem. This is the gap in knowledge.
It's not.
It's a gap in knowledge that you think
I don't need to know the number.
Just saying words, bro. Oh my God.
Here's the thing. You have to be able to support the case for what you're using. If it's going to be this equation, like I said, we didn't get into the other variables, but this specific one, if you don't have information to support the case that you understand where this median came from, then you can't say it's a standard. Because how do you know what the min and max are? You'll never be able to arrive at a standard and then support it. Oh, it's just a standard. Really? Well, then you're going to have another problem, because when somebody's applying the standard, they're going to see fluctuations in difference of distance, where they see target distance happen to be like a building that they could see, 20 miles away, and the next day they probably couldn't see most of the building. So they're going to be having questions like, oh, what's accounting for this? And you're like, oh, this formula is accounting for this. But then they're going to be like, how did you arrive? Bro, they're going to be like, how did you arrive that there's a standard if I see fluctuations? And you're like, whoa, yeah, of course there's fluctuations, but it's not represented in the formula. The people can't arrive at the fact that
why would there be fluctuations on this form? I'm a little...
Because he didn't even explain all of the variables necessary so far, but that's just one point. You need it to be consistent.
Yeah, so
I can apply it to a 30-mile observation and a 100-mile observation and a 150-mile observation.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes. So Flat Earth Ranger is see, that's what I'm saying. Hush. This is the thing. Flat Earth Ranger has a point.
One thing, though. Wouldn't you, like on the 50-mile observation, 100-mile, wouldn't you take temperature readings at different points as well?
Okay. Yeah, he could do that. But the point is, we're asking for what gives people the indication that they're living on the surface that's curving. Basically, we went from your diagram showing that there's a divergence from a tangent line, and to asking how that tangent line would exist. You gave us a formula for that. So that formula has refraction involved, and now we're drilling down to the base root as to where this information came from. We come up with gaps of knowledge of you don't know the min and max to. So you're applying the standard. Yeah, I know. So you're telling me you don't need to investigate the min and max. You just have to apply a standard that has, my God, people have understand this, and you understand this. There's fluctuations in the observation distance. So let's say Flat Earth Ranger goes out tomorrow and he's like, dude, I saw a ship and it was like, 11 miles away. But the day before, I only saw it at 6. So what he's doing is you're going to be like, oh, dude, check this out. I got this formula. Apply this formula and Bob's your uncle. No, it's not, because you're giving him a standard from, like, I'm not even going to the other variables, like I said, because I could. But this one where you're having a standard to isn't applicable to his observations, because he's going to be like, well, how can I account for the fluctuations in like me seeing something at 6 miles to 11? You're not going to give him that in this formula. It's not there. It's void.
I mean, if I were to give him this formula,
you're going to have to do some extra work into finding out outside of the formula how there's fluctuations occurring.
I do the extra work for him. I'd be like, okay, here's the actual min and the max
listening to
for
me.
him.
You're not listening to me. You're not handing him a formula for curve of the Earth, because he has fluctuations occurring and the formula's not accounting for the fluctuations.
It does account for the fluctuations.
No, it doesn't.
Just words then.
What is he
Show
not
us
getting
the standard. He's not getting it. Show us a standard that I can apply to my 30-mile observation and my 100-mile observation, regardless of the conditions of the day, that I might have to factor in.
Wait, why is it regardless? I would have to know the temperatures.
Then that means that you don't.
If the Earth was flat,
how much more
days would not vary. Days would not be 24 hours. It would be infinite hours, because.
Okay, quiet you. You're saying discombobulated. Dude, you just relax. I'll leave you there for just a moment. You can come back in just a moment. So, Hush, once again, it was very clear. Flat Earth Ranger gave a point. I think it needs to be demonstrated by you how something that's standard could be applied to fluctuation, because it's already a contradiction by me saying that. Something that fluctuates, applying the standard to that, is not going to give you the indication that the Earth is a globe, dude. In no way.
Yeah, it is, because
really
refraction fluctuates at the end of the day.
It's not represented in the formula.
Yeah, but you're asking for something that like doesn't fluctuate regardless. That's why you guys like using the other formula that just is geometric Earth curve.
Okay, so you're telling me there's not a formula that we can derive Earth curve from, because you're saying, okay, there's fluctuations, but I'm giving you standard terrestrial refraction in the value for K. So value for K is not, we don't know. We're just, and you, especially you, Hush, you don't know the min and max.
Yes.
And you said, I don't need to know the min and max. Yeah, you do, because that's the working parameters for that specific value to say there's a median. If you were saying the min and the max are this, then the median would be this.
No, if I was going to come in here and argue this formula like I thought I was going to do today, I would know the min and max. This wasn't even what I was going to argue for.
But you're ill-equipped
so I was going to argue for the elevation angle.
Bro, no, we're not going back to your derivative topic based on.
It's not a derivative topic. It's
based on a foregone conclusion that the Earth is already curving based on a formula that you don't know anything about.
No, it's actually the tangent formula. It's actually not.
You have a faulty, right now your faulty premise is that you're going to go to a derivative argument that you're already assuming is the curving surface based on a formula that you've just given us to give us an indication that from a tangent line there will be a drop over distance based on a formula with a standard refraction model that you don't even know anything about.
No. But
yes.
No, I see what you're trying to steal,
you said no. Okay, so you said no.
You're trying to steal, man.
No, go ahead and refute
the elevation angles.
Go ahead and refute the fact that I said that you don't have the min and max for the standard refraction model.
No, I'm not trying to dispute that. I don't need that.
Then you can't say no. What I said was correct, that you don't have the formula to indicate that the Earth has any curvature in it, because like you were trying to present, there's nothing you know about refraction because you're applying a universal standard that is not universal to in your mind. You don't know the min and max to have the parameter to have a standard. So you're built on everything that you've built your argument, the one that you really want to present, the one that's got to be in your bonnet, that you just got to.
I mean, it's bulletproof. Honestly,
it's not, dude. I've just found the chink in your armor right here.
No, you didn't. You don't know another tangent.
Bro,
you keep asking me 50. If I ask you 50 questions in a row, there's going to be something you don't know about.
This is working off the.
You want me to do that?
This is working off the back of why you think your argument stands to reason to be true. Is because all of this we were drilling down. We went from your argument to why you think your argument is true to like the divergence away from the tangent line, which is what you're saying this formula came about. And now we went to the formula, investigating what the formula is about. And now we found out one variable in there that you can't describe as known. You don't know what the standard is because you don't know the min and max. Listen, so everything your argument is built on is a faulty premise. It's illogical because you don't know where any of this information is derived. You're assuming that it's correct, basing all these assumptions off of what you think you really want to talk about. You can't talk about the thing you can't talk about the thing you want to talk about because you're building it off of faulty premise.
You're just running away from it. But I also know it's correct because we use the atmospheric coefficient. Weathermen use it. It's in the nautical almanacs.
Yeah. So you're telling me that a standard. You're telling me that the standard formula you've given right now, which is the one you just showed.
No, not this formula. The coefficient.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so now we got to look at other formulas. Hush.
No, we just got to look at the coefficient and where it's used at to say if it's correct or not. That was my point.
Yeah. Is the coefficient correct?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
It's used every day.
No, that's a cop-out, bro. Tell me how you know it's correct. Tell me how you know it's correct.
Again, weathermen use it.
Yeah, what's the methodology? What's the methodology that they employ when they use this method?
I know they use something with radar. Doppler,
something with radar, bro. Listen to yourself. Can you hear yourself? Something with radar. You have no knowledge on the thing that you're talking about.
Obscure topics. So I could do the same.
Obscure, bro. You brought it up.
Obscure.
You brought it up.
But this is not my main argument.
So you don't know. Once again, you don't know.
You don't know my main argument. That's what this is.
Your main argument has a faulty premise. I just exposed that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You just said just because I don't know the min and max, the whole thing is faulty. When it has to do with
because you're basing it off of this equation. So the reason why you think these angles work on a curving surface is the curving surface and I told you prove that from the tangent line that you think exists that the Earth is diverting away from, and you said, well, look, I got this formula. We looked at the formula. Of course, there's a lot of points from that formula that I could point out.
Well, yes.
But I'm only going to hold on, Hush. There's a lot of points on the formula that I could point out to you that is not true. But we went with the last variable, which is K, which you said is a universal standard refraction. So all of this is working off the back of what you presented in the first place, which I said I didn't want to talk about because it had no relevance. I told you
it does have relevance. That's just your opinion that it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because you're already thinking that the Earth is a globe. So I'm telling you, how can you tell me
there's wind, and we measure that wind relative to a stationary Earth.
Well, the Earth doesn't need to be stationary for there to be wind.
No, the Earth doesn't need to be stationary. That would be correct. However, we are treating the Earth as stationary to measure the wind speed because no wind, or no rotation has ever been measured by anybody.
We're just using the Earth as a reference point. How fast it spins is irrelevant because the atmosphere spins alongside the Earth.
Oh, so now it's Velcro to it, so now there isn't wind?
What?
No, we have surface winds in all four azimuthal directions, my friend.
There is wind, but I'm saying it's not exactly the same speed. There's a bit of a discrepancy, and that discrepancy is the jet stream.
Nobody has measured the Earth to be spinning. So how could you make that statement and say it's negligible if it hasn't even been measured or detected? You're making excuses for something that doesn't exist.
Well, how would you describe the day and night cycle? What causes?
When the sun is out, it's day. When the sun's not out, it's night.
How is it out? How is it not out?
Well, all I observe is that it rises in the east and sets in the west. So during that point, it's daytime, and then when it's not around, it's nighttime.
But what makes it day and night time? That's what I'm saying.
I just told you. Dude, I just told you. How come you're not listening? Is someone in your DMs? Are you in Google trying to find different ways to have a conversation with somebody who knows the Earth to be flat? You're the only one here that doesn't know it.
That's what you're observing. Like
right.
Just be aware of something existing is not the same as understanding it.
Yeah, listen, I understand every day that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Now, if you're going to ask me a why, that's more of a philosophical question. Should we ask the sun or should we ask the earth why this occurs? Who are we going to ask?
No, I'm asking why is there a day and night cycle?
Why? I don't know.
I mean, I have an explanation.
Yeah, but the earth would have to be a ball for your explanation to hold water, and the earth is not a ball.
You need to prove it's not a ball.
No, I don't have to prove the negative. You have to prove the affirmative. You need to bring me earth curve measurements. I don't have to debunk something that doesn't exist. You would have to prove that something does exist.
But you're making an argument from ignorance.
No, I'm not. I have made no arguments about why there's day and night cycles. I just observe that there is. And it turns out every day when the sun is out, we call it day. And at night, when the sun's not out, we call it night. I didn't give you a reason or a cause for any of this. You're hoping that I will, right? But I don't have to give you that. I don't have to explain it, especially if I don't know.
Well, bro, I'm not gonna like... are you like withholding information from me or something?
Why would I be withholding anything? If I tell you I don't know, you can't accept that? Are you withholding information from me? Do you have earth curve measurements?
I'm trying to be as open as possible, but I'm saying that because I asked you, you said you don't know. Okay?
Right.
Now it's my turn to explain as much as to my ability as to why I think it is the case.
Does the earth have to be a ball for your explanation to work?
Yes.
Okay, well, where's the earth curve measurements then?
Are you able to have a thought experiment?
No, this is not an experiment, especially if we don't have actual data from realistic or empirical data. No, I don't want to do a thought experiment about something that doesn't exist. What point would that serve?
Every thought experiment is about things that don't exist.
Okay, I don't want to waste my time talking about things that don't exist. Maybe you should go to like the Santa Claus or Tooth Fairy forums and talk with them in there, tell them about the globe, because none of you have any evidence for these claims.
So, and just to confirm, we have to engage. Hold on, I just want to clarify. Can I just clarify with you, mate, based on what you said, we have to engage in a thought experiment in order for us to observe a globe? Is this correct? Because that's what you just said.
Yeah, we engage in a thought experiment
in order to prop up your claim.
No. Hold on. Because the guy does not have evidence for why on a flat Earth there is a day and night cycle. So we have to imagine something evidence he did not provide.
No, that's not what went down. Says who says he didn't know. Right?
Yeah.
You're the one with the positive claim. That means you have the burden. You have to prove it. We don't have to prove anything to you. You understand the way that this works, right?
I don't like how you talk. You say like I don't have to prove anything to you. Like I'm not a cop. I'm not gonna
But that's the whole thing.
Why do we have
right? Sorry, go ahead.
Why would I give you a bullshit story about something that I don't know why it happens? Why would I make something up? Do you want me to make shit up and then give it to you like they did with the globe? I can do that. Let's make some shit up about the Earth. Okay, let's make some shit up. If the Earth was a globe, which it's not, and spinning, which it isn't, and it was floating in a vacuous area called outer space, which it also is not, then day and night would have to do with the Earth's spin and its relationship to the sun. There's some bullshit story for you. Someone gave that to you, and you've made that your paradigm. That's ridiculous.
Is it more ridiculous than just saying I don't know?
Yeah. Why can't we just kind of have a thought of it? Why would you make something up that wasn't true just so that you could be satisfied with an answer that wasn't true? Why would you want to live your life in a way where you're like, well, I don't know when it can actually explain why this happens, but if I make some shit up for myself to believe in, then all of a sudden I feel better. Why would you live according to something that you knew was just made up?
That's more a philosophical thing, and also
yes, it is.
I don't believe it's made up. I don't believe it's made up, though.
Oh, okay. Well, then, if you don't believe it's made up, then you'll be satisfied, right? Or you should probably be looking for, I should say, when you get some kind of Earth curve measurement from somebody, but no one has.
I guess I'm just not content with not knowing the day and night cycle.
That's fine. But listen, if you're going to hold on to a belief that hasn't been validated by Earth curve measurements, then you still don't know how the day and night cycle works.
I mean, do I need to have like an impossibly high repository of knowledge to go up against your statement of I don't know? Because this is like I don't know versus my belief in something.
Right. So your religious system versus me being honest and humble and going, I don't know how that works. If people would be honest with themselves about a lot of things instead of making shit up that they want to try to live by, which isn't true, I think we'd all be better off.
I guess, but I appreciate. I guess I appreciate the honesty, and also, I think people should be more open to skepticism about anything, and this is besides whatever.
Yeah, truly.
The Earth is.
I agree. We are skeptics. We have challenged all of the claims made by those who say it's a ball, and we've come up with nothing. Turns out, no evidence for the thing. That's why we're here. We're skeptics. So I agree. We should all be skeptical, no matter what, even in the flat Earth, by the way.
So, Sezu, could you give him the 3 points? Just the 1, 2, 3, cut off the globe at the knees. 3 points.
No, but you can if you want to. I gotta go on mute.
So, you say that we don't have the evidence, correct? Mate?
Hello?
Yep. Hi.
The evidence for what?
For our claim.
But the guy said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know what you were asking him, that one part of it. But when we say we're honest, in terms of our approach, we have 3 simple points. Do you know about containment? Do you know about the pressure that we measure at sea level?
I mean, that's different from, what I was saying, but sure, go ahead. Well, I mean, that's different from the discussion we ended with, who knows?
Right. And I came in to provide some fresh air into it to say to you, right, you say we don't have any evidence, but when we look at the one thing, which is air pressure, and we only need that 1 point, and that takes away everything that you think this place is. Do you know that we measure a pressure?
What's your claim about air pressure?
That we measure a pressure at sea level. And it's a constant, 14.7 pounds per square inch, which is 1 bar measured at sea level. And with that pressure measured, that necessitates an enclosure.
How so?
Look, I'm not ducking. I'm not doing anything. I just have to go on mute. But
the other guy jumped in to ask.
Yeah, you can continue with him because I have to go. So I'm sorry. It's
okay. No,
I'm not ducking.
Don't apologize.
I'm not ducking. I'm just saying I have to go.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Take care. So question with the pressure? I didn't see who was speaking.
You said it's uniform, the pressure.
At sea level, yeah. Simple Jack. That's correct.
Yeah.
14.7 pounds per square inch measured at sea level.
Less as you go up, huh?
Did you go up and measure it yourself?
Yeah, I've been up in elevation.
Okay.
Been on planes.
But with the pressure measured at 14.7 pounds per square inch, do you believe that that necessitates an enclosure, or do you think that it's an open system?
No. Gravity is containing, not like a container.
So you're saying gravity is containing the gases within the closed system, is that correct?
I'm not sure what you are getting at with the closed system thing, but gravity is the reason why air pressure exists at sea level as it does, and then it gets lower as you go up. Okay.
And I apologize for saying the closed system with respects to gravity, and that's fine. Closed system would be synonymous with an open system. So the question being, this force of gravity that you're going to claim holds gases in place. Do you have any experiments or observations or anything that you can provide that would show that there is an actual density gradient in our system? You said you've gone up, correct?
What do you mean a density gradient? You mean a density gradient in the air? Like as you go up higher, the air pressure drops?
Yeah, air is less dense at sea level, and as you go up, it gets less dense. Was that not or the pressure decreases? Was that not your claim?
Yeah, air pressure is higher at sea level, and then it gets lower as you go higher up, yes.
Right. So 14.7 pounds per square inch is the measurement that we have. Next question being, how is that pressure maintained within a closed system? Or within an open system, I'm sorry. So you say from a standpoint of gravity, how does gravity work keeping those gases in place?
How does gravity work? I think
keeping the gases in place.
That out.
Okay, so you don't have any experiments or observations as to how gases are maintained, kept in place by this magical force called gravity?
No, I mean, other people they've done plenty of science backing this up.
You want to post it?
I don't have any personal experiments explaining as to how gas behaves when it's acted upon gravity. Basically, I think what we know about gravity in the general sense is that there's like two models. There's like the classical model, and then there's the relativistic model, and they're, still figuring it out. So there's still a lot of unknowns as to how it works or whatever, but we do know based on relativity, based on the classical model, we do know that they do hold water because you can make predictions based on them. So
how would you demonstrate
I don't really
this gravity?
Don't exactly know how to answer the question you're asking. If you're asking me like if I have,
I'm just trying to figure out how it works because I can't understand how gravity works. I know there's there's upward, downward bias.
I don't think anybody has like a 100% answer on that. To be honest, I think we have models like the relativistic model is the most compelling one, which says that it's not a force, it's the warping of space-time. I think that's the most compelling model we have right now, but I think if you talk to any physicists or astrophysicists, they'll tell you that we haven't figured out gravity yet. We only have parts of the puzzle.
So what I observe is objects have a weight to them. We can verify that weight by putting that object on a scale.
What is
like
weight?
A human being. What is weight?
Yeah.
How are you
defining that term?
I would say it is not the mass of an object, but the overall how much something weighs that you can verify using a scale.
That's a circular definition. You can't say weight is how much something weighs. Like, what do you mean by weight?
Fair enough.
Weight is mass times gravitational acceleration. So you can't use the term weight without accepting that gravity exists.
Exactly. And I'm not willing to accept the force I have yet to successfully
then you
investigate.
Can't use the term weight. You have to figure out a different term for it, because if you're not defining it as mass times gravitational acceleration, then you have to tell me how you're defining it. Like, what does weight mean? If it doesn't mean mass times gravitational acceleration, then I need to know what it means to you.
No worries, Simple Jack. Weight doesn't exist. We'll move on.
Is that your answer?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Weight doesn't exist.
Well, I was asking the other guy. Is that your answer too?
Well, I would.
No, my answer is weight does not exist.
I'm asking the guy I was speaking to.
Yeah, which is me.
Simple Jack, I think you're going to get booted because I'm just tired of your bullshit, bro.
Why? Because I'm having a conversation with someone else and you don't like that? You want to step in?
No, I didn't say I wanted to step in. I just told you. Oh, yeah, there we go. Earned yourself a mute. It's an open forum, my friend. Deal with it. Yeah, in reality, weight does not exist. It's a description of, a downward pressure, but it's based on an average in air. That totally changes if you change the medium. So there really isn't even such thing as weight. We describe how much we weigh because we weigh ourselves in air and most everything else. But does that value change if we change the medium? Yeah. And objects in a vacuum weigh more because you've changed the medium again. So it's completely relative.
Got Indio in the house. What's up, Indio? You at work? Yeah, but you're 100% correct, Sasu. Oh, everybody be quiet. CB's here.
I don't even know what to say. I was gonna make a joke, but like, come on, I don't know what to say. That's what I be doing. I'm like, shh, guys, Miggy's here. Quiet. What's going on? I just wanted to pop in and see what the vibe was. You know, the head of the cultural development department checking in, making sure the culture's on point.
Yeah, we got Booger Smoker just instant transmission out here, and we're trying to see if Cosmos has anything to say for what he's saying in the text chat. But obviously, he doesn't want to pipe up. He's just talking to Heretic.
Cosmos. We have Simple Jack. Welcome back, Simple Jack.
Hello.
Ready for round 2?
Round 2. Fight.
Sure. All right. Let's get after it. It's high noon.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? We were talking about weight before I got muted.
What, like the weight?
Yeah, he was asking you how to define weight. Well, how do you define it?
Yeah, how do you define weight?
Yeah, it doesn't really have coherence to the physical world if you're trying to use the definition that it has. It has to stand as something that's tested. Have you tested the components of what weight is in the definition? Just pull up the Simple Jack. Just pull up the definition and look at it. See how it describes.
I know what the definition of weight is. Do you know what it is?
Yeah. How do the components of what weight is described? What?
I don't know. There's like 3 people talking.
Yeah, you can't prove the flat Earth. I mean, he's just like talking right now.
Wasn't even talking to you, but anyway, can you look at the definition and describe what weight is?
I know what the definition is.
Well, let's see. Just talk about the definition and see if any of the components of it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, what? Are you asking me to define what weight is?
Yes.
It's mass times gravitational acceleration.
Okay, and so if it's defined that way, then how can you take apart that definition and identify those terms? Like mass.
You can determine the gravitational acceleration on Earth, and then you can determine the mass of an object.
Really? How do you determine the mass of an object?
You can determine how much matter is in the object.
How do you do that?
You can you can just change the formula up. Since you already have the weight and you have the gravitational acceleration, you just switch.
What do you mean you have? Wait a minute. What do you mean you have
variables?
What do you mean? How do you have
reasoning much?
Yeah, circular reasoning. How do you have the weight if that's what you're trying to define?
Do you know how like math works? You can,
wait. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to what you said. Hold on, dude.
Fix it.
Hold on. How can you say you have the weight of the thing you're trying to describe in a definition of what weight is?
You asked me how I can determine each individual part. So if I was looking to determine the mass of the object, I could weigh it, and then I know what the gravitational acceleration on Earth is. It's 9.8 meters squared.
It's circular reasoning. You're trying to define what weight is with the components of what it's described as in the definition. And when we look at what math works, dude, pay attention. You have a comprehension problem? You're not listening to what I'm saying?
I'm asking if you know how simple math works.
I'm speaking and you're interrupting what I'm saying. So you're not listening when I'm speaking and you interrupt, you're not hearing me out. Yeah? You're not doing that. So I'm trying to tell you the problem in your circular reasoning. You're trying to individually, with the terms that are used to define what weight is, you're trying to parse out what it means when you say mass. Now, when you say mass, you say we already have the weight. Well, how do you have the weight if you're trying to define what weight is, and the definition uses the word mass, which in that word mass, you're trying to say we already have the weight of? Doesn't make sense.
Are you done or no?
Yeah, do you understand what I just told you?
Yeah, so there's different ways you can do it. You can use like a balance scale, and also, like I said before, since we're not talking. Oh, hold on! You just spoke for like 10 minutes straight, and you want to interrupt me when I say 5 words? You want to interrupt and overtalk when I say 5 fucking words? You were just crying about being interrupted.
You said you use a scale. How are you using the scale to define what mass is? Because we're trying to identify what mass is. Now the components of the description of what weight is, based on the definition, you're trying to tell me what mass is, and now you're using a scale, bro. It doesn't make sense. How are you doing this? I don't think you get it, bro.
I mean, you got to shut the fuck up a little bit. You can't interrupt after 5 words. You got to be able to be quiet and shut your fucking stupid mouth. Yeah, you got to shut the fuck up, retard. Sometimes you got to be quiet. You were just bitching for 20 minutes about how I was interrupting you, and now you interrupt immediately and mute. You're pathetic, bro. You're a little worm. You're a little worm, bro. You got.
Yeah, you're not gonna run your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Did he get booted?
He left.
Shut the fuck up,
bro.
Simple as that, all right? We heard your voice. It's our podcast. Relax. Chill. I'm on Henny right now. Don't test me.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That soundboard sometimes, man, it just comes at the bad time. Like it was just adding to the audio chaos, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah, like 3 times it was hard for me to talk to the guy because it was audio chaos.
What was the 3rd time? I only hit it twice.
Yeah, but it was hard. It was just hard to like because he was already spiraling, and I can't. Yeah, it was just.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
It's one of my new favorites, bro. I'm sorry. Anytime I get a chance to bust that one out, it's too funny. I think someone muted him though. That's why he left.
Yeah, you can't continue if you have circular reasoning. There's no way. What's up, AJ?
Not much. Just starting a 2,500K drive. But I jump in and give myself something to listen to for the next 30 hours.
Good luck, bro.
Yeah. All right. Do we need to put a pot of coffee on to kind of keep you entertained or what?
Yeah, man. I need some entertainment. Keep it cracking.
Yeah. Are you the only driver?
Yeah, I'm going by myself. So.
Good Lord, man. All right. You know, I mean, if you're going to do it all by yourself, man, I mean, hopefully you got energy bars or whatever. I mean, I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm loaded. I got a fridge in the back of my car.
W.
I drove 18 hours and it's brutal. I couldn't imagine 30 hours, bro.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll try and do 10 hours a day. Pretty cool. All right, I'll be back. I just got to go hook a trailer on.
Yeah, all right, man.
have a good one, guys.
So, you know, I'm going to just go back to the conversation that we're having with Simple Jack. He was trying I think he had a conversation with Killian. Killian's back. But he was asking Killian to define what weight is. Now, the definition of weight, like as he described it as, doesn't have meaning when you try to compare it to the physical world in any way that we can determine how that actually has meaning to or any coherence as to like how we apply it, right? So if you say weight has to deal with mass and the gravitation traction, then you're going to have to deal with those components of like what it means in a definition and how it stands to reason that means something that's real that we can test. And how can you test something that doesn't have meaning? That's the problem I was trying to show him. Within the way the sentence was formed, it's like you have to parse out the terms in the way it's describing it. So if it's describing it using terms that have no meaning, then you can't use it to actually make it a point to say this is what it means, right? Because the foundation for how it's described in the definition, it loses context. So if you guys are listening right now, you can see That's why I wanted to take him to what weight means, and then for him to understand if weight has meaning, then the definition would ensue that it would follow. The definition would follow. But if you can't parse out the terms within the definition and find out if the terms have any meaning, then how can you build upon that? You know what I mean? You can't build upon something that within the definition as it's described doesn't have meaning. So that's important. So he was trying to reverse that burden onto Killian, yet the problem was he himself couldn't understand the definition and the terms that were being used within the definition. And then he got in his feelings about it and just wanted to just barrel through and keep going. And it's like, you can't, dude. It's illogical. Unless you make some sense out of what you're saying, you cannot continue.
Yeah, that's where I got stuck. It's the validation of, and hey, hear me out on this one, and saying it's like being able to validate the measurement of the weight of an object by stepping on a scale. But it's like when you actually unpack what is happening within you registering your weight on the scale. Yeah, I agree. You end up chasing like a dog chasing your tail. Thanks for that.
Yeah, and we're trying to bring that information to his mind, but because he's trying to justify saying weight is something that we do that has meaning, and it's like, wait a minute, it loses coherence when you actually change the medium. So how can you say you weigh what you weigh? It's not true. So then your weight isn't true to say that you weigh what you weigh in the medium of air as you would in the medium of water, or in the medium, like change the medium, go into the medium of mercury or whatever, change the medium. If you keep changing the medium, then weight is different. So that means that weight doesn't have the coherence that it should in the physical world to say that if you change the medium, that the weight would be the same. That doesn't work. You get what I mean?
Exactly. No, and I mean the best example says who just said it before I dipped out. An anvil floating in a vat of mercury, right? You cancel out the actual quote unquote weight of the anvil by simply immersing it in mercury. Very well said. Thank you.
Yeah. Changing the medium changes the quote-unquote weight. So then, therefore, you can't say weight is something you can depend on, because if you change the medium, it changes the actual weight that you would measure in the medium of air. Because, see, when you use weight, you're defining something in the medium of air. Yeah? So in the air that we all have here, it changes the perspective, so that we all think, well, we're in the medium of air, so if you step on the scale, it's going to register a particular value, right? But that value would change if you change the medium. Go underwater and put the same scale underneath your feet. What's going to happen?
Definitely going to change. So how would you then describe it? Would you go to mass?
Yeah, that's where we were at when you dipped out. So we were talking to him about the word mass. What defined meaning does mass have? And then he got it circular, because he got upset because he said, well, we understand mass because we already have the weight of something. I'm like, dude. And I jumped in and I was like, you can't say that you have the weight of something if you're trying to define mass, because weight is the definition you're looking to validate. Well, you can't validate the definition, because the components of what makes the definition for weight, you're using the word mass. One of the terms is mass to define weight, but now you're saying that you already have the weight of the object within mass. You don't have weight because, you get what I mean? It was circular. It was like, that was the problem we're having. Usually I think they're stuck in the logic where it's illogical to say that if you use the word mass in the definition for weight, then you can't define it. And if you can't define it, then how does weight have a property that you think it does, to say that, if you weigh yourself on the scale, you weigh, whatever, 150 pounds or 180 pounds. Okay. So now just go underwater, put a scale under your feet. You weigh that again? No. Change the medium, you change the weight. So weight doesn't have the coherence it does that he thinks it would, because you know what I mean? You change the medium.
Yeah, walking out the example of Newton and the apple. Newton got hit in the head with the apple, and if you let the apple roll down the hill and hit a body of water, it would have been floating on the water. So all of a sudden, gravity, quote unquote, gets canceled out.
Right. So imagine if Newton took a dip in the nearest lake, and there was a tree next to that lake. He was underwater, right? Because he saw something under the water, and the apple fell into the water. Would it hit his head? The answer is no. It would have just stayed on top of that water.
So slow to get back to the mute button. Yes, the answer is no. Dang it.
Yeah. So what happened to weight? Like, yeah. I don't know. Have you guys thought about this? Like, this seems to be one of the things that people think it's true. Some of these things that we have, in the physical world, like what we have defined, they're a bit convoluted, right? So it's hard to define them. I'll give you another example. Weight is one of them, but I'll give you another one, just so you can think about. What is light? Is light of substance? Does it have weight? Does it have mass? Does it have some sort of coherence to something physical? Or is it not physical?
I thought light propagates as a wave.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking though, like the same way that weight has the problem of being defined, so does light. The same way that light is defined, the definition is convoluted. Did you get it? And if you don't believe me, look up the definition. Look up the definition for light, and that in and of itself is also like you're trying to figure out like, well, there's saying it acts like it's something with like it's a substance, but then it doesn't. And this other way that you can think about it is just like energy. It acts like something physical, and then again, it doesn't. It's a head scratcher, that's for sure.
So the Google definition of light. Oh, dang it. Hold on a minute here. Sorry. Definition of light states the natural agent that stimulates sight and makes things visible.
Yeah, Cosmos, jump in the conversation instead of just, saying things in the text. How about that?
Why?
So what is light, Cosmos?
What is light?
Yeah, what is it?
The thing you can see.
Killian, what was the definition again?
The thing you can see.
I'm not asking you.
Sorry, slow to get back. Bear with me. It is the natural agent that stimulates sight and makes things visible.
Is it something physical or is it not physical?
Based on that definition, doesn't sound like it is. I mean, the natural agent, so agent would be the identifier of it being physical if it was to be physical, that stimulates sight and makes things visible.
Okay.
There's no noun really identified in that though.
See if you can search for another definition that might give you a bit more context. I've already done this. It's kind of a rabbit hole.
What's your definition of light?
I don't hold to a definition because you can't define it.
How about how does light work?
So you don't hold to a definition of light. But
No.
when you say light, what are you referring to?
It's visible by way of like, I guess it's like energy to me, but then again it acts like something physical because it acts on things that are physical too. So I don't know. I just no way to define it.
Yeah, let's start here.
I consider it like energy, but like I said, it's defined both ways. The definition is convoluted, and there's a good reason why.
Right, so you're saying you have this intuitive feeling as to what light is that you can't describe to people. You just say like...
Yeah, I mean, well, it acts both as something physical and not physical. So, what can you say? It's quite a paradox. Yeah.
What do you mean not physical?
Well, it can be like energy too. So it doesn't have physicality. I mean, you can't. You know what I mean? Like the way the description of it in the definition is, and just look it up. It's really hard. It's like, don't just ask me. It's also defined convoluted. So I'm trying to tell you, people can't even define it.
Right. So
is light a particle or a wave?
Don't be asking Cosmos. Don't be asking no questions. So what I want you to do is go look at the definitions for light, so you can see what I'm saying.
What part of energy wouldn't be physical?
My goodness, dude. Can you just go look at the definitions? Go ahead, Killian.
You're saying you don't subscribe to a definition. What use is it to you?
No. Well, I mean, it interacts with things in the physical world. So what use does it have for me is that it helps people see things, of course. We don't see in the spectrum, that all of its spectrum, but we can see visible light. Yeah, it's convoluted, dude. Like, you can laugh all you want. Define it then, genius. I want to hear you define it. Let's see how you come out with it.
No, because you just presented a garble.
All right, so say no. So say no and laugh, but then you define it then. I'm throwing it back to you.
I just
did. You didn't. What did you say? What was it?
The thing you can see.
Okay. Is that physical or not physical?
Well, is the universe physical or non-physical?
Just answer the question. Don't have to be a jackass about it. Just answer the question.
Well, what is the universe physical or non-physical?
Dude, can you just answer the question for once in your life? Just answer if light is something physical or not physical. How hard could it be for you to be honest for once, dude?
Right. Okay. You treat it conventionally as physical.
Okay. Was that hard?
What about not conventionally?
Non-conventionally, I think you're stepping into the pseudo realm of.
So you can't define it then.
Yeah, you can't define it either. You were chuckling over here.
What do you mean you can't define it? Define non-physical.
You just said, I think it steps into the pseudo, but generally maybe it's physical, kind of.
Do you huff paint for a job?
Yeah, that's all you got, Cosmos. Use intellect.
You're the only one.
Don't say dumb shit, dude.
Yeah, you're the only one that sounds like a retard at the moment, man.
He always does this, man. It's like,
what's the definition of physical then, Cosmos?
Physical will be just matter, that which occupies time and space.
Well, I would put it to you that physical includes energy.
Right. What do you think it is that permeates time and space?
He didn't answer. He just told you what you treat it as. He didn't tell you whether it is.
Exactly. Conventionally, you treat it as physical, but non-conventionally, you treat it as, well, it's kind of a pseudo, kind of, something. Maybe this, maybe that.
You didn't even answer the question.
This is
you
all off the back.
You haven't answered a question at all, dude.
Yeah, you just floundered.
You're the one that's floundering, dude, because I'm telling you, nobody can define what light is. It goes the same for weight. It's convoluted in the way you try to explain it because you're using ideas and concepts that they're just conventions. They're ways that we describe things to people. But in and of themselves,
that's everything. That's everything.
Yeah, I know that. But when you parse out the context of the definition, you realize the terms that are being used to define the thing that you're in question, you find out that it has no meaning. The way the terms that are being utilized to define the thing, it's used either physical or not physical. Like it's a contradiction. So when you look at the definition for light and how people are describing it, it's convoluted. That's what I'm telling you. People can't define it. They're trying to, right? Like what you're trying to do, what I'm trying to do, because it feels like that we can say it's something that has like it's material. But then again, it acts like it doesn't. So
oh my God!
He's not going to help you, dude, because he's the one that made light. But the same time, it's hard for us to describe the complexities that he created. So you can't know something that you don't know. So it's difficult for us to describe it in a way that has some type of coherence, right?
Do you understand the difference between an ontological commitment to the nature of light, right? And just a scientific explanation.
Yeah, you can't describe
how light behaves. Do you? No. So I'll repeat that again. Do you understand?
You can't describe it. Yep.
Do you understand the difference?
You can't describe it. Yeah.
Okay. Are we just a room of 5-year-olds?
Yeah, no, that's the point. That's the point. That is the whole point, Cosmos. It's not landing. Ever since I started down this path, you can't understand what we're saying here is that light doesn't have a way you can define it. People have been trying to do this, right? They're trying to define complicated things, but it lands in the place of like not being able to be defined. The same goes for weight. There's a lot of things that land in that same space where you can't define them just by these conventions that we use. These terms that we use are just conventions, dude. Dude, you know what? If you don't want to have a discussion, you can just leave. How about that? You don't have to act like an arrogant person.
Oh
just
my
leave.
God, he's still going.
Just leave, dude.
You could be a butler. You sound like a butler.
Right. AV, can you define ontology for me?
Just leave, dude. If you don't want to have a discussion.
Define light. His definition of light was the thing that you can see.
Yeah. That's like a well duh. You know, like, I mean, we can all say that would be how we describe it, yeah? But to define it's...
That would be a description of anything, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's like, I see it, okay.
What's that brick? Like that thing that I see.
Yeah.
Everything's light that you can see.
Yeah.
It looks dark over there. That's light.
Yeah, and then when it comes to these definitions, dude, that the thing that encapsulates the thing in question that we're talking about, it's very hard for people to land within a range of like what it could like coherence to the physical world. So it's difficult, right? And we see that within the ways that they explain it. So some of the Glovers that come through here, they're very confident about this, right? They want to interject and say, "Whoa, you know, he was like the Simple Jack, I think it was, or was it this guy Cosmos? Somebody was questioning Killian, and he was like, "Yeah, so it was Simple Jack. It was questioning Killian. It was like, so define weight." No, it's like Says Who came in here and kind of clarified. It's like, well, the definition doesn't hold, so it doesn't have meaning. We use it as a convention because in the medium of air, you can step on a scale and then there's some values that get spit out and then there you be. But as far as like changing the medium, then it loses coherence. Like what do you weigh in water? Is it the same you weigh on the medium of air? No.
Nope. But you've got the same mass.
Yeah. What's mass? Back again.
Exactly.
No, and it's simple jack. Yeah, it's just circular. So even simple jack, because he's like, because the definition of weight had mass in it. So I was like, well, then what is? Because we have to parse out like the definition, right? What are the terms that are being used as a definition? And the word in there was mass, and
resistance to acceleration.
Well, I mean, he says, well, we know. He says we know that the thing weighs something. I'm like, and I stopped him. I was like, dude, what do you mean? Like, how does something have weight when you're trying to define weight? Like, he's pretty stupid. Like, you're weighing it, yeah? It's got weight, yeah, but you're trying to define what weight is. How do you already know because you weighed it and you're defining the word weight? Like, that don't make any sense, bro. Like,
yeah, like when it's heavy, that's weight. Like light, yeah, it's something that's light.
It's kind of like
light.
It's a hard lesson in critical thinking. I think, you can't jumpstart it with these like anti-flat earthers, these types. They just don't want to critically think about what's being said. Because when you do, it's going to have to, okay, let's break it down. What does this mean? Or why would it hold to the definition? Because, it's simple enough, right? You can just say, let's just use the definition and define what this thing means. In most cases, definitions are able to be utilized because they have coherence to the physical world. Like, we can define things, right? They would have, applicable meaning to be able to say, okay, that thing means this because it stands for that. Like, a blade of grass, define that. Well, it's simple enough, right? Because it's something physical we interact with, is tangible. But now, if you're trying to get into things that are a bit more, nuanced and complicated, you're not going to be able to have a definition just mean what it means and then run with that. Because if it was just the definition we ran with, then that would be just like, okay, well, weight means this, defined as that. It's almost like, I think it's akin to having a citation, but the citation itself is not demonstrated. So you could cite a source, right? Say, okay, here's my citation for the thing I'm saying, therefore I'm right. No. Does a citation have a backup by being demonstrated? Does it have coherence? Like, you know what I mean? Is it logical? So just citing something doesn't give you a green light pass to win an argument. You have to first and foremost find out if the citation backs up anything coherent within the context of the argument. So you have
like
to
a citation with demonstration, instead of just a citation. Yeah, because someone could say something and you're citing it. You're citing someone saying something.
Yeah, I mean, and of course we want that also. When the Glober speaks, we're like, okay, go ahead and give a citation for that. But we're not just asking for a citation for the sake of asking for a citation. We're asking because we want to know if the citation is going to have coherence to the physical world when we start logically, deconstructing what it means. That's the whole important step here, and these guys just bypass it. They think that just by saying things, it's defined this way. Well, that's great, but that's not the end all.
I just looked up some basic definitions of the things we were just talking about. Like, what do you think about these, right? So, mass, a large body of matter with no definitive shape.
It's ambiguous.
That's very ambiguous.
And then for weight, it came up with a body's relative mass or the quantity of matter contained by it, giving rise to a downward force, the heaviness of a person or thing, or a piece of metal. No. Yeah. And this is what it came up with for the technical definition of light. It says light refers to any form of electromagnetic radiation, including wavelengths outside the visible range, such as ultraviolet, infrared, X-ray, etc. It says light is electromagnetic radiation within a specific range of wavelengths detectable by the human eye, typically from approximately 380 nanometers to 750 nanometers.
Does it give description to its physicality?
Well, I think it did. Let me scroll down a bit.
Because if it does, I want a cup of light. I feel like somebody's gonna shine a flashlight into a cup and then send that to me.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but that's just lighting a cup. That's not a cup of light.
That's not a cup of light. Yeah, you're right. See, that's critical thinking right there in action. I tell you what.
It says yes, it does have physicality, but differently from matter. It says light is not matter.
Really?
It has no rest mass, no volume, no solidity like atoms or particles of matter. But light is physical because it carries energy. Every photon has energy given. Yeah.
I told you. See?
What's the technical definition of physical?
Good God.
You're going to break my my chatbot here.
The chatbot's just going to be like, dude, I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, it's going to crash.
No, but like...
It'll be something akin to relating to matter and energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, substance and energy, matter and energy, yeah.
So both together, or can be one or the other?
It says it can push or pull microscopic particles.
Jesus.
And it can knock electrons loose from atoms.
Oof.
The definition of physical.
Yeah. Knock electrons loose.
It says undeniable. It's undeniably physical. It moves, strikes, pushes, heats, and interacts.
Okay. So we can assuredly get a cup of this, right?
Seems so.
Yeah, where can I scoop some light up and carry it around?
Well, according to Oliver, the cup is light. You can see it.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying though, like it acts like matter, but it's not defined like matter. Isn't that crazy?
Yep. It is crazy. It's interesting. I've never looked this up before.
No, what I'm saying though is like I looked into this before, and we in 24/7 we went back and forth with this conversation, and it lands in the place of we don't know. We don't know, because it's like the creator made light in such a way that it does act like something physical, and then at the same time it doesn't have something relatable to something that's physical, so you can't get a cup of it. You know what I mean? Like you can't pour it on a surface. Like it just, I don't know. It's like
They need to come out and go get Neil deGrasse Tyson to come out and go, well, what is light? Well, we don't know.
We don't know. Oh, but I mean, it's just these terms that are being utilized, right? Oh, this has weight. Now, what's weight? Define it. And then once they do, this could be like light. The same thing. Define mass. You know, like these terms that we use, or that are being utilized to give a description to things. More often than not, you're gonna be like, dude, we don't know. Not only that, nobody does. Like, anyway. As the first time seeing what light is, DJ?
Yeah, I'm still reading it. It's like super confusing.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of all sorts of scenarios, and it's like, what the hell?
I use the term convoluted because it's a paradox, bro. It leads you to think like, well, they're describing how it strikes surfaces and it does this and it does that. At the same time, it's not described like matter. So it's like, well, shoot, there goes that. I'll be on listening mode.
Can gravity pull energy?
Ask Jedi. He knows that one. Well, as a matter of fact, thank you for that. Before I go, is it a Force Jedi?
Someone call my name.
Yeah, is it a Force?
No.
Nope.
There you go.
So if they're talking about gravitational lensing, right?
Yes.
So how is gravity affecting light that is not
Because it's
matter?
in motion. Because it's in motion. So if something is in motion, it has to follow the geodesic path of the distorted space-time surrounding the large body of mass.
So does that work? Are they claiming that works the same way gravity pulling light on the Earth? Distorting light on the Earth?
No, they say Earth doesn't have enough of an effect on space-time. Its mass isn't large enough in order to distort space-time significantly enough in order to, well, at least if the space-time surrounding Earth is distorting, is redirecting the path of light, it's not to the effect that we can notice or measure.
So it's strong enough. It's strong enough to warp stuff to make it a sphere, a water sphere, and hold us to it, but not strong enough to warp energy.
Yeah, I guess. What do you reckon, Jedi?
So it's strong enough to pull physical things together, but not non-physical things. Wouldn't it be easier to pull not physical things together, because they don't, because they're not? I don't know. I don't fucking know. But the way it's described, it sounds like it'd be easier to pull energy towards something by warping it than something physical, right? Or am I wrong? Well, I know I'm wrong anyway, but, help me out.
Well, light's going very fast, so maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, that kind of makes sense.
Above my pay grade, man.
Well, you need a pay rise then. I know we're talking about what happens on the other side of the cupboard, but fuck. You get to understand it. Well, they don't understand it either, so it doesn't really matter. Everyone get sick of the English hub, did they?
I think it just got a bit quiet in there, man. And then I disappeared for a bit and noticed everybody was over here. So I just, I go where the cool kids are.
I gave it a few goes. I got frustrated, people not fucking understanding me. So all right, I'm done.
They were complaining because they couldn't understand your Australian accent.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. It's the direction. We're talking about gravity, and I said we're just going to agree on a direction of up and down, right? What's down? Fucking forget about it, man.
Oh dear.
If you don't know what down is, I don't know how I'm going to talk to you, man.
We got to keep AJ awake, man. He's driving 31 hours or 30 hours, so.
Hey Jay, put Timey Kangaroo down sport on. It's Miggy's favourite.
It was until you ruined it for me.
Imagine 30 hours of Timey Kangaroo down. That'd be insane.
Why not, dude? Keep the party going. Well, not anymore because it's not the kind of party that I think I want to be a part of. But
yeah, now it's a Diddy party.
It's a Diddy party. One of his freak offs.
I don't know if anyone knows the song Timbo. You might know it from like, I'd say it's the 70s, early 70s, maybe 60s. That one about that rubber ball. I'll come bouncing back to you. You heard that thing?
Rubber ball, I'll come bouncing back to you, Rob. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to pick up a truck once, probably about 20 hours drive, and I had that fucking cassette stuck in the tape player, and I could not get it out. I listened to that for like so long, 20 hours.
That must have drove you mental.
Yeah, that was all I had.
Just you in the car, mate, or you got?
Sorry, what was that?
Just you in the car?
Yeah, just driving up to town. So.
Oh, that'll be nice. Nice and peaceful.
Yeah, I got settlement on Monday, so I'll get there Sunday and sort my shit out. And I got a few.
You get there. And then it'll be so hot that you got to sit inside with the fucking air conditioning on.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually looking forward to it because it's fucking cold here.
You're going from the snow to the tropics.
Yep. As long as we have no dramas along the way.
Fingers crossed, dude.
Yeah, I did my swivel hubs yesterday. I got death wobbles like 3 days before I had to leave. So yeah, 10 hours doing swivel hubs yesterday.
Put a kangaroo whistle on the front.
Nah, I just plow through them. Just ask my left-hand doors with the big tail whip up it.
Stupid things. Oh, there's a light. Oh, maybe I'll jump into the light.
Not real cool either.
Yeah, they make more damage than kangaroos.
Yeah, my wife hit one in the ramp straight in the middle of it, yeah, and fuck, we nearly rolled it. Broke all the hub.
Logs, like hitting a log.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure we're on two wheels on the wrong side of the road when she hit that thing at 100. It's all right. Only 29 hours and 10 minutes to go. I'm loving it.
Easy. Which way are you going up? Sounds like you're going
I'm just going to stick to the coast. I got to stop in the Sunshine Coast and drop some keys off for my caravan that's in storage. No, coast. Yeah. I got to go to the Sunshine Coast to drop off some keys to a mate who's got to move my caravan soon, and then I got to go through Mackay and drop off my old rims. Someone bought my wheels in Mackay. Okay. So yeah. bit smoother too, towing the trailer. That inland road's pretty fucked last time I went on it.
You can't go up Pacific Highway, straight up Pacific Highway, or is that where you're going?
Yeah, that's where I'm going, yeah. No, when you talk inland, I'm normally thinking about like the Newell or the Castlereagh.
Oh, no, not that far. Yeah. Just thinking, what, the continuation of the Hume, right?
Yeah, so I get into the sort of outskirts of Sydney, then you get on the Pacific, go up to Coffs.
Yeah.
I think you got to do a couple of highway changes on the way, and then Coffs to Harvey Bay, and then so I'll do Coffs today. It's about 1,000 k's to Coffs. Then it's another 900 or so to Harvey Bay, and then another 1,200 to Townsville, something like
that. You gotta stay in Harvey Bay, right?
One night. I got to do one night there. I got a mate that lives there, so I'm going to go hang out with him for a night.
And beautiful. I love that place.
I don't know. Keep saying I got a road closure somewhere near Coffs, 900 k's away. I don't know what that'd be, but got my global positioning system on.
Ask the truckies, mate. They'll know.
Yeah, I'll get a bit closer and see what's going on. Probably this afternoon sometime.
Yep, I'm going to head into work, guys.
No worries. Have a good day, man.
See you later, mate.
See you later.
Just gonna ask this because I'm curious, right? If Earth's a flat plane, and you're saying I don't necessarily know what's out there, do you think, or do you have sources or evidence or anything that anyone for the thousands of years of like human civilization has just gone and explored it and come back with like anything? Any piece of evidence whatsoever that there's something else out there?
I don't know, but I have seen some people present copies of supposed old maps with ice skates and other lands, etc. But I don't think that it's anything that we're able to verify, so we don't usually sort of speak about it. But I suppose that's the best answer I can give you.
I mean, even just like cartographers saying, hey, we found something over here while we were traveling. Like, you know, of the millions of people that have just been going around the earth for thousands of years, and then planes fly everywhere.
Well, it does happen. I think they just discovered a new landmass recently, actually, out near Australia and New Zealand, between there somewhere. But I don't know, man. Sorry.
Where?
Oh, it's apparently a little island that's sort of come up out of the ocean. You should be able to Google it. It's somewhere off New Zealand, I believe.
Oh, you may be talking about a volcanic island.
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head. It was a little while ago now, but apparently there's some new island or something.
Zealandia, it's the top of the continent. That's what they're talking about.
But that was previously hidden, wasn't it, Jimbo?
Yeah.
I'm like, because one thing I wouldn't understand is just why it would be unknown past some like boundary. Because like we don't live in the Middle Ages, you know. It's not like here there be dragons or something. Like we have planes that can fly for hours, hundreds of miles.
Yeah. Planes have finite fuel. You're not just going to start ambling away. Most planes, if you've got 4 engines, have to be within 3 hours of a coastline just in case your engines fail. So I get the idea that we can travel all over the place, but there are limitations to this. Also, Antarctica was only discovered about 150, 200 years ago.
Yep, and then you've got military aircraft that don't necessarily have to follow flight corridors as civilian aircraft does. And if they find something, you think they're going to fucking tell you?
Not only that, but the planes are only flying in certain locations where they already know where they're going to land. They're just not jumping in the plane and going, hey, let's just head south.
And an expedition, like an expeditionary force.
Go.
You know.
Yeah. They have a place they're going to land. Yeah.
No. I mean, you go to Antarctica and you say, right, let's just go in a straight line for like 5,000 miles.
How are you going to do it?
You're the only one that's going to go on that trip by yourself.
No, I'm saying, are we saying a team's never done it? They've just said, right, let's go. We've got months of food.
Cosmos, I know you sound excited about your little plan, but go and do some research on all the bullshit you've got to go through just to take a team of, let's pick a number, 5 people to Antarctica to trek 1,000 miles. Go and look up what you've got to do and how much it's going to cost you, and I can assure you now, you'll just go, and that's about as much as you'll get out of it.
Yeah. Hold on. So if we're talking about the Antarctic Treaty, when was it?
We're not talking about the Antarctic Treaty. All I want you to do is imagine you're going to take 5 people down Antarctica to do a really cool trek and have a look up what you have to do, what you have to supply. And we'll see if you'll do it or not.
I'm pretty sure it's regulations stipulating official organizations. It's not individuals.
Doesn't mean anything. What you said doesn't mean anything.
You could go as an unofficially organized group and go where you want.
Yeah, no. Check this out, dude. If you want to go and freeze your ass, you get your ass over there and go freeze your ass off, dude. We ain't going anywhere. You don't have to convince us to do anything. If you wanted to do something, go and do it yourself. How about that?
Right.
That's a crazy idea, right?
Show me the specific documentation that says travel an Antarctica for just.
How about you and your hypotheticals go and look it up yourself? You're throwing hypotheticals. We could go down there and do it. Well, how about you grab a little video camera, nip on down there, take some videos, take some photos, and get on back to us.
Right. I'll just find an available 2 or 3 months, and like £50,000 or whatever.
It sounds like you're making excuses.
Yeah, go do it.
This isn't a counter argument to what I just said.
No. Well, it is because you expect us to do something that you expect us to do something that you're not willing to do yourself.
No, I'm not saying
like,
that.
where am I getting 50 grand from? Well, at the end of the day, someone may have. Well, at the end of the day, from my perspective, someone may have explored it, but do we know about it? No. Are you going to know about it? No. We don't know.
AJ, they do flights from Australia in tours over the Antarctic, in plane tours over the Antarctic.
They do it over very specific spots. Do some research, mate. Don't just make these stupid claims. Those tours, they take you over a very specific small peninsula. If you're lucky, some of them actually land at one fucking little airport. You get out there, you look at some penguins, you take some photos, and you fuck off out of there. And it costs about $25,000 to do it.
You might be right on the price. I'm just going to look it up.
Do you honestly think they're going to put you in a little tour guide plane, fly you the fuck across Antarctica?
Yeah, he's going to pay him an extra amount of money. He's going to be like, hey guys, I know we're over here, but if I slip you a 20, can you take me across this?
I think you guys are just rambling to yourselves at this point, because I don't even know where I made any of these statements.
This whole thing's absurd, dude. That's why we're having fun.
It's absurd to say, have people travelled within Antarctica, and why didn't they just go in the direction?
Your claim was you could. You were making a hypothetical. You can go and do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to what end, right? What does that prove about the shape of the Earth?
No. So I wasn't saying about the shape of the Earth. I'm saying on a flat Earth, it just seems to be bewildering, among other things, but it just seems to be bewildering that nobody has even decided to scratch the surface of what's beyond the known Earth. That's just bewildering.
But why flat Earth? I mean, it's just Earth. Antarctica's bewildering for Earth.
No,
it's not. Yeah, it's not that surprising. People don't want to get arrested or shot at by going past the 60th parallel, which, travel's restricted due to the Antarctic Treaty. It's not really that shocking. Most people don't like to put themselves in the line of fire.
Who is at this 60th parallel?
All I know is we have reports, of people getting arrested if they try. I mean, most people don't try to do unauthorized trips like they've been telling you. If you want to go do an unauthorized trip, feel free. I'll share the article of what happened to a Norwegian that tried that.
I have reports of alien abductions, if you want to
come on, dude. Knock it off.
So,
this is all he does, man.
So we admitting the evidence is weak as shit.
Evidence for what?
That there's any presence whatsoever, even at the 60th parallel.
Evidence that an international treaty is enforced. That's what you want? Yeah, go down there. Bring us back the evidence.
Yeah, like American citizens have to check in with the State Department office in order to obtain travel permission to go down
there. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. Like, there are links. It's on the State Department website. Same with the UK. You have to check in with the Foreign Travel Office.
Why do we have to do? Why do we have to do all your work for you? I'll get you a link to that too.
No, you don't. Right, the UK Foreign Office will not hunt you down. Right, if you take a boat and go to a coast in Antarctica, that's not
nobody's
a fucking
saying
thing.
that they will. That's a straw man.
Right, so it's just bullshit.
Well, they will if you don't have permission. They will if you don't have permissions. Like Jahi and Ahoy discovered.
No.
Yes.
Yeah,
Have you read about his? Have you read about his adventures and why he got arrested?
Yeah, I put the link in the chat if you're interested, Mister. It's at 6 minutes after the hour. Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage. Then at 5:07 p.m., a link to how to visit Antarctica, information for yachts. You can't just go sailing down there. Then 5:07, screenshot from that same website, government authorization. So just, why would you want to argue about something that's easily shown that you're wrong? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you're not a sailor, are you? I can tell you're not, right? I mean, there's no way you've ever sailed, right?
I'm not a sailor, no.
Yeah, okay. Because, you can't just run around down there and do what you want. I mean, it's absurd that you would argue that you can. It's like, it's ridiculous. And for you to in any way make a parallel to your claims about aliens is just absurd, because I've just linked you to documents. We can give you more. You can read the text of the Antarctic Treaty if you wish, but you're just not interested in true information, because otherwise you wouldn't fight against something that you could so easily be proven wrong, that you clearly know nothing about.
So we're just looking this up. Okay. Yes, it is possible to visit Antarctica as an individual. However, you will need to obtain the necessary permits. The Antarctic Treaty does not prevent tourist military personnel or scientific researchers from being present in Antarctica, but they do require a permit from a treaty party.
Okay, so are you military personnel or a researcher? Yeah, ordinary people can't go down there without extraordinary position. Right. And then even if you do, I'm going to finish my sentence now. I'm going to finish my sentence now. I heard you the first time. Okay, I'm going to mute you then. I'm going to mute you. Even if you do get these permissions, you just said the Antarctic Treaty does not prevent military personnel or researchers going down there. Even if you got the special permission, then your trip is going to be highly controlled and limited to certain regions, and you're not just going to be able to wander around freely. So, go ahead and keep arguing if you want. I'll unmute you.
He's going to rattle off that he did.
Don't forget
in there that about military.
Too.
Oh, sorry.
I can go ahead. Right. Okay. I'll read it again. The Antarctic Treaty.
We heard it. Hey, Cosmos, we heard it. The issue becomes... we're going to fix you because you're a pain in the ass. The issue becomes when you go and apply for your permit. We've had people in this very chat, I think he's still in here, that have actually tried. And the cost to get that permit is astronomical. The amount of bullshit you've got to go to get that permit is off tap.
Right, and this is why yourself. In Matrix, this is why there are these special travel organizations that have done the environmental impact surveys and acquired the necessary insurance, and have also communicated continuously with the foreign government whose area of responsibility is responsible for that part of Antarctica, so that individuals can more cost effectively go down and tour Antarctica under the authority of that permitted entity.
Correct.
Right.
Because if you do it yourself, it's going to cost like $250,000 just for the permits, which may be rejected, and they keep the money and say, nope, sorry, your environmental impact survey wasn't good enough.
Do you know what the word tourist means?
Yeah, do you?
Right. So why
need a permit?
Why? Oh my fucking god! You need a permit anywhere you fucking go. It's called a passport.
No fucking shit. Yeah, no fucking shit, because permits either restrict or allow travel. And you know what? You don't have the permit, you are restricted from traveling there. and you could face arrest and go to jail.
I can't go to China. I need a passport.
Yeah, no
We're
fucking
not
shit.
just
So why
talking
is this
about the
controversial?
passport.
Yeah,
we know you need a passport. We're not talking about a passport. So take that away, put it in your back pocket. Well, better still, take it with you when you go. Tell us all about it.
Oh my God. Bro,
I'm not here to help you, son.
Yeah, no, you're not. You can't help anyone. You're on here.
Your evidence of saying you need you're restricted to go there is showing us that you're restricted to go there. Well done, mate.
Have Westerners visited North Korea?
Dude, it's not analogous.
Anything which challenges my argument isn't analogous.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it further bolsters ours. You know, we've been telling you need a permit to travel to Antarctica. It's not like you can just grab a boat and decide to sail down there, get off the boat and pitch a tent and have fun without telling anybody or informing anybody.
Exactly. Now, you may be able to sneak. You may be able to sneak past the 60th South parallel undetected, right? Oh, good luck facing the environmental
Undetected by what?
Hey.
The British Navy patrols it, dude.
Good luck. I wasn't finished, but good luck.
Yeah.
Right, good.
Yeah, with our tiny fleet.
Yeah. Right, I gotta fucking mute you too. Fucking hell, bro. You can't let someone fucking finish a sentence.
Because you're talking.
You wonder why you get fucking muted.
It's like you never heard of the Falklands War.
Okay, so good. By the way, good luck in surviving the environmental conditions that you're going to have to face when you get past the 60th South parallel. Now, you may be able to do that, yeah, but if you get caught, you're facing huge fines and or jail time. So good fucking luck. Off you go. Tell us how you do.
And if you resist capture, they can kill you.
I'm still
I think he's forgetting that he couldn't even leave his house a few years ago as well.
Maybe you should get some of those permits.
It's like these young kids, these millennials, think they're fucking Lewis and Clark when it comes to Antarctica.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take a sailing boat into 30-meter waves. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds smart. Great idea.
I would definitely support a GoFundMe for that guy to go to Antarctica. I would. I'd send his ass over there. See, yeah, why not? Let's let him go do a Lewis and Clark thing. See how it turns out for him.
And he had the height to scoff at me for saying, like, undetected. Detected by what? Oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe one of the thousands of satellites that you claim you've got fucking orbiting your fucking fantasy globe. Fucking idiot. What about all the buoys in the fucking water?
Yep.
Huh?
What I don't understand what he thinks he's going to do. When you can't leave the port until you tell them where you're going. Like, what's he going to do?
You know what he's going to do? He's going to go, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, I'm going to Antarctica.
Come catch me.
I can freely go there. Nobody can stop me.
Yeah, I can freely go there, but wait, I have to get a permit. But that's still freely going there.
Rob Noxious thinks he can just jump in a canoe and do it.
Oh, yeah. Fucking nice.
I'd pay to watch that.
I don't know what these retards think is down here. But I tell you, you head south from where I am, you're fucking dead. It's 0 degrees at the moment, and the water temperature's fucking about 8. degrees. And the waves are fucking huge. Go on.
I mean, just ask the fucking Greenpeace how many times the Rainbow Warrior's been fucking stopped and shit, like for trying to protect whales and seals from hunters in that region by the military. Hey, you're not allowed to be here. But yeah, there are fishermen that try and cross over there. They'll get in the fucking shit too. They're whaling vessels.
Never mind that, man. Imagine if he was to make it there. How harsh do you think that environment would be on him?
Man, it takes huge ass fucking ice breaking ships with a crew of hundreds. Hundreds?
And you guys should go to Antarctica. I'm like, yeah, you go do it, buddy.
What do they want to go there for?
To measure flat Earth.
What is their weird obsession with Antarctica?
They probably think we think it's an ice ring.
We told them we don't think that.
Somewhere buried deep beneath the snow is a box, and in that box is the secrets to the globe.
Well, the true earthers thought it had some relevance, so they went over there.
Yeah, the true earthers wanted an off-ramp from the flat Earth discussion so they could monetize their content better.
How's that working out for them? Oh, wait, they haven't got the Netflix deal, so it's not finalized yet.
Right. The documentary's still coming out.
It's gonna be like interesting part 2.
Yeah, geez Louise. Like, Jaron, once again, dude, you fucked it up and we have to spend the next several years fixing your mistakes.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, well, some guy went to Antarctica and proved that the Earth was not flat.
And there's going to be a bunch of those flat earthers who are like, they never went. It was filmed inside of a studio in Chile.
They're already doing that on X, Reddit.
Oh yeah, I know. They did that since day one of TFE.
And you got VapeGate going on too.
Yeah, that's got just personal implications for the guy. But you know, people are pointing out like seams in the video, which is caused by the 360-degree camera lenses. But they're saying it's like seams in the backdrop of a studio. It's retarded as shit. You know, we have almost a bigger problem of mid-witted flat earthers on our side than globers. It's frustrating as hell.
Ain't no doubt.
Like, I've got a 360 camera from my conference room in my office, and on occasion you can see some of the seams and the tearing, which is being stitched together with software to ensure a seamless transition between lenses. Same artifacts that we see with some of these 360 cameras in Antarctica. It has nothing to do with being in a green screen studio, kids.
Well, what else can they do except deny it when they've been claiming that projection for themselves for so long and presenting it as reality?
Exactly. Well said, AJ. They're clinging onto the pizza map. And good on Professor David, please. Good on him for ridiculing those flat earthers who cling to pizza map Earth. It's a freaking embarrassment. We don't want those flat earthers.
Are you listening, Vax Wax?
You know, I almost like some of these anti-flat earthers because they're helping us cull the herd. It's almost like the horseshoe theory. People suggested a long time ago that anti-flat earthers are just flat earthers in denial. They keep checking in with us to make sure they're not going nuts. They're playing devil's advocate.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does.
I reckon Matthew learns is the day that he dumps his job and he doesn't have a so-called position in society, he'll come in here and go, yep, I've been a flat earther all along.
I've been noticing that Matthew's been having more debates with Globers than flat earthers.
Yes.
Yeah, did you hear him yesterday presenting our position when no one could talk? He was in there talking to a couple of young kids, going, "Well, this is what they claim, and do you have an argument against it?" He was playing a flat earther, but not really, because when they said, "Oh, but well, you believe this," and he goes, "No, I don't believe in the flat earth." He was actually doing quite a good job, too. Where's our explorer gone? Antarctic explorer.
Fuck, that's me right now. It feels like fucking minus 15 where I am.
Oh well, it'll get warmer as you go north, mate.
I'm driving my cruiser across the Antarctic.
It'll make you feel better. If you get to my level, it's only 1 degree.
Well, I just checked my car. It's minus 6 here, so...
You can fucking keep that.
Yeah, no wonder you're moving north. Fuck.
Yeah, it was minus 14 the other day when I went up the hill.
Oof.
I'll be back. I got to run into a shop, get some fuel.
Pie.
pie. Definitely pie shops would be a big thing where you are. You'd appreciate this, Timbo. The first thing I did when I come back from the States, jump off a plane, at the train station, walk straight into this fucking shitty little newspaper stand, and yeah, someone got those little pie racks, and we all hate eating these ones. Straight there, 2 cheese and bacon pies. Fuck me dead, mate. I don't even think I chewed on it. I think I just pushed it down my throat. 36 days without a pie. Fuck me. Not good.
Now, the country pies are the best. I love the country bakeries.
If you ever get to Merriwar Pie Shop, middle of town, they got a little bakery there. Hit them up.
Yeah, I like the old school. Still use lard for pastry. I like those ones.
So what is a country pie?
They actually put meat in them.
Yeah, so it's like a slow cooked stew with a thickened gravy in a pastry parcel.
That does sound good.
Oh, it's delicious, man.
It's like a chicken pot pie, it sounds like. Or beef pot pie.
With beef.
Exactly. Except they've got a pastry bottom. They're not served in a dish. They've actually got a pastry bottom, and they're only little fellas, so you can hold them in one hand and eat them. None of this knife and fork capers.
Yeah, what's a knife and fork?
You don't want your base too crispy, but you want your top to be little bit crispy and a little bit flaky. So it's a real short pastry. It's a short pastry. Yeah.
That's where the butter and the lard comes in.
Yeah.
It sounds like Matrix is salivating when you're explaining that.
I'll tell you something now. I'm sitting back. I'm thinking, yeah, I've got to go to work and 8:30, so I've got another hour. But I'm weighing up whether I hit the pie shop on the way.
Yeah. I love the cheese and bacon. Beef, cheese and bacon. My favourite.
I've actually been the chicken and asparagus. I've tried them. They come up pretty good. And chicken mornay's are awesome. But your
never bought a chicken pie.
Really? Yeah, they're not bad. I get into them, love them. But the old pepper steak.
Have you had the Ned Kelly? Like without the top, but the top's replaced with a fried egg and melted cheese.
No, but I'm happy to give that a go.
Oh, mate, so good.
You should have tried pasties when you were here, Matrix. I thought you were in like Minnesota, Michigan area where you didn't see a pasty anywhere, Wisconsin. Oh, so what you're talking about is different, huh?
Yes. Yeah. Over in the States, when you guys have pies, yours are family-sized pies that you would serve up at dinner, and you also have basically dessert-style ones where you'd go to a cafe or something and have cherry
pumpkin
pies.
Pie.
Yeah, they're all dessert-style ones. The majority of ours over here are savoury, and they're like a quarter of the size of your family size, or some of them aren't. Some of them are massive. But yeah, they're about a quarter of the size of what I would consider a family-sized pie. And
yeah, that's what pasties are. They're like Cornish. They originally came from Cornwall and other places. Cornish pasties, and they moved over to the UP. Yeah, they're like little, like the miners carried them for lunch. It's like a personal pie, savory.
You're talking about maggot bags?
That sounds terrible.
We got 2 names for pies here: maggot bags or eyebrows and assholes.
Yeah, lips and assholes.
That's the meat. Yeah, that's the meat they hide in there. Eyebrows and assholes.
Just put it in the chat, Mary Mum.
Mate, my wife manages a bakery. I can't eat any more pies. I've eaten that many friggin' pies.
You're fucking weak, man. Seriously. That was such an un-Australian thing to say.
It's all right because it's -6 and I'm still wearing my pluggers.
It'd probably at -16 before you realised it was cold.
You want to try walking on snow in your pluggers, you got to like try and balance on top of it and make sure you don't kick any in.
Try to ski over it.
Yeah. Everyone looks at me like a weirdo. I got tracksuit on, jumper on, beanie on, and thongs.
I thought you might have upgraded to Crocs. How would they go in the snow?
My wife hates Crocs. She'd burn them when I wasn't looking.
I guess we'll go ahead and start the ladies' night. I think Heretic already started the event because I know we've got Stacy here, we've got Jenna. Over Fences is here. Yeah, just to answer your question, Over Fences, Sporadic was just talking for himself. There's no official position. Yeah, there's no reason to think they went there, didn't go there, that the film was right, that it was legitimate, that it wasn't. I mean, to me, it's just no different than any other, media story. There's no evidence one way or the other. We weren't there. I mean, I haven't analyzed it, but you can think whatever you want, You can think they didn't go. You can think, anybody can think whatever they want. So, anyway, we're going to do ladies' night here for a little bit. I don't know if there's any people with globe questions. Otherwise, you guys can keep going, but just to let you know, we started the event, so people might come in here. There were a couple people, but now they're gone, so maybe they'll come back.
You need an intro song, Mary Mum. You need it's ladies' night and I feel all right.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. We did used to have intro songs. You're right. We did used to do that. In 24/7, we could play things like Through the Bot. We did that. Yeah. So maybe again, one day, if we become technologically advanced, we lost the technology. It's a painful process to bring it back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Over Fences, her picture of the pasty looks good too. They usually have rutabaga in them, pasties. You can have them different kinds, but the traditional one has rutabaga. When we lived in the Upper Peninsula, my mom made it from her own recipe, and she gave me the recipe. I've made them from scratch before. Oh, Creation Bear's back on the beach, everybody. It's storming here, but looks nice and clear there.
That's beautiful days. It's a curvature on the beach, if you know what I mean.
One of my most tragic days in my life has been when I had some really freshly baked meat pies. And then for some reason there was this stupid private detective man who knocked on the door. And so then my family had to pay our attention to this guy who was just randomly knocking on our door. And then all the while I finally get back to the TV room where I was sitting with my pie. And then my dog was so mean and he ate the really good pie, and it just really hurts because that was such a good pie. And my dog ate it.
That is sad. Yeah. I use lard usually when I make pies because that's how my dad's the one who used to make really good pies. He taught me how to do it, and lard's the best when you have it.
What is lard?
Lard is animal fat.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, like they sell it in the Amish store here. Huge tubs of lard.
So on my drive back from work, usually I drive just up a hill enough to be able to see the ocean in the distance. And yesterday, the view was a little different because you could see like the same ocean as always, but then it was darker the further you looked, and like a line, and then it looked like a lighter blue. And so it was clearly just a different sort of day for the optics to make it look like there were two sort of color gradients in the ocean. I'm wondering if anyone knows what causes that, like when you see what looks like two oceans, it's one, but just the color's completely different.
Well, I don't know if anybody else has an answer. I mean, it seemed like it seems like it would have to do with like what's actually in the water and how far the light's penetrating.
Yeah, I'd say that it's the depth of the water and the way that the light's hitting the water. The atmospheric conditions, atmo conditions.
Yeah, I guess maybe the most likely thing would be like really strong clouds consistently, which would darken it at the back.
I know there's some locations too where the density of the ocean is different due to the salt content. There's actually two oceans that meet each other at a point but don't actually mix.
Yeah, because this one is just one I usually see same color all the time. Like it's the same time I'm looking at it. Like everything's the same, but the thing which was different yesterday was just the toning of the color. So it wouldn't be the depths because the depths would remain constant. So yeah, probably just local lighting.
Yeah, or like if it's more churned up, then there might be more, little organisms in there. Little green colored organisms.
Yeah, there's a panel of flat earthers on here.
Hi, Panikin.
Yeah,
what's going on?
How's it gonna feel when you get cooked by some women, bro?
That would never happen.
It's about to happen right now. Dandelion, get him. Dandelion, Stacy, you're not going anywhere. Stacy, clock in right now.
I'm questioning our cooking skills.
You're literally retarded. You're a flat earther.
Get his ass. You think the earth moves, dude. Relax.
Okay,
we're about to let our
Panikin.
women put their dumbass.
Less of the insults. Let's see how much you... Hey, Panikin. Less of the insults. Let's just see how much you know about your baltard. Or you can run away.
He doesn't know shit.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Ask him, Dandelion. What's the radius?
Well, he's not there. He went away. Yeah, he just went away.
He ran away?
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got Mitchell and Twilight. I don't know if they want to discuss Flat Earth or the globe. Anybody else that has a question?
Oh, he's instant transmissioned out of here.
Panicking.
Yeah. I'd be nervous too. I'd be nervous.
Yeah, you told him what was going to happen, and he didn't want that to happen. I mean, it's understandable.
All right, who's next?
See, that could have gone either way. He's run away. He's gone, yeah, I'm not going to get flat smacked by no wench. I'm out of here. Or he could have went, you know what? This is not going to happen. He could have stood his ground. Well, we know who wears the pants in that relationship.
Exactly. What was his name?
Panikin.
That's what it was. Yeah, Panikin. Yeah.
It was Bitchmade? Oh, okay, nice, got it. Wait, what was it? One more time?
Panikin. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I just tagged it in the chat there. It's PANICKAN. Panic.
Damn, the username checks out. We're panicking. Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. I think I found some curvature on the beach, guys. I think I've located the curvature once and for all.
Film it.
It's over here. It's over there. Oh, gotcha. Oh, there's so many people on the call. Sorry. It's over there. It's over here. It's over there. Yeah, lots of curvature, bro. Just not on the ocean, though. That's the only thing. I'm looking at the ocean. That shit is flat. Super flat.
Oh yeah, Mitchell, who's in here, but he's typed his question in the chat. Where does the sun go at night?
No, not under the ground, sir. It doesn't go under you. Okay. And people want to say flat Earth is retarded. It's this correct by conspiracy theory. You guys think that at night the sun is under your feet? Come on, dude. Like, it doesn't get dumber than that. That's the stupidest thing you could possibly say. How about this? Newsflash. The Earth is really big. The sun doesn't shine light on the whole Earth at once. In any worldview. So, is he in the call or you just cat thinking or what?
He's here.
He's here?
Yeah, he's in there. Yep.
Get in the VC, bro.
Just ban me if you don't want to answer it.
I answered it.
No, you didn't.
What? I'll answer it again. You said something about the sun going under. Where does the sun go at night? Right?
It's my question. Yep.
Okay, you see this? You see the water right here? See the ocean? Nice German salute. Got the ocean right here. Later on, the sun. It's gonna keep moving. It's gonna keep moving. It's gonna go closer to the horizon. But what's not gonna happen is it's not gonna go underneath the ground that I'm on right now. You see this beautiful beach right here? The sun's not gonna go underneath us. The sun is above us.
What is it? Where is it gonna go?
Yeah, it's just how it's over my head right now. It's like 2:45 p.m. The sun's not like directly north, but it's pretty high up in the sky. But it's gonna keep moving. It's gonna keep moving. And from my perspective, it's gonna go closer to the horizon. But what you guys think that is that the sun goes underneath the earth down here. The sun does not go underneath the ground.
Where does it go?
Well, where is it right now? It's in the sky, right?
Yeah,
There?
it's always in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. It's never going to go underneath you.
But it gets dark at night.
Yeah. Here's a newsflash for you. The Earth is really big.
How do you know?
The sun doesn't shine light on the whole Earth at one time.
So where does it go?
Like
how does that work?
Well, again, for globetards, you guys think the sun is going underneath the Earth, and that the
You've
Earth
said that like 10 times.
is blocking the light from shining on the Earth.
CB, you might have to drop your video. It's locking people coming in.
Got it.
Cheers, man.
No problem. Yeah. Well, they're saying
My
that the
question
sun
is,
is.
CB,
Yeah.
is have a look in the chat. Are we both looking at the same sun right now?
Yep.
Because it's
exactly.
sunny here as well.
How about all three? That's North Florida right there.
Yeah, but what about the places where it's nighttime right now?
It's big. The Earth is big, bro.
So what?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's light. Light doesn't discriminate. It just goes.
Nah, it doesn't just go.
Yeah, it does.
Nah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Let's say you have a big house. Let's say you have a big house. Let's say you have a big house and you got one light in your house.
Okay.
And you turn on the light. Does that light shine and light up the entirety of the house?
It'll light up the whole room.
No, it's not going to light up the whole house.
Necessarily.
Well, how many does the house have walls, or is it just the
It's
outside of the
big.
house?
It's really big house.
What room is the light in?
Here's what you're not understanding, bro. The Earth is the big thing. Okay?
So what's
And so you
the
have a
what's the
really
dining
big
room?
house.
What room is the light in this hypothetical?
Just pay attention. Just pay attention.
I'm asking a clarifying question.
I mean, can you imagine you have a warehouse that's the size of
I'm imagining a big warehouse.
Yeah, like the size of like a city.
A city? Like okay,
state.
so like yeah.
A really big ass fucking warehouse. Like triple, quadruple, 10 times the size of a Costco. Huge warehouse.
They'd have to make the
And then you got-
beams in the middle shorter because of the curvature.
What? No, dude. Listen.
Yeah, that's how they make
Just a
buildings that
regular
big.
warehouse. Just a warehouse. No curvature involved. You got one light on in that big.
Well, if you make a warehouse that big, there is curvature involved.
No, there's not. Let's just focus.
Yeah,
on
there
this,
is.
Because you're asking. Okay, bro. If you're asking,
Okay,
you're not
bro.
asking about a globe or how the globe Earth works, are you? You're asking how on a flat Earth how does the light
Okay,
work?
yeah, I'm getting sidetracked with like the truth.
Just focus.
I'm focused,
You
bro.
got a big warehouse, size of a state or city. You have one light on in that bitch. Does the light shine on the whole building, like everywhere?
Yep.
It doesn't matter where it shines on everything. No, that's false.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No.
What do you mean? You mean that you couldn't see the light if you
He's
were
only
somewhere in the
saying
warehouse?
yes to be argumentative. That's all.
No.
No, I'm
You
not.
wouldn't
This
see
is
the light.
true.
Well, it's the size of a state. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, well, if it was above the like horizon, because
you
the
see a
horizon would
light?
be in the warehouse. So
Yo.
if it
I
was
don't
like a
think you
few miles,
understand.
yeah, if you could
it
see the
would be a
light, the
few
light is
miles.
traveling to you, man. I don't know how else to describe it to you,
No,
man.
it doesn't light up the entire house or the building. Bro.
You're
I'm trying
saying
to
that just
tell
because
you.
it's like dark in like a local sense, but like if you can
Because it's
see the
large.
light, then the light is reaching you, which is my point, moron.
But it's not
That's
shining. It's
not
not
an
lighting up
argument,
the
though.
whole
No.
fucking room, dude.
You're
Have you
right.
never been to
a
Have you ever been to a theater with a spotlight? My goodness.
What is that
What
supposed to like?
kind of a
You guys just
Okay,
don't. You guys, none of you
Mitchell,
guys understand how
Mitchell,
light
slow
works.
down.
This is hilarious.
Mitchell,
No,
I'm
you
going to
guys
give you
just
something to
embarrassed
think of.
yourselves.
Mitchell,
Goodbye.
listen. All right, fuck off then. I was just going to say, have you ever been to a campfire? Notice how it lights up a close area, but as soon as you walk away, you're in darkness. Yes, you can still see said campfire. Anyways, enjoy your life, kid, thinking you live on a ball.
Yeah, they just keep running away. My goodness.
But I loved his argument. If you see the light, then the light is getting to you.
It's so weird. It's,
shit,
yeah,
man.
I know. Very weird.
At least he told us that what he believes light does. It just goes everywhere.
Yeah. It can't
Are
stop.
you stupid? Yeah.
Light just goes. Not on a ball.
Why don't cities just put one street light in the middle of the city and light up the entire city?
Because it goes everywhere.
I know.
Light just goes everywhere.
They don't get it, bro.
They're wasting all these man hours and money on putting up thousands and thousands of streetlights. They could just put one big one in the middle.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, I was thinking that.
And one big traffic light too. Make everyone stop at the same time.
Yeah, no, dude. The Christmas central point, the Earth is fucking massive. I mean, that's a simple answer, but the fact,
biggest.
well,
Well, math is hard. They have trouble figuring out that an object 10 to the 3 above the surface cannot cover a surface that's 10 to the 9 or 10 to the 10 in size.
I think flat earthers believe that flat Earth is a space pizza and the sun is always shining on the top side of it.
right.
So where does the sun go at night time? Well, this invisible dude reaches up, pulls a little cord, and it turns the sun off. And that's what makes it dark. Fuck. Because it's flat, remember? The sun lights it all up at the same time. Maybe we should just stick to these stupid stories to entertain these kids. And just to make him feel better, stars are just pinholes in the top of the container so you can breathe.
That's how it was described by ancient Greeks.
Yeah, we should always ask these people, like, how come the sunlight doesn't illuminate the bottom of the oceans? They're not very deep. Average ocean depth is only like 3,800 meters. Because in the pools, every time I look in a pool, the sunlight is reaching the bottom of the pool.
Right, yeah. Air has mass when they want it to be held down by gravity, but it doesn't have the same properties as as matter being able to reflect and absorb and scatter light. No.
Yeah, that's what happens when you fail physics.
But really, the light from the stars is traveling light years, millions of miles.
Yeah, that doesn't violate the inverse square law at all. Yeah, but when NASA shows pictures of the sun from around Jupiter or Saturn, it's so damn dim. It's like you can barely see it.
Corinne, Bell, Corinne. Bell. Yeah, I'm about to go swim in the ocean. I'll be back in a little bit.
Have fun.
Thank you. It's so nice. I just want to go dip in the
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Yeah. That's funny. I'll be back there. I'll be back. It's always waterproof, but it's not that waterproof. You feel me? I know AI would be happy if I got my iPhone drenched in water, but all right. Well, I'll see you guys in a bit.
iPhones are waterproof anyway.
It's, we're just gonna please AI, all right? You want me to delete my iPhone?
Just go and test it, CB.
Test it out?
I jump in the water with mine. It doesn't do anything bad.
Yeah, I mean, I have my Apple Watch. You can turn the water mode on the watch and listen to music while I swim. And that's kind of crazy, but hey, man, I need my iPhone to be on Discord, so I'm not trying to get cook the iPhone in the ocean, right? Besides, I've detected lots of curvature as well. Oh, curvature detected.
But think about the fish you could be interviewing in the water about the flat Earth.
I'm not gonna okay. The curvature. All right. Well, I'll be back in a little bit. Keep cooking, all right? W Panel, WT, W Dandelion, WT Dub, W Timbo, W Heretic, W Stacy. I can keep going. W is across the board.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, keep it going.
Love you for you.
Oh, shots. Okay. All right. Appreciate that. I will be back. Okay.
Het Haru is here. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. Oh, and you're also from Politics and Religion. Seems like we've talked to you before. Welcome back. Oh, Het Haru says that they are Flat Earth also. All right, good to know. Thanks for telling us. You think, but you're not sure. Well, we'd be happy to discuss it with you if you would like help sorting it out. Feel free to come on the mic. Too shy. Well, nothing too scary here. It's just a little group. Everybody's very laid back, so if you change your mind, feel free to open your mic. Are you on your way to work, Stacy?
Not yet. I'm just sleepy, trying to wake up. It's an hour before I have to actually get up.
Okay, good. Oh, yeah, that's a good time when you can just kind of slowly get ready. That's nice. Yeah, I'm very tired, but for the opposite reason, because it's the end of the day.
Yeah.
But
I have a rental inspection coming up after work, and I can't say I tidied things up too well, but I'm generally not too untidy, so I'm sure they won't mind.
Wow, I rented a place for like over 2 years, and not only did they never come to the house even one time, she put the house on the market before we even moved out, like just assuming that we were going to have it all cleaned up, which we did. But I was surprised when I moved out on January 31st. I'm like, oh, she put this place on the market January 24th. Like, she trusted me that much. She didn't even come and look at it before she put it up for sale. But yeah, we don't really have like official rental inspections, usually only if they have to come and fix something.
Yeah, well, here I think it's like once every 3 months.
Wow. Gosh, I guess I'll never move there. Not that I was going to anyway, but
Each real estate's got their own methods of doing it. The one that I'm through, when you first move in, they'll do it 3 months, and then they'll skip to 6 months, and then it's yearly if you are in that rental long enough.
yeah, it might be different people who are like in apartment complexes or something. This was just like, private landlord with the house. But yeah.
The one thing which really annoyed me when I was organizing what day would work for me is I suggested a time which was after hours, and then she said, "Oh, just for you, I'll do that." And I thought, oh, you're just saying just for you for me, but you say that to everyone. Such an impersonal thing to make me feel like I'm getting special treatment.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's just a tactic they use so you feel more special.
Yeah.
I
I hope it goes.
Don't lie to me.
I hope it goes well. Yeah, Haru, if you're not sure if you're flat Earth or not, you might have questions, so you can always type them there in the chat if you don't feel like talking.
And actually, I'm thinking while the rental inspector comes out, I might say, hey, there's a problem with this light. It's not lighting up the whole room. And appeal to that other guy's argument who was just in here.
I heard that lights are supposed to light up the entire room, no matter how big it is, no matter the angle of the light. That's right. There's a problem here because somebody on Discord told me that. I can't believe anybody would think that, but whatever. Yeah, I'm really tired because I was hauling wood all day. My son, my 15-year-old, he finally got our chainsaw going, which I was so proud of him because he was actually cutting all the wood with the handsaw. So I think he finally got motivated, and then we got it going. And he made there's tons of trees down after the last storm, so we finally got through most of them. Then I had to haul the logs, which they're really heavy. I told him to roll them down the hill, but the way he was cutting it wasn't making clear paths to roll them down the hill because then they were blocked by other things. But we still have to keep working on it tomorrow.
And the other day, I went to my first live stand-up comedy show just to do something, see what it's like. And they weren't really that funny. There was like 5-minute sets of like just heaps of different random people. It was fun to go out and watch some live comedy, but they were really insecure, and like most of them, within like 3 or 4 minutes of their set, they end up thinking, oh no, I don't have any more material. Hey guys, yeah, I've run out of material, and stand there awkwardly. It was fun. Laid back.
Was it like an improv? Were they improv people?
No, it was something where like they come prepared, but I guess they're just quite amateur.
Amateur comedy nights. Yep.
But I hadn't been to one before, so I thought it was a good experience, and I think I could probably do that. I could try, see how I go. I mean, not to boast, but it probably wouldn't be hard to be much funnier than them. Some of them.
It wouldn't be too hard from our position. You'd walk up there and just go, just so you all know, I'm a flat earther, and you'd have their attention. And then you just say whatever you want.
That's right. Yeah, just start saying the stuff. Yeah, and they'd just be uproariously laughing. Yeah. Yeah, it's not something. I mean, we've had a lot of like different kind of like flat Earth cultural phenomena, but I haven't really heard anybody do a stand-up flat Earth comedy routine. But you'd think that it could be done. I don't know.
Matt Fowland.
I've heard that name, but yeah, I guess is that what he actually did?
I don't know if it was stand-up comedy or if it was what, but I enjoyed his style. Yeah, can't really call it stand-up when he spends half it sitting down.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, TY. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. How are you? Hello, Purple. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
It is awfully quiet.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were just waiting for someone with a color name to come in with a consistent profile picture. And here you are.
Hello.
Yeah. Have you heard about the Flat Earth before?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
That people believe it's flat.
I'm sorry to tell you then you heard wrong, because knowing that it's flat, knowing it's not a globe doesn't require belief, but the globe requires belief, right? The globe story where you think you live on a sphere. Do you believe that story?
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you believe it?
There's plenty of evidence to show that the Earth is not flat.
All right. So give me your best evidence, please.
Let's get it, Rumble.
I just came here to listen because I'm just eating food. I feel like that's just what I believe.
You need to explain yourself, though. You can't just say a statement and not explain yourself. Or have any arguments.
He has to eat, Dylan. I don't know. Like, do you have any globe proof? Can you do a tag team there for him while he's eating his food? Dylan, did you come up with any globe proof while you've been gone?
Yeah. I've been to space. Yeah.
Oh, come on. No, I'm talking about something real.
No, I've been busy with actually preparing a playlist. I'm gonna do a wedding DJ gig. So, yeah.
Nice. DJs on a flat earth.
Which matters? Who's a DJ here?
Looks like you are. Yeah, so since you don't have any globe proof for our buddy Purple, yeah, I'll just tell him.
Are we gonna make a balloon and we're gonna go up in the stratosphere? We're gonna make a balloon.
Well,
A weather
Stacy,
balloon.
Salt Lake Stacy wants to go up in a hot air balloon. Do you think
there
that
you
sounds
go.
like a good idea?
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I know. She's like serious about it. It's in her
I want to skydive.
medium-term plan.
Yeah, I should go for it. You can even they have a rope so you can go on top of the balloon and then you can run off, and then you can parachute down. That's pretty cool.
I mean, occasionally they have birds land on the top of the balloon, which is fun,
Yeah.
but you can't really see it. You can just hear it.
That's true. I didn't know that until I saw it. A friend of mine was flying a drone on top of that, and he's filming when people take the jump. They run down and take a jump, a leap of faith. It makes you feel alive, you know. Gets you on the edge. Yeah. Same with motorcycles.
The funniest bird story with the hot air balloons is when all of the fabric comes down and you end up rolling it back into the box. There was a pigeon got stuck in it, and then the next day we rolled the fabric back out, and then a pigeon just flew out, and we thought, wow, that pigeon just like sat there for like I don't know, 15 hours, and it didn't even suffocate. Just sat there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, but the air does go around because of the ventilation. Hot air is lighter, have a lighter density than colder.
Explaining it part of it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, how density causes the balloon to float, and it doesn't have anything to do with gravity.
No.
Gravity's just a noun or a fancy term people use to spice it up to make it sound more globe earthy.
So, do you believe in those anti-gravitational devices, anti-gravity devices?
Do I believe
that exists? Anti-gravity. Do you have those devices that can basically give you an anti-gravitational force and just without any fuel, nothing, propellers, you just go up?
Well, firstly, let us work out, does gravity exist to begin with? And then, if so, then we can talk about anti-gravity devices. But if not, then there's
Well, if the Earth is flat, then I guess in your worldview, if the Earth is flat, it doesn't, right? So it's just some force that brings you down. So wait. I have a question though. If it's no gravity, what keeps us down? What force keeps us down?
It's the density. So can you define gravity?
Density is mass, right?
Density is define mass. Just so we're on the same page with our terms. How would you define gravity and how would you define mass?
From what I've heard or been taught, everything was mass, molecules have a gravitational force. A force that pulls you in or down, in this case.
So are you saying gravity is something which mass attracts mass? Is that your claim?
Kinda. It's probably not the correct definition, but it's part of it.
Okay, then what's your definition for gravity?
Yeah, but let's go with that. But you don't believe in gravity, so what's your definition of mass and gravity?
Well, my definition of gravity is that it's an add-on to density, because density is self-explanatory.
But what do you mean an add-on?
Like, something will fall and it can be explained with density, but then you can just add the word gravity to it to make it sound more fancy and, imply a few more things. So it's standalone with density. Gravity's just an additional fancy word to make people feel happy and globy.
But how do you explain that a feather and a metal cube falls at a constant rate in vacuum?
Is that the Brian Cox video you're talking about?
I don't know Brian Cox video. I don't know about any of that. I haven't looked at any Brian Cox shit. I'm just saying that's a very traditional experiment that people do or have done.
Traditionally, everyone just has a really big vacuum chamber in their house.
Yeah, well, I mean, people. I mean, like experimental stuff. Scientists, with some fancy labs.
Well, if I were to drop a bowling ball and a feather in the air, the feather would drop a lot more slowly because of its air resistance. It will be taken sort of with the wind. So firstly, the best experiment to do would be to have the exact same size and shaped things and then drop the two at the same time, but just have them have different densities.
What you said? Can you repeat what you said?
What is your purpose for this conversation? What do you want to get out from this conversation?
I'm literally sitting in my kitchen table, drinking some orange juice.
You're sitting in your kitchen table?
Yes, I'm sitting inside of it. No, I'm not sitting on it. I'm not sitting on a chair. I'm sitting in it. I'm laying my body in it, on it, in it.
Yeah, the table. Good to know.
Like the center. No, but I'm just sitting here and drinking some orange juice. Yeah, it doesn't taste like it's supposed to be. Not from like it's supposed to be freshly squeezed, but it doesn't taste like that. It tastes like.
Well, maybe next time just get some oranges and then squeeze them.
Yeah, I'm planning to get my vineyard in Italy, so yeah, I'm gonna grow some orange trees or buy them. I'm gonna buy them and plant them. Yeah.
Yeah, let us know when you got that. I can't wait. I remember that was your goal last time.
That is the goal, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want freshly squeezed orange juice every morning for the rest of my life.
Well, you don't have to wait until you own a vineyard. You could do that tomorrow.
No, but like it needs to be complete. So I just don't want to do some orange trees. I want to go there and detach from society. Grow my own food, have my own well, have some sheep, some chickens. Yeah, that's it.
It's a great goal. Yeah, keep working on it.
That's hard though. You know how hard it is, Mary. It's hard to learn about everything. The first year I'm probably gonna end up with not so much produce. Maybe the following year as well. Maybe I will starve. I don't know. But now in recent months, I also want a sailboat. I want to sail first, maybe before in the vineyard. I want to set sail and sail a bit.
That's a good idea. Do the sailing before you have to settle down. Yeah, otherwise you have to find someone to caretake the vineyard while you're sailing.
Yeah,
I like your idea. Yeah, do the sailing first. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that vineyard is gonna be like a child to me. It's it's you have to take care of it. You know, it's gonna be an investment, and yeah.
So, do you remember? Because Purple, I guess, hasn't even heard the arguments about why we conclusively don't live on a globe. So, do you remember anything about that from when we talked about it last time, Dylan?
Me, I don't think I'm. To be honest with you, Mary, I think I might be suffering from memory loss or amnesia or something like that. My memory is extremely bad.
Yeah, well, I'll refresh your memory, and then our new buddy, can listen to it too, because sometimes it does take more than one time to hear the information.
Yeah, it's just like so many stuff that's going on in life, you know. And it's just a lot of pressure and a lot of responsibility that I have, and yeah.
Yeah, well, just settle back and you can listen to the information, and then maybe next time you'll remember it. So, yeah, if you, so both Purple and Dylan, you could look in the chat. Sounds like Dylan's already there. And we'll give you some of the basics. Yeah. So, basically, what we're talking about when we are trying to determine whether the globe story that we've been told holds up water. Some people will call it a globe model. You might hear me call it that sometimes, but recently I've realized, it's really too complimentary to even call it a model, because a model actually represents something. And you can call it a story, you could call it a creation, a fictional idea, whatever you want to call it, fairy tale, fantasy.
Mary,
but it's definitely not a model. It's definitely not a model. Yes, go for it. What do you want to say?
You would be a great fairy tale teller or storyteller. I hear it in your voice.
Yeah, well, once upon a time, some ancient Greeks decided we lived on a sphere, even though they had zero evidence to back it up.
Yeah.
So, fast forward to current times when we go out and test what the geometry of a sphere would mean in reality. That's what the book there, page 22, is showing you. It's a diagram of where the 8 inches per mile squared come from, and what comes from what it actually means in reality. So according to that diagram right there, at 50 miles, there'd be an expected drop below the horizon of 1,666 feet.
And what do we actually see?
And we actually see things at that distance without any of the alleged...
so we have the diameter of the sphere wrong.
No, No, that's not the case.
That's all you've proven there. You understand? Well, imagination
No, well,
land.
Dante.
Yeah, I mean that's great. I mean you have a creative mind,
Mhm.
but you know, like facts are facts here.
I don't hear this guy.
Like don't.
Oh, you can't
Well,
hear Dante?
trust
Maybe
me,
you
he has
muted
me
him in the
muted. He has
past.
me muted.
Oh, you know, Dylan.
Oh, they know. Yeah. I've wrecked this room. I'm just coming by to say hi to my
No,
old
I
friends.
just lowered him. I just lowered him.
Tra-la-lol.
Okay, Dante.
Have a great day. But you really do sound like you're a storyteller in imagination land. Like, where do you get your epistemology? It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
What just
so
happened,
yeah,
Mary?
I'll explain to you, Dylan.
What
I'll
was the guy's
explain.
name, though? I just
His
heard
name's
that you sound like a good storyteller, and then he left.
Okay. Yeah, Dante is his name. Yeah, so my guess would be he probably knows because he says he's been here before. It's probably the case that he realizes that just claiming that the radius is different is not going to hold water because this is the official radius that's been given to us by the gold model, upon which many of their calculations are based and on which all of the Earth curvature calculators are based. So his claim doesn't hold water, and if he's going to claim a different radius, I mean, we could test that radius, but we could tell you that then you'd have a problem with the supposed distances of the continent and just actual mileage on the Earth and what we actually know is there. So you can't just start wildly inflating the globe. But my guess would be, since he just dropped that and then ran away, he's probably already been called out on that, so he's not really interested in finding out the truth about it. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise you'd stick around and be willing to discuss it, right?
Yeah. When was the last time I was in here? A month ago? 2 months ago? Could have been 2 months?
Maybe a month. I don't know. Yeah.
Fuck, time really flies. That's crazy. Do you feel, the question is for the whole room, I guess. Do you guys feel like from 2012 and forward, time feels different, or everything feels different? Do you feel that, or is it just me?
I don't know if Stacey has anything to say about that. Yeah, I'm not really the kind of person who's like that. Like, normally when people say that, I'm like, nope, that's about how long it feels. You tell me, yeah, 2012 was 13 years ago. Yep, sounds about right. Story checks out. But I don't know. What do you think, Stacey?
Well, I'd say time feels different now than it did when I was 1 day old.
I don't mean it like that. It's more like the thing, like, it feels like we're living in an alternative timeline, if that makes sense.
Or if it feels like that for you, that's how it feels like for you. But I can't say I feel like that.
Don't
I
feel like
just
that?
think time the way it always does.
Okay.
Do you think time is a variable, or do you think it's constant?
I think, no, I don't think it's a variable. I think it's not a constant. I think time is circular. There is no past, present, and future. It's not linear. It's everything's happening at the same time.
Are
For
you
us, it's linear,
suggesting
but
that
not.
the time you're feeling like it feels different for you just because of your own factors, or because the time itself is being different?
It feels like the time itself is different.
So the circular time you're talking about is being a variable. You said it's not a variable.
No. I don't mean different like that. I mean like the timeline has changed. It's stuff that I thought was a certain way is not a certain way when I look back. They call it the Mandela effect.
So now you're talking about timelines rather than time. Would you be able to clarify?
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. I guess I didn't I didn't define
like
it correctly.
stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like the timeline. This timeline has changed from 2012 to now. It's
Focus on the life you're living right now, and don't bother with thinking about your thousands of other potential parallel universes. Just
it's not about
live in-
parallel universes. It just feels like it's not the same way as we remember it. Some people notice it, some don't.
That memory you said a few minutes ago, so maybe just write things down and then go back to your
I feel like I'm
diary.
being personally attacked by you, though, but it's fine. I'm gonna let that slide. Stacy.
In 2012, did you write down the events which took place, or are you just now seeing two different stories for whatever events happened?
It's both. It's the small things that are different when I look back. It's not from what I remember, and that's why it's not. Some people are saying that too. That's what you should Google the Mandela effect. It's pretty interesting.
Well, the Mandela effect, which is really interesting, is some, like, I think 500-ish years ago, people still sort of thought the Earth was flat, but now no one thinks.
Stacy, why are you talking like a? No offense, but why are you talking like an NPC or AI-ish? Talk like a regular
That is
person.
the way. Yeah, it is offensive. No offense.
How is it
That's how
offensive?
she. That's how she talks. There's nothing wrong with
I
the way
don't know.
she
I haven't
talks.
met her before. I thought
No.
she's just playing a role.
No, this is a
no,
perfect. Yeah, I don't know why he's
not
being so
really.
rude to you. My apologies, Stacey. I don't know why he's being so rude.
I didn't mean to be rude, though.
My cover's blown.
Are you
So
like an AI?
disappointed. Yeah, I am. And my name is spelled Stacy, but after the A is an I. But it's a silent I.
Is your real name Stacy? It's not Stacy, right?
No, my real name is AI.
I see. I don't know. You don't sound like a Stacy. No offense.
No, I know. I sound like a Dylan.
No. You sound more like a Miranda or something. You know, like something conventional.
Miranda would be more of a country sort of sound. I imagine Mirandas talk more like American country people, but that's probably because there's like some American country singer called Miranda. So that's probably where my mind is.
Yeah, we have Miranda in Scandinavia as well. I live in Scandinavia, by the way.
Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, but I had roots, and my parents are mixed as well. So I've lived in different countries and grown up in different places. Yeah.
So what is
and
this,
the plan
story
is
time?
Yeah, it's story time. Yeah, the plan is to retire in Italy and die there, hopefully, in a vineyard. On, not in, on. I guess I'll be in there when I get buried, hopefully. In the land, in the earth, but yeah.
Yeah, so Dylan, so before that other dude came in and interrupted, we were talking about the long distance observation. So, and one of you asked, so what does it mean that this curvature is expected but not seen? That is basically the different long distance observations that we can show you here, and laser tests are all things that would not work or occur if we lived on a globe. So that's the short version of the explanation. Does it make sense to you?
1 second, I'm just gonna write this. If it makes sense to me with the globe or the other thing, I don't know. You see, that's also it's hard because I went the natural science line in high school, and it's hard to get the programming off or out.
Yeah, well, what did you learn was the scientific method? What did you learn about the scientific method in your science classes?
The globe model.
No, but I mean, what did you learn about the steps of the scientific method? How to do, like, I don't know if you called it something else. Does that term sound familiar to you, scientific method?
That's what they call it.
Yeah, and what is it? Yeah, what is it? I mean, either if you don't know the actual steps, just, in your own words is fine.
To calculate the curvature. What you mean, or the globe model? The scientific evidence for the globe model.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about because you said because of having science classes that you're attached to the globe. So that's why I'm trying to parse out for you. I mean, there's several ways we could go with this. For one thing, I mean, the laser test I'm talking to you about, which you could go and watch that later, but I put a screenshot
just as a quick question
for you from there. So you see how they were shooting this laser across this lake. It was 28 miles. If you watch the video, it's very carefully documented. You can see the laser. It's identified in multiple different ways. Yeah, and that laser would not have been seen if we were on the globe.
But then,
it would have been hidden behind almost 600 feet of drop, but it wasn't.
Then, how does I'm very curious. How does the flat Earth model explain the stars on the sky and the moon, the planetary system, or I guess you don't call it planets, but the stuff you see on the night sky?
All right, well, let's put that on. Let's put a pin on that. I won't forget that question. It's a common question, but I just want to make sure we wrap up what we were just talking about. So the reason I give you this particular example, and then Jenna gave you a chart in there about the drop that's expected at different miles, at different mile distances. So, this is a mathematical counterexample demonstrating that the geometry of the Earth is not possibly a sphere, because otherwise this laser test wouldn't be possible. Multiple long-distance observations and laser tests would not be possible. Horizon observations that we've seen would not be possible. I think we went over the horizon last time you were here in the oil rig image, if that rings any bells. But anyway, so it's a mathematical question, this particular one. So your science class in high school, whatever they did or did not teach you there, would not have direct relevance to this. If you wanted to ask a scientific question, it would have to do with cause and effect. So there are some you could ask about the globe, such as, if the globe rotates, then whatever, you could come up with some kind of prediction about that. But since rotation has never been observed or measured, you can't try to find a cause for this effect because the effect has never been detected. So your scientific method, I'm sure you had some version of this where you were taught that to do actual scientific experiment, you have to make a natural observation, possibly do some background research, develop a hypothesis. A hypothesis is not just any statement, it's an if-then statement where you're making a prediction of a specific cause and effect relationship. In order to test that relationship, and if the cause and effect has any relevance in the real world, you have to design an experiment. Your experiment would have to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. The independent variable would have to be something that you can manipulate and isolate, so that if you did determine that it was a possible cause of your effect that you'd observe, you would be able to isolate just that one independent variable that you were manipulating, only that variable. And even then, you could disprove, your hypothesis. You could say, oh, this is definitely not it. And then you could move on to something else. Or if your results seem to uphold your prediction, then of course you would have carefully written down your procedures so that someone else could test it, repeat it, and get the same results. So that's the scientific method. Does that sound at all familiar to you, Dylan?
Yes, somewhat.
Yeah. Okay. So
You're,
so the
you're really
globe.
good at. I'm so surprised, Mary. Like you're really good at. You have that storytell voice.
Okay, so the idea is that the globe does not meet any of these criteria. There's no cause and effect relationship to test since there's no effect to observe. All there is the geometry, the claimed geometry of the sphere, which is not actually observed in reality and has been disproven multiple times. I don't know, Stacy, did you want to answer his guy question? Because I just spent so much time talking about that thing. He wants to know what, I don't know, whatever it was, the usual thing. What about the stars?
Well, I would firstly say, why is he asking? And when he puts the words Earth and model together, and then he starts asking about the sky and the stars in the same sentence, then are you after an Earth model or a sky model? Or star model?
I'm just curious, like if it's a flat Earth, how does the seasons work? How does seasonal changes, temperature, sunlight time, right? I live in Scandinavia. I live in the north, so during the winter it's always dark, and during the summer it's always bright. If everything is flat, then it shouldn't have those changes, right? If it's not a globe model.
So you have the idea that if the Earth isn't a globe, therefore it must be what you've decided flat Earth believe is the model that flat Earth is think. So what do you think that flat Earth is?
I don't know. That's what I'm here asking you guys. I'm Mary. So, but how do you explain the seasonal changes, the sunlight changes?
I think it's a better approach to start from scratch. So we toss away all of the models and we just have the Earth as it is, what we see, how we see it. And then from the Earth, we build up what we can actually know about it. And then from there, I mean, we don't even need to create a model because we don't know the entirety of the Earth. But we can just build small steps of knowledge to work out what we can work out with scientific experimentation. But when things get beyond our knowledge, such as the stars, we can't manipulate a star and how a star works because, how are you going to manipulate a star? We don't have control over the stars. So we just have to take them as an observation and observe but not define.
Okay, so is there a dome? Like, what's up there? Is there a dome? Is there... What is it? Also the satellites they put up, how are they managing the satellites? Are there any satellites up there?
I have my phone, so I can just give God a call and ask God how he created the Earth. But me as a tiny little person, I don't have the answers to what's up at the very top. I mean, the highest I've been is probably 4,000 meters above ground. So, no, actually on an aeroplane, 30,000 feet. That's the highest I've been.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I was just curious in that model, in the flat Earth model, how they explain all of that.
Does it upset you to ask a question and then the person who answers the question isn't able to answer with an explanation?
Not at all. I'm just curious, Stacy. That's all.
Are you driven by needing explanations for how things work?
No, some things can't be explained.
Okay, so then the idea of a flat Earth will be more digestible for you because you understand some things cannot be explained.
Yeah, but at the same time, the globe model is explaining the time the daylight changes and the seasons, for example. So that's why I asked the question: how does the flat Earth model explain those changes?
Do you think the globe model would be able to explain everything without historical data? Or do you think that the globe model is based on historic data, which has given us a baseline of how the light interacts?
The thing is, I think most of this, like, I remember when we saw those photos of the stars far, far away, how amazing it looked, right? But those photos are just a simulation from the background radiation that they use, and then the computer prints this imaginary photo of how it could look like, but it's not looking like that. So I don't know how much of it is faked or how much of it is real and how much of it you can replicate and measure.
Well, then that just means you just look at the Earth with your own eyes, measure it with your own equipment, and then you'll be able to know what you know and not rely on other people's data, which you can't verify. Well, I mean, you can verify, but some data on the internet you can't verify. So just start simple, do what you can do, and learn by your own means, and then you don't have to rely on trusting anything else that you don't know whether you can trust or not. So have you done many observations, like long distance observations or anything like that?
Well, hopefully, if I make it in the coming years, maybe they will. If they do some space shit you can buy, maybe I go up and see it for myself. If there is a dome or if there's something else.
Okay, so you are very fixated on like the sky rather than the Earth. So
I mean, don't you wonder what's out there when you look? Have you been on the countryside and it's dead dark, it's dead quiet, and you see those bright stars and you wonder what's out there? Where do we come from? What's out there? What happens when we die? You know?
I wonder the same thing with our actual terrain, and instead of just wondering what's up, I also wonder what's around me. And so yes, I can wonder what's up.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I can wonder what's up, but then I know that if I'm wondering about that, I'm gonna end up like that's less rewarding to put my energy into compared to just wondering what is around me on the local scale, which is something I can actually like physically go and explore and do stuff like that. And hey, maybe one day I'll get a hot air balloon. No, honestly, I wouldn't take the hot air balloon all the way up because
no, but you can have like a parachute and a gas mask or a suit, spacesuit.
But how high do you think you have to be before you would see curvature?
Well, pretty high, and what is it? They say that you don't. Well, they claim you don't see it because you're not high enough. That's the claim that's been right.
How would you have to be able to see it?
But I mean, it's also like just for the view, and also just going up there, seeing if there's something or not. You know, I mean, the atmosphere is if there's an atmosphere, as a dome or whatever. That could also be interesting to see. Is this going to be an experience? No.
I mean, you can save up funds to try and go on a rocket or whatever, but so what exactly are you asking?
Just go up there and see. Isn't that the best evidence? Just go up there and see for yourself.
Well, I think the best evidence is the Earth, and then a secondary method could be going up. But then it's a lot harder to go up and determine whether you're seeing curvature, because then that's also you're going to have two like points of reference on like your leftmost view and your rightmost view, and like you have to consider the angles and the distance and making sure that the distances are like at the same distance but leftmost and rightmost, to try and work out if the curvature is, if you see curvature, if it's curving like with the expected amount you would need for your altitude at that height. Whereas underground, it's a lot more simple and a lot less expensive, because you just do the maths, see if you can see too far, or like do a laser test or something, and you do multiple tests of it, and that's inexpensive compared to if you had to do multiple tests of flying up to who knows what altitude. And so yeah, I'd say if you want to measure the Earth, look at the Earth. Use the Earth to measure the Earth rather than making things harder and going up into the sky. Because the higher you are too, then the more angle of resolution you have, you'll see further, which means that the expected curvature drop you'll have, due to perspective, you'll probably see that the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon precedes the geometric horizon, which would make all of your expected wanting to see too far to validate whether you see something or not would just make all of that off the table, and you wouldn't be able to do that. So just stick to the ground. I'm rambling, sorry.
No worries.
That was good advice. I think that was good advice for our friend Dylan. Stick to the ground.
I don't know, like you know what's fascinating though? Like I would never talk with any of you if it wasn't online or Discord.
Oh gosh, Dylan, how sad. You mean you would just, if you saw us in the street, you'd pass us by, or you just think because we're in a different
I don't mean
country?
it like that. I don't mean it like that. No, I mean like I would never come in contact and know that you exist if it wasn't for this. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I know, yeah, like international.
I have no idea about your
for free.
background. Yeah. I know you were married. You were talking about backpacking and living in a van and communities and stuff like that. But like, I would never come. Our paths would never cross if it wasn't for this.
So. I know, it's pretty cool. I know, that's the nice thing, is you can find these communities of people on the internet talking about groundbreaking ideas, like that the globe doesn't exist.
Stacy, just a quick question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. What's your background, if you don't mind me asking?
School.
I'm in Australia.
You what?
Australia.
Australia, yeah, but like, what do you do? Like life experience?
I work in the aviation field.
Aviation?
Yeah, just as a stores person. I don't actually do the flying or anything, but I ask the pilots a lot of questions, a few cheeky ones here and there.
Yeah? Do they admit it? Or they don't? Pilots should know, right?
It depends who I've asked. There has been one who said it.
Oh.
But most of them, like pilots, there's a bit of a stereotype that pilots don't really know what they're doing. They're not that bright. They just rely on their equipment.
Instruments. Yeah.
And like, even when I ask them like meteorology questions, and I'm like, look at these clouds here and how like they have like the perpendicular lines. Can you explain that? Because you've done meteorology. And they just shrug. Like, I don't know. I didn't actually study it that much. I thought,
oh, that's bad. That's bad.
I didn't do it, but okay. So
wait, you have a channel? I didn't know you had a channel.
I have Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
I have
cool.
a few observations done here and there.
Yeah, I see. How's life down under? Or sorry, you can't say down under because it's not a. It's not
Well, I
a
guess you can put
model.
down under is Kuba PD, which is in South Australia, and that place people have their houses under the ground to help keep it cool.
Is it in Australia you have the kiwi fruit? A lot of kiwis? Or is it New Zealand? I always mix it up.
Oh, yeah, we have kiwi fruits, but we have kiwis, the people who come from New Zealand, our
I
neighbors.
see. Yeah, that's. Oh, so this is the New Zealand that you call the kiwi. I see.
Isn't a kiwi also a bird?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It is?
Like with a long beak sort of thing.
So how is it? Is it New Zealand that have all those sheeps? Or
That's what they say. Depending on who you ask, I guess it depends on where you are in New Zealand, but some people say, oh no, it's not like that anymore. And other people say, yeah, we get a few sheep.
I see. Yeah, I remember that in my English book. It said that I think it was the world's most. They had the most sheep in the world, basically by per capita or by population. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, New Zealand is pretty beautiful.
Deafen myself so I can head to my car, but I'll be back online in a few minutes.
You'll be back? Why did you say it like that?
She said she has to deafen herself so she can head to her car, but she'll be back in a few minutes.
The way she said she'll be back, that sounded robotic.
You should stop saying that to her. I feel like that's kind of rude. I don't know why you have to keep saying that. You don't have to express every thought that you have. Did you know that, Dylan?
Well, I like to express myself through my art, so it's you know.
Yeah, well, like I would just guess, like there's a lot of women and maybe just people in general that wouldn't want to be repeatedly called a robot. Yeah.
Wait, what is he calling? What is he saying?
He's being rude to a woman, Creation Bear. Yeah, maybe yeah, he's gonna Creation Bear is gonna cheer you on. So I don't know why he.
Let me get in on this.
No, I'm not trying to be rude.
Did he call you a sandwich maker?
Oh no, he was just I don't want to keep going on since Stacy has deafened herself, but he said it to her face that he thought she sounded robotic, which she does not. She just has a very even tone of speaking, just a very even tone.
Sounds cute.
I know.
Sounds
Thank you. Yeah, tell her that when she comes back, or don't. I mean, it's up to you. But anyway,
you'll make her day. Tell her that.
Yeah, you might have to make up for Dylan because he keeps insulting her like day every time.
I didn't insult her. I didn't insult her. It's just different cultures. Here in Scandinavia, we're very direct.
She's Aussie, bro.
She's Aussie. So Aussie birds are robotic.
Dylan, you sound.
I mean, how many Aussies do you know, bro?
Only one.
I mean, you don't need her to talk anyway, so it's fine.
Did you just say you don't need her to talk anyways? It's fine.
No, you don't need her to talk. It's all good.
I don't see females as objects. I see them as people.
That's cat, bro.
I don't even know if Dylan's an adult. Are you an adult, Dylan? Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm in my 20s. Right.
Okay, just making sure. I didn't want CB to give you dating it. I didn't want him to give you dating advice if you were underage.
It's just my voice hasn't hit puberty yet.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm not saying that bad way.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
I'm not a
although actually, you probably deserve it after being rude to Stacey.
No, don't worry. Like, I don't find it rude at all. It's just it's a misunderstanding because here in Scandinavia, especially in Finland, I don't live in Finland, but in Finland, people are very direct. They just say.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, whatever it is, they're just very direct. Females and males, vice versa, to each other. So it can be considered rude. I do agree, but I've lived there for too long. I guess I need to move. I've lived there for too long. So
I don't know. It doesn't sound that bad, actually. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. You want to try to cure him of that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait, can you see the chat? Can you see the call?
Yeah. Do you see
You
the
see this
ocean
ocean
there?
right here, bro?
The ocean? Where ocean? What ocean?
Let me throw up a Roman salute.
What?
Are you on your phone? You might have to scroll up to the top.
I'm on my phone. I'm on
Okay,
my
yeah.
phone.
Just go look up at the top. Do you see Creation Bears video?
Roman salute.
I don't see anything. It's too many
What?
texts.
Come on, bro.
It's too much
It's
stuff.
not in the chat.
Where
It's
is it
not in
then?
the chat. It's in the call.
What does that mean?
Are you on your phone or computer?
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, damn. You're on the third world country pro. Are you looking at the tiles or what are you looking at?
Oh yeah. I see. Okay, I see what you are. Yeah. To be honest with you, it does. Can I just see the sky, bro? I haven't seen the sun in a long time, brother. It's so bad over here. Like, it just makes me happy just looking at the sky like that. I love looking up in the
I
sky.
know,
It's gray. I can understand why people get depressed when they come to Scandinavia. You need the sun. You need the light, bro.
Look at the horizon. Flat as fuck.
Where's the castle, though?
Castle?
Yeah, don't you make a sand castle or something? No?
I can build a castle right now, bro.
Yeah,
There's a lot
you
of
can't just
curvature on
castle.
this stuff.
Are you by yourself?
Am I by myself? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
If I had to listen to you all day, I'd be depressed as well.
Oh shit!
Oh
shit!
You sound like a AI or a robot or something.
All right, bro. Thank you. I
Damn, that's
appreciate
crazy,
your
bro.
time. Well, the only thing that do save me is the motorcycle, the speed, the adrenaline,
Ooh, okay. Nice.
the vroom vroom.
W.
I wonder what. Yeah, bro. I almost crashed yesterday. To be honest with you, there are people on their phones and they don't see you and they just turn into you. Yeah, fucked up. It's not the speed that kills you. It's actually the other people on the road.
That's true. Hey, you know,
the
those are
tires.
gold cards. You gotta be careful.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I just saw in between the cars.
when they drive.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but it's mostly female drivers that aren't aware of their surroundings.
Fact.
Sadly,
you need to revoke all
Really
license.
funny you say that because I literally just drove into a car right now.
Oh no,
Oh,
Stacy,
no.
no,
See?
Stacy, no.
Wow, Stacy. Come
Stacy,
on, girl.
no, Stacy.
You need to be a permanent passenger princess, Stacy.
Yeah.
Permanent passenger princess. You're done. You're finished.
You can watch your Netflix series on the Tesla, on the middle console.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just stay in the passenger seat, Stacy. You're done.
How to Get Away with Murder. Why do so many people watch How to Get Away with Murder series? That's scary. So Stacy, what happened? Why didn't you see the car?
I was just teasing. I did not actually swerve into a car. I'm driving.
That's cap.
That's cap, bro. That's cap. You both know it's
Why
cap.
are you lying then?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What's your purpose for lying?
Well, actually, I saw it resembled someone I didn't like, so I thought, oh, maybe I'll hit their car. But it wasn't them. It was just an old lady, so now I feel bad.
That's a red flag.
That is a red flag, Stacy.
Red flag.
I was watching How to Get Away with Murder.
Do you watch How to Get Away with Murder too?
Red flag.
Well, that's why I did it. I watched
That's a
the
big red
episode
flag.
and I thought, I'll get away with it.
Nah, you're just being
So I am.
sarcastic. That's also another red flag.
I've been sarcastic this whole time.
That's too many red flags. You're done.
Yeah, too many red flags, Stacy. You're disqualified.
You're disqualified.
Aw. Do I get at least a participation trophy?
No, nothing. You get nothing.
That's why you're single. That's why you're single.
Oh my god, bro, you can't be saying that.
There's two of them now, Stacy. I don't know. I can protect you against one, but I don't know about two. But I think she can handle herself. I think she can handle herself.
I think deep down, Stacy has a very kind heart, but life made her
Stacey.
this way.
Oh, Stacy's a very kind person.
Life made her
Ripcord is
heart so
here.
hard.
Yeah. Hello, Ripcord. Welcome to Flat Earth Channel. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Did you have any questions about the Flat Earth?
Actually, not. I know about them all, so I'm part of it.
Dandelion?
What?
He's with us.
Okay, good. That's what I thought he said. I thought he said I'm part of it. So good. Now I know that. I might have known that
he's one of
before,
the
but
homies.
I don't always, have a perfect memory of everything. So I'll try to remember next time.
All right. Be better.
Thank you. Thanks for motivating me.
I'm just kidding.
Well, it's good to see you. Good to see you, Ripcord.
Should I flat smack some random?
Yeah, why not? Go for it.
Let me flat smack some random and find a victim. It's always so awkward. I don't like doing it that much. But I'll do it. Fuck it. There's so many people out here, bro. Crazy. Lots of curvature. See?
Don't they look at you when you do that with your hand?
What, like this?
I don't see the screen, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I'll throw up the O/ any day. Hey, bro, I don't care.
MP.
I'll throw it up. Exactly.
You throw it up?
Throw it up? Should I throw it up?
Throw it up. More up.
It's up.
More up. More up.
Roman salute in the skies.
It's so funny that people are so unbothered, though. What the hell is going on? It's like it feels like you're in a game.
Hey, what are they gonna do?
And the people are just like
What are they gonna
background
do?
NPCs.
That's how you know there's
No, I
so
wish
many
someone would tell me.
NPCs on the beach right now.
That's so crazy. He's doing that. Everyone is just doing their thing. It's like a GTA game, literally. Look, it's
Yeah,
like a
and
GTA
everybody
game, bro.
freaking lost their lids when Elon Musk did it.
What are they gonna do?
See, no one even looks at them.
Bro. What are they gonna do?
I mean, they should tell you shouldn't do that or something. They don't even look at you.
What are they gonna do?
Give you the eye, nothing.
Bro, no one was. I wish they would test
Yeah,
me
and then
right
when
now.
somebody
And that's what I'm
I'll
saying.
flat
It
smack
feels
them.
like you're a character in a game, and they are just background NPCs.
Yeah, if somebody confronts
Facts.
CB about it, he can just flat smack them and be like, "No, look, I'm pointing out to the flat horizon."
Wait,
Exactly.
can you
And then
show
I'll
us
hit 'em
what
with the
you're
fucking
wearing?
punch.
Can you show us the face, beer?
Oh, the
Show
face?
us your face. Yeah, if you're comfortable with it. All right. And no one really gives a fuck. No one looks at you. Nothing when you're doing that. Look, even the kid is not looking at him, bro. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. I don't think you could do that in Scandinavia. Like people would actually come and say you can't do that or give you the eye. But then no one really gives a fuck.
I wish someone would try me. I'll throw it up right now. Fuck it.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. So Mary and Stacy, are you guys still there?
Oh yeah, I'm here for a little bit more. What's happening with you?
What time is it over there, Stacy? Sorry, Mary.
7:15 p.m. where I am.
I see. Wow,
7:15
7 p.m. For you too, Stacy?
AM. I'm 12 hours.
I see. Yeah, it's 1:15 for me. So I need to
I can
cross
predict
my T's.
12 hours ahead of time.
How do you explain that, though, Stacy? How do you explain that? It's night for me and it's day for you. How do you explain that?
Because the sun in the sky gives off some light, but the light doesn't light up the whole earth. Oh, my alarm's going off.
But how does it keep changing, though? That doesn't make sense. If everything is flat, changing doesn't make sense, does it? Mary,
Well,
you have it?
it doesn't make sense because you've got a model in your head which probably looks like a big lampshade looking over a flat disk in space. But that's not.
So now
we're
you're
not
blaming. Now you're blaming my head, attacking my head.
I'm the explanation you've given yourself for a flat Earth misrepresents the Earth.
Yeah, but like, how do you explain the sunlight hitting your place and not mine at the same time?
Like when you turn a light on, it's not going to light up a whole warehouse if you just have one singular light in the room.
But then yeah, exactly. But then that light wouldn't move, though, right? It will always stay on.
If I move the light, then it will just light up different areas at different times.
Yeah, but nothing is moving, is it?
Are you saying that the sun might not be moving?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what's moving? The sun is moving around the Earth.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty.
So is the sun a sphere then?
Moving or the sun's moving, and it's way more likely to say the sun's moving.
Okay, so if the sun is moving, let's say the sun is moving, right? So is the sun a sphere, or the sun is also flat?
Well, the sun is a light source.
So it's a flat, or is it a ball? Is it a ball? Is it a ball or is it a flat?
What it is. I've never been up there to touch or examine the sun. I can only see with my eyes what it appears to look like.
Like a sphere?
Well, with my eyes, I can only tell that it looks like a round disc. Is it a sphere? Doesn't really look like that to me. Does it have sunspots which rotate? Yes. But does that also depend on its apparent position in the sky? Yes. Does the sun actually go lower? No, it remains above us, but it appears to get lower as it goes further.
Have you ever looked through a telescope? Anyone here? No?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
I've looked at the sun through a solar filtered telescope, and I've observed the sunspots sort of move around, but then you're also moving the telescope too, or like you're moving the camera angle. But it does seem to go in a clockwise direction.
But how can it go in a clockwise direction if it's flat?
It's just the sunspot. It's not the sun. The sunspots. Sunspots come and they go.
Yeah.
And some days you don't have any sunspots.
Okay.
And then I think
I'm not questioning. I'm just asking questions. I'm just curious. I'm not saying anything bad or to you or just so you know.
Yeah, I just couldn't affirm the shape of the sun. I can see it with my eyes through a telescope. It looks like a 2D.
Have you seen Stacy? Stace, have you seen us? What's it called when the moon is in front of the sun, or the sun in front of the moon?
Yes.
Eclipse. Yeah. Yeah. How is that? How would you explain that?
It looked like the moon was in front of the sun. Self-explanatory.
But with the light stuff, with the light.
Well, actually, it may not even be the Oh no, I won't finish my sentence.
Why? Finish it.
No, because it's not formulated well enough.
Have you played Mortal Kombat by any chance? The game?
No, sounds like a shooter game, and I don't like shooter games.
No, Mortal Kombat is a fighting game.
Ew, yuck.
What type of games do you like?
Full mode.
Do you play Farmville?
No, I don't play many games.
Candy Crush?
I gotta run. I know Stacy's on the way to work. I have to go help my children with something. I'll come back later if people are still here. I think Heretic was gonna end the ladies' night event here if he hasn't already. But
Where's the ladies' night? There's a ladies' night? What do you mean ladies' night?
that's what we've been doing. Yeah, that's right. You were participating in it. Good job.
Ladies' night? What?
Yeah, I mean it's just a it's just
congratulations.
Ripcord likes that.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's just a time for globe believers like yourself to come in, and the ladies that we have. Will...
I don't identify as anything. I'm just a human being.
I said globe believer, but
Globe
yeah,
believer.
Crit would call you a globalist. I mean, whatever you want to be called. You're a believer in the globe believer. Yep, there you go.
We're not gonna have like a DJ party. No DJ party. No.
DJ party?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that. Yeah.
No bass. No. It's nothing like that.
I don't know. I don't know. Creation Bear is your new best friend. You guys can get together and talk about that.
Yeah.
I don't be listening to music like that.
Yeah. You make the whole house shake.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah. It's bad. My neighbors are very mad at me. I make the whole building shake.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, Dandelion gone, guys.
Yeah. You gotta pump it up, bro. You gotta pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You gotta pump it up.
Can you pump it up?
Yeah, you have to pump it up, bro. Yeah. You gotta pump it up.
All right, let's pump it up. Let's pump it up.
Just gotta pump it up, bro. Stacy, what type of games do you play? I'm curious.
Well, there is a game called the Hobo Game where I just walk around as a hobo person crafting things. Probably
What's
my
the game
favorite
called?
game.
Wait, what's the
Hobo, Tough Life, Hobo. The best thing about it is
Roblox?
there is H-O-B-O. Best thing about it is there is these NPCs which can attack you, but because you can see them before they even approach you, you don't have to worry about them attacking. So it's basically a peaceful game. So I don't get jump scared, and I get to play it without the stress of being attacked by a fake computer monster.
So I'm guessing you don't play any horror games.
No way. I wouldn't even watch a horror movie.
Ooh. Then you're so easy. You're very easy to scare then, Stacy.
I get jump scared by the delivery guy.
Wow.
I am very easy to scare.
Scary. Very scary. How are you driving a car if you're so scared? I'm surprised.
Well, because I'm swerving everywhere else, I scare everyone else.
Yeah.
They make way for me.
They need to wait for you. So I'm guessing you will never be on a motorcycle because you're too scared. Would you?
I'd probably go on it one time, but I wouldn't try and learn how to be on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And I probably would go on it at all speeds.
You're lagging. You probably would go on at what?
I'd probably only go at small speeds. I wouldn't go like 110 kilometers.
Yeah. So
And I just do it once.
you would probably go on like a Harley Davidson, something like a glider or something, not on a super sport bike that can go with you.
Gliders are amazing.
What do you say?
Highly recommend. Gliders are amazing.
I have ridden. I'm a rider, so I have tested Harleys, Indians.
Oh, you're talking about motorbikes.
What do you say?
I was talking about gliders. They're aeroplane things.
Ah, those ones. Yeah. I wanted to try that. I've done skydiving only, not gliders.
Today.
The gliders have no. It's like it has no engine, right? It's just the air. That's It's very beautiful, and I love how the cockpit looks. It's like all glass, and you feel like you're flying in the sky.
This incredible night.
So wait, Stacy, you dare to be in a glider, but you don't watch a scary movie?
Yeah, correct.
Make it make sense, Stacy. Make it make sense.
A glider doesn't have really ugly monster things shooting at you.
The penguin, sweet penguin rally. Dankeschön.
Can you mute yourself? Deutsche guy? German dude? Can you mute yourself? Danke. Oh no, he's not muted.
Have a wonderful day tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Tomorrow. If you have a free day, enjoy your day. If not, enjoy your day anyway. Thank you so much. And really, I mean it. Hey, Boogie. Or I really mean it.
I want someone hearing you.
Sorry about that.
No worries, shit happens. Is anyone alive?